Chapter 58, Heavy Snow. Chapter 58, Heavy Snow. The snow fell for several days. With the assassination case hastily concluded, the turbulent waves of earlier were swiftly buried under the snowstorm, turning into nothing more than a vast expanse of white. It was at this moment that Li Jianheng heard that Xiao Qie had fallen ill. He had reportedly caught a cold, and yet he still faced the wall in self-reflection until he eventually collapsed onto the couch, apparently too ill to even get up. Li Jianheng braved the snow and set out on a carriage with his retinue to the Prince of Libei's residence. He led the various ministers, and once again, became good buddies with Xiao Qie. All the others had left the room. Xiao Qie's complexion was pale as he let Chen Yang help him up to sit face to face with Li Jianheng. Li Jianheng said, "I feel very ashamed for rebuking you that day after believing those slanders." Xiao Qie said, "The ruler and his ministers are interdependent on one another. That's the way it should be. Your Majesty needs not take it to heart." Li Jianheng fell silent, as did Xiao Qie. In the end, they had both come to the point of addressing themselves as ruler and minister in private. Li Jianheng forced a laugh and said, "I used to think that you were made of iron and wouldn't get sick. I didn't expect you to be no different from the common man when you fall ill." Xiao Qie said, "This subject is merely an ordinary man with a body made of flesh and blood. I'd still bleed if I were to get stabbed." Li Jianheng recalled the night at the hunting grounds where Xiao Qie had spurred his horse into the imperial bodyguards all alone as the imperial bodyguards outflanked them. He had barely come out of it alive, and subsequently, he had put him on to the dragon throne. Humans were truly strange. When they abhorred a person, they would only remember all that was bad about said person. But once guilt came calling, they would only remember his goodness. It was as if they had taken to heart those words they had used to cuss the other party with others, thereby feeling more and more ashamed. There were plenty of things Li Jianheng wanted to ask Xiao Qie. But at this moment, he did not feel like asking anymore. Xiao Qie said that a body of flesh and blood would bleed. Then, what about the friendship that had grown apart? So Li Jianheng said, "Sitting in this position is not a choice I one willingly make. See Ian, you've never sat here, so you won't understand how it feels like to be in a precarious position. The others all think that sitting in this position will make them happy and carefree. In the past, I used to think so too. But this isn't the case at all." Xiao Qie said nothing. Li Jianheng's eyes suddenly reddened. He did not know what made him sad either, so he could only say, "I was originally a hopeless case. I'm telling you, I'm very much aware of it. If my brothers hadn't died, this position would not fall into my hands. But what have I done wrong? I have always wanted to be an idle prince. You people shove me up here without even asking. I have done my best, Ian. I have really done my best. I'm not capable enough to control this power of the world, I can only let it control me." Li Jianheng covered his face in agony and started to choke with sobs. "See Ian, it's too high sitting up here that I can't even get a clear look at anything." Xiao Qie's eyes reddened too. He said, "We are brothers. Why would I blame you?" Li Jianheng forcefully wiped away his tears and said, "But when all is said and done, I have marred our brotherhood." Xiao Qie said, "Why blame yourself for something you have no choice over? I'm the one who has been too ostentatious in the way I do things. I deserve to be put in my place by someone else." Li Jianheng said, "Such is your temper. You can't be faulted for this. They are only egging me on like this for their own sake. I've let you down, Ian." They both seemed to have buried the hatchet and returned to the time they were each other's confidants. But the usual light-heartedness of clowning and jesting around had eventually given way to an awkward atmosphere that was more deference and less closeness. Li Jianheng did not stay long and left after he was done saying his piece. But before he left, he showered Xiao Qie with lots of rewards and urged him to rest well. As soon as the people cleared out, Xiao Qie tossed away the pillow supporting his back. Rising to his feet, he draped on his clothes and put on his shoes before heading for Xiao Jiming's study. Xiao Jiming was in the study listening to Zhao Hui speaking on military affairs. When he saw Xiao Qie coming in, he waved his hand at him and motioned for him to sit before him. Zhao Hui did not stop and continued to say, The Ministry of Revenue has already investigated the expenditure of military funds before the new year. The Grand Secretariat is still in discussion regarding the sum after the new year. The snow is heavy this year, and the people of Jueshi are happy because the timely snow is an auspicious omen for a prosperous year, and they can look forward to a bumper harvest this year. But in Jeongju, people are already starting to freeze to death. In recent years, the prefectural yamen in Jeongbwa has been short of manpower. With this heavy snow, there are few people who will be able to go and repair the collapsed abodes. Xiao Jiming drank his hot tea and thought for a moment. Tell the Ministry of Revenue to set aside 40,000 silver from Libei's military funds at the start of the year to be used as repair funds for Tzizhou of Jeongbwa. Tzizhou was right next to the Northeast Provisions bridle path. This favor Xiao Jiming did could be said to be the rendering of timely assistance, much like sending charcoal in snowy weather. To understanding his intent, Zhao Hui lifted his brush to record it in the book. The prefectural yamen of Jeongbwa lacks manpower, and there aren't many officials in the capital who are willing to go over. But it's indeed not a long-term solution to leave it hanging like this. Xiao Qie poured tea for Xiao Jiming. Hua Xiqian was unwilling to take charge of this in the past. This is a hot potato. Taking it means having to fork out your own money. Xiao Jiming moved his fingers along the teacup and said, but now, Secretariat High is in charge. This year's spring examination 3 should be to seek a suitable candidate for Jeongbwa. Most of the new officials are inexperienced and have no prestige to speak of. They can be low-ranking officials, but they won't be able to secure their positions if they are to be high-ranking officials of the border provinces. Xiao Qie said. The one going to Jeongbwa to run the show still has to be selected from the central administration. There is a shortage of talents who can assume responsibility and are up to the task nowadays. Xiao Jiming said, Jeongbwa used to be a vassal state in the past. Thanks to the Shun clan, there were many deep-rooted and complicated collusions taking place under the table and plenty of matters that couldn't be explained or accounted for. When Shun Wei was still around, it was already a set stage. 5 years ago, it was abruptly thrown into anarchy and is now a land of chaos. At that time, the common folks fled away from it because of the Bianchas massacres of the cities. The imperial court was tardy in coming out with a pacification policy. Those who are still in Jeongbwa are mostly the remaining military households from the garrison army and the roving bandits. As they say, barren hills and untamed rivers will produce undesirable citizens, and the current situation in Jeongbwa is nothing but such. If the typical official were to go, he won't be able to hold the fort. On the contrary, he will be shown who's the boss. If the imperial court is willing to send a military general with an army, they will still be able to take charge of the matter on the pretext of suppressing the bandits. Zhao Hui closed the book neatly. But looking at the situation, I suppose they won't dare to do it. Of course, they would not dare to. At present, Kudu already had the Libei's armored cavalry to the northeast and the Chidong garrison troops to the southeast. These were both frontier lands with massive military forces. Holding them in check was already a strain. Taking the risk to send one out again would make it even harder to deal with once conferment was bestowed. But it would not do to leave things as it was in Jeongbwa, either. This issue had to be resolved through a compromise. This is a headache for the Grand Secretariat to deal with. Xiao Jiming pushed aside the military affairs and looked at Xiao Qie. How did it go? Xiao Qie's elbows were propped against the armrests of the chair. He wanted to prop up his legs too, but he could not find a spot to. So he said, "You gave His Majesty such a scare. He's so frightened that he still wants to continue being buddies with me even if it doesn't please him to. Both of you are dining and drinking buddies 5 to begin with." Xiao Jiming smiled. Let him fear. It's better than him not being afraid. Fu Linia has made a great effort. Xiao Qie said. I'll have to find a chance to thank him sometime. You might as well thank the friend who has been helping you in secret. Xiao Jiming said. Someone on the inside has put in quite the effort for this case to conclude so smoothly. Given Fu Linia's experience, he shouldn't have been so careless as to fall for the trap this easily. Xiao Qie merely smiled and changed the subject. Where's Jiu Jin? Call him in. I have orders for him. It'd be better to call all of them in. I have orders too. Xiao Jiming turned his head to Zhao Hui and motioned to him. Zhao Hui headed out to call them over, and Meng flew in immediately right after. It landed on the clothes rack, and the snow it shook off wetted the clothes that had been hung up to dry. Ding Dao took off his shoes before hopping in and rushing over to stand as straight as a ramrod before Xiao Jiming. Behind him, Chen Yang and Ji Yujin entered. Hereditary prince. The person Ding Dao held in esteem the most was Xiao Jiming. Revealing his snowy white teeth, he said, "Hereditary prince, please go ahead and give your command. I, Ding Dao, will not hesitate to brave fire and water for you." Yo! Xiao Qie lifted the teacup and said, "Why have you never said that to this second young master?" Ding Dao said, "You're always throwing me out. What wrong have you done to make the second young master throw you out?" Xiao Jiming asked in a mild tone. Ding Dao immediately replied, "I haven't. It's just that the second young master is always getting me to keep an eye on that." Xiao Qie almost spewed out his tea. He closed the lid with a clatter and signaled to Chen Yang with his eyes. Chen Yang promptly rapped Ding Dao on the head. Ding Dao, still not knowing what was happening, covered his head and did not dare to say a word more. Xiao Qie's tongue was hurting from being scalded. He said, "Drag him out and bury him on the spot. What's with that complaint? Let Ji Yujin explain." Ding Dao said in aggrievement, "I'm not." Chen Yang covered his mouth and dragged him out. After opening the door, he really buried him in the snow. Ji Yujin thought to himself, "What do I say? What the hell can I say?" Standing before Xiao Jiming, he saw that Xiao Jiming was about to put down the teacup, so he immediately kneeled on one knee and respectfully took the teacup before setting it on the table. He said clumsily, "Hereditary prince, it's hot." Xiao Jiming was not in a hurry to ask on seeing this. He looked at each of them in turn until Xiao Qie felt uncomfortable, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Xiao Jiming asked, "What's the matter? Is the second young master hiding someone in the residence?" Xiao Qie said, "How is that possible? Dage, I have not even proposed marriage yet. There's no reason for me to tarnish a maiden's reputation." Xiao Jiming looked at him for a long while. Xiao Qie did not know if Xiao Jiming had believed him, but Xiao Jiming dismissed the topic and told him to continue. Xiao Qie found a comfortable position and said, "I'm thinking of asking Ji Yujin to do a check on Shengyun Villa." Zhao Hui pondered and said, "Shengyun Villa is on Donglong Street. It's a mixed bag of crooks and honest folks to begin with. It'll not be easy to investigate in secret. Does the second young master think there's something fishy about Shengyun?" "There's definitely something fishy about her," Xiao Qie said. "Wei Huixing has her testimony in hand. Why would she offend me for no good cause?" Zhao Hui said to Xiao Jiming, "Hereditary prince, I heard someone said it was hatred born out of love." Xiao Jiming said to Xiao Qie at his own pace, "Since she has become an old flame, then you must have a new lover now. It's been a few days since I entered the capital. Why haven't I heard you mention it?" Xiao Qie said, "I'm just bored with fooling around. There's nothing else to it." "Why blink your eyes when you are talking?" Xiao Jiming said. "Blinking means you're lying. Which clan is this maiden from? This matter has been on father's and your sister-in-law's minds. If there's indeed something this time, then what's so hard about telling me? We'll handle it for you immediately." "There isn't one." Xiao Qie could not sit still any longer. He wanted to run, but he did not dare to. So he could only say, "There isn't one." "Really? What am I getting married for? Isn't that just going to hold up her future? Once you get married, you'll mature a little." Xiao Jiming wanted to pat his head, but he could not do it before his subordinates and diminish his dignity and authority. Thus, he lowered his voice, "How long can your sister-in-law and I keep you company? In this kudu, there has to be someone who can hold a lantern or light a lamp for you and chat with you. No matter who catches your eyes, father and I will do our best. As long as you like her, we can settle it for you even if she's a lady of a noble clan." Xiao Qie originally thought of bantering his way through it. But on hearing this, he suddenly felt touched and said, "Commander-in-Chief Qi. You can do it even if it's someone like Commander-in-Chief Qi?" The expression in Xiao Jiming's eyes underwent a slight change. He did not expect Xiao Qie to like someone like the Commander-in-Chief. After a moment's pause, he said with complicated feelings. I'll consent to it if she hasn't hacked you to death by then. At night, when Xiao Qie got on the bed, he suddenly stepped on an object. He bent over to pick it up from the woolen rug. It was a pearl that was used as a button. Xiao Qie's eyes followed the pearl to the base of the bed. Chen Yang. Xiao Qie suddenly opened the window and shouted. Chen Yang walked over from the foot of the stairs. Xiao Qie thought for a moment while looking at him before saying, make a trip to the jewelry shop on Shunwu Street tomorrow morning. Before Chen Yang could reply, Xiao Qie raised his hand and tossed a box to him. Tell them to make these into earrings. Make one of all the designs available. Xiao Qie thought long and hard before continuing. Keep it simple. Nothing too fancy. Chen Yang looked at the box and asked. All. Xiao Qie closed the windows. After a moment of silence, he opened them again. Chen Yang did not dare to move. He held the box with both hands and called out in bewilderment, Master? Xiao Qie said, put it on the account. Chapter 59, Romantic Liaisons. Chapter 59, Romantic Liaisons. Yuan Liu died a sudden death in prison, and Chen Yang was the one who went to collect his body and bury him. As per Xiao Qie's wish, he settled Yuan Liu's wife and son down in a new house in the city of Dancheng and hired a decent teacher for Yuan Liu's son. Xiao Qie's illness lasted until the snow in Kudu melted. By the time he could step out to attend court sessions, Shi Hongxian had already been promoted to the secretary of the Bureau of Evaluations. Shun Zechuan returned the Imperial Army's waist token to Xiao Qie. In the time Xiao Qie took the token, he eyed Shun Zechuan all over thoroughly. Thanks. Xiao Qie extracted the waist token from Shun Zechuan's hand. Your Excellency the Judge. I'm not deserving of it. Shun Zechuan's fingers curled slightly, as if he could not bear to let go. Xiao Qie swung the waist token and said, got attached to it. Shun Zechuan laughed and said, yeah. Got used to feeling it these days. Xiao Qie saw that the people around them had all retreated far away from them, so he said, it's too pathetic to just feel my waist token alone. Shun Zechuan clasped his hands behind him and said to him, you've just recovered from a major illness. Second young master, you can dally all you want, but you have to know when to stop. I've been pure of heart and free of desires for more than half a month. Xiao Qie felt sleepy as he basked in the sunlight. He shuffled his feet. The heartless cad I've been yearning for day and night did not even visit me once. Now that I'm out, I have to find a way to heal my broken heart. Shun Zechuan bathed in the breeze and said, it's better to forget that kind of bad egg who often ditches the old for the new and has countless new and old flames before it's too late. Wasting the prime of one's youth for him is so not worth it. Xiao Qie said, bad what? Shun Zechuan said, second young master. Xiao Qie wanted to squeeze his nape. But it was inappropriate to stand here and squeeze him, so he said, well said. It's so well worded that this second young master wants to applaud. That's very kind of you. Shun Zechuan said modestly. It's all good as long as you feel my sincerity. So, I see you've made a point of checking out who some of those old flames are. Xiao Qie said. You're that bothered, huh? Check, I didn't. Shun Zechuan said. I can pry out all sorts of love affairs just by sitting and drinking wine in Shongyun Villa. For example, how the second young master is a regular patron and an old hand when it comes to romantic liaisons. Admirable, isn't it? Xiao Qie asked. Indeed, indeed. Shun Zechuan looked at him as he spoke and slowed down. But hearsay cannot be compared to personal experience. The legendary man himself doesn't seem to be the same person as the one I've encountered. To be fair, you didn't get that many opportunities. Xiao Qie raised his fingers to hang up the waist token. You will understand it better once you've played with me a few more times. It's not like we haven't tried taking the time to savor and devour. How was the taste of it? Shun Zechuan pursed his lips tightly under Xiao Qie's gaze. Xiao Qie smiled and said, looks like you still remember it. Then, do you still remember what you have promised me? To pass Shongyun a message on your behalf. Shun Zechuan said. Playing the matchmaker for the two of you and earning myself a cup of wine to drink at your wedding feast. Of course, I remember. I knew you were reliable. Xiao Qie said. How should I thank you if this matter succeeds? Just treat it as gift money for your wedding. Shun Zechuan said absent-mindedly as he lazily looked out along the stone slabs. Han Cheng just happened to exit the hall. He waved his hand at both of them as the little eunuch beside him came running over. This way, my lords. His Majesty is waiting. Li Jianheng sat on the dragon throne and listened as the others discussed official matters. It was soon to be the beginning of spring, a time when the planting and cultivating of mulberry and flaxseed were major issues. Center Yu, the left censor-in-chief of the Chief Surveillance Bureau, submitted a memorial and mentioned that there were signs of public ditches in the various residential areas in Kudu being illegally occupied. At present, the snow was starting to melt. If they could not keep the clogged ditches unobstructed, then the streets would be flooded once the rainy season hit. This was such a minor issue, at least compared to what was being discussed, that it seemed insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Li Jianheng did not even hear him clearly before letting the matter drop as the loud voice of the Provincial Administration Commissioner from Zhongbua drew away his attention. Several times, Center Yu tried to speak again but was interrupted. When Center Yu left the palace after court was dismissed, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. He looked back and saw that it was Shun Zechuan. Shun Zechuan paid his obeisances and said, as presumptuous as it is of me to stop Censor-in-Chief Center, this humble official has an issue to seek your advice on. Center Yu said, Judge Shun, please speak. Shun Zechuan said, I heard the Censor-in-Chief mentioned the clogged public ditches in your memorial during the court session earlier. Are you referring to the unexpected upsurge of ditch water in the residential area on Donglong Street? Center Yu motioned for Shun Zechuan to talk as they walked. He said, that's right. Donglong Street's illegal claiming of the public ditches has been ongoing since the reign of Xianda. At the start of spring in previous years, it would flood the residential areas. But since it has not resulted in any deaths or accidents, no one really gives it that much thought. Shun Zechuan promptly gave a faint, bitter smile and said, to tell your excellency the truth, this humble official is currently living there. Startled, Center Yu hurriedly asked, has it already been flooded these days? Shun Zechuan said, the place this humble official lives in is on higher grounds. In my immediate neighbors' attempt to lay claim on the public ditch and expand their courtyards, the eaves of their residences are already pressing up against mine. Owing to the obstructed flow of passage, sewage water had already begun to inundate my courtyard. Before this morning's court session, this humble official made a trip to the surrounding residential area. The low-lying civilians' houses are already all underwater. Center Yu said worriedly, it'd be bad if we were to encounter an epidemic. Let's leave aside the matter of the flooding for now. Because everyone wants to snatch those few inches of land, their houses are all built close to one another with no bricks and stones in between, it's all wooden planks. It is a major accident waiting to happen if a fire were to start. Shun Zechuan thought about it and comforted him, Your Excellency, don't worry. This humble official will speak to His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief to see if he can report to the Emperor and send men to clear out the ditches before it's too late. All right. I'll also talk to the Secretariat Elder again. Center Yu lifted his foot to leave, then turned his head back and said to Shun Zechuan with a smile, I appreciate the judge's thoughtfulness. If we can resolve this matter as soon as possible, then it'd count as one merit. Shun Zechuan cupped his hands in respect to him and saw him off. The red plum blossoms in the residence had withered. When Shun Zechuan arrived, Xiao Qie was standing in his study, looking at the remnants of those plum blossoms. It's so terribly damp everywhere with the snow melting these few days. Xiao Qie plucked a plum blossom branch. That house of yours is not inhabitable now, is it? Shun Zechuan had indeed been fretting about this matter recently. He gently pulled at his collar and said as he changed his shoes, the courtyard is already flooded. When I passed by that place 5 years ago, Zhao Hui mentioned the issue about the public ditches. Xiao Qie turned back. It has been so long. To think no one has gone to fix the problem. Anyway, those who soak until they rot in there are all lowly lowlifes. What's more, it takes time and effort to fix the issue. Shun Zechuan said with a mocking expression. Who will be willing to do it? Aren't you going to do it? Xiao Qie looked at him and walked over. This year is the first year of Tian Chen. There will be a merit and achievement appraisal by the censorate. If something were to happen, the entire imperial court of civil and military officials will fight over themselves to do it. Doubt it. Shun Zechuan supported himself against the wall and was about to step onto the mat when Xiao Qie blocked his way. He raised his eyes and said, "Chem?" Xiao Qie bent down to pick up Shun Zechuan's boots. He pressed a few times on the leather and said, "Is the imperial bodyguards so stingy that they can't even give you a pair of deerskin boots?" Shun Zechuan's socks were half wet, so Xiao Qie asked the servants to fire up the charcoal basin to heat the room. Shun Zechuan did not look too good today, and it turned out that he was freezing. Deerskin boots won't be able to withstand the soaking either. Shun Zechuan shifted away his foot, refusing to let Xiao Qie grab it. He lowered his eyes to look at Xiao Qie and said, "The low-lying areas of Donglong Street are all impoverished brothels. They are all now soaking in filthy waters." Xiao Qie remained squatting the way he was and raised his head to say, "Those brothels normally don't pick patrons. They accept everyone who has a few copper coins to spare and let them do as they please. They can't afford to pay taxes at all, and are always in arrears year after year. The lower levels at the Ministry of Revenue who pass their days counting copper coins too are a worthless bunch with the specific intent to leave them out to dry in the air. The residential area has also been submerged." Shun Zechuan said. "They are all used to waiting, it'll be fine once spring is over." Xiao Qie got up and said, "There are plenty of people available to work on it, but those who are willing to handle work without any merit to earn are few and far between. I have yet to eat after court dismissal today. Let's have our meal together." The maidservant came over to prepare wooden clogs for Shun Zechuan. Even after putting on the wooden clogs, they did not make him taller than Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie looked at Shun Zechuan's slender and pretty ankles in those socks and thought of the medicine the latter had been consuming in the past. "I don't see you gaining weight during the new year." Xiao Qie pushed the door open and led him outside. "I'm so busy that I only sleep for 4 hours a day." Shun Zechuan pattered on the ground with his clogs. "I initially thought that the southern judge was an idle position with little to do. Who knew that the ways of the military craftsman would be that many? If Shi Hongxian can't keep you." Xiao Qie turned his head aside. "Switch over to this second young master's camp while you still can. Then I reckon I won't even have 4 hours to sleep." Shun Zechuan followed after him. The remaining men from the imperial bodyguards are mostly those who inherited the positions and follow in their father's footsteps. They rely on their ancestors for their meals. The benefits that come with the imperial army aren't worth much in their eyes. The snow was in the midst of melting these few days, and so the yard was wet as well. Xiao Qie strode across the water puddle and turned back to look at Shun Zechuan for a moment. Although Shun Zechuan was wearing the clogs, the hem of his lunar white robe would trail into the water unless he held it up. At present, it was already dark. Their surrounding was bright and clear set against the backdrop of the white, charming moon hanging up high far on the horizon. The contrast also made Shun Zechuan's reflection in the water puddle thin and pleasing. He was so focused on the road as he spoke that he did not notice when Xiao Qie had stopped. He lifted his white robe and, like a child, skipped over the water puddle and landed right before Xiao Qie. Without even thinking, Xiao Qie leaned over to hug him around his waist and hoist him over his shoulder. The wooden clogs slipped to the ground, and Xiao Qie picked them up. With one hand carrying the wooden clogs and one hand around Shun Zechuan, he headed back to the house where they had drank wine the last time. Chen Yang retreated several steps back and gestured to the guards at the back, dismissing everyone in the yard with a silent wave of his hand. Ding Dao did not dare to utter a sound on the rooftop and only showed his eyes as he watched the second young master carry Shun Zechuan over his shoulder. Qiao Tianya and Ji Yujin each squatted at the projecting tiles of the eaves and took a sip of wine in unison. "You didn't look too good this morning," Xiao Qie said. "You're burning up. Have you fallen ill?" Sprawled over his shoulder, Shun Zechuan watched the moon on the ground and said, "Perhaps. The grand ambition for supremacy is not something that can be accomplished at a single stroke." Xiao Qie ascended the stairs and kicked the door open. "Life is the most precious of all. This wasn't what you said back then when you hated me." Shun Zechuan landed on a mass of softness. He gazed at Xiao Qie. Just a minor illness. I'll sleep it off. Without looking at him, Xiao Qie took off his own shoes and removed his outer robe. The maidservants entered in a single, ordered file and set the plates on the small table to serve up the dishes. Shun Zechuan finished washing his hands and was about to pull at his collar again when Xiao Qie reached out his hand from the side to pull it for him. He used his fingers to part the collar gently and saw some red rashes. It's been too damp lately. Shun Zechuan nudged away Xiao Qie's hand with the back of his hand. In order to stake their claims on the site, the eaves of the neighbors' houses have even blocked out all the light. Xiao Qie seemed to pay it no mind and let the matter drop with an aha. Both men took their seat. As they were eating, Xiao Qie said, "That residence of yours is no longer befitting of your status. Why haven't you moved?" Shun Zechuan replied, "It's close to Jiao Zui Temple, which makes it convenient for me to see Shifu. It's also on Donglong Street. If there are any movements from Shihongxian, it'd be easier to look into it." Xiao Qie watched him eat and said, "Ji Gang Shifu can't keep staying at Jiao Zui Temple as an errand runner. It'd be more convenient for you to act if you were to relocate and live together." Shun Zechuan said, "Let me see if I can find any suitable residences these days." As a matter of fact, he still had Grand Mentor Chi's residence in his hands. But it would not do for him to live in that residence now. It was too ostentatious and would draw too much attention. Moving house was simple. What was hard was that Shihongxian was keeping a close watch on him. He dared not put his Shifu and teacher at risk. It was already very late after their meal, and the weather was still cold. Shun Zechuan stood up and prepared to take his leave, but Xiao Qie opened the windows and let out a whistle at the rooftop. 3 guards plus 1 Meng poked their heads out in unison. Propping himself against the window ledge, Xiao Qie watched Shun Zechuan pick his coat up and said to them, "Close the doors. His Excellency the judge is not leaving tonight." Shun Zechuan looked back. Xiao Qie did not smile. His flippancy in the morning seemed to have been blown away by the night wind. Concealed in those eyes were the secluded forest and thick fog, made even more hazy and deep under the moonlight. Perhaps he is really an old hand when it comes to romantic liaisons. Shun Zechuan thought. Just the expression in these eyes of his alone was enough. Chapter 60, Shackles. Chapter 60, Shackles. With early spring approaching, many troublesome matters have cropped up. We have yet to discuss a plan today. It wouldn't be easy to see each other again if you just leave now. Xiao Qie said, "So rest up here tonight." Shun Zechuan broke into a smile and said, "No hanky-panky." The way he enunciated these words were melodious, with a hint of sensual suggestiveness lingering on the tip of his tongue. His eyes were clearly stirring up the waves of lust. Even the fingers he had released from his grip at the drop of his words were plucking away at the strings of desires, rousing it. This despicable man. Xiao Qie watched Shun Zechuan intently and thought to himself. This was the real bad egg. He kept pushing against the boundaries of his diminishing limit every given second and trampled all over his endurance with cunningness and naivety, as if he was leaning next to his ear and calling him to come mess with me. The tail of the sinner that was this fox tickled its way to his legs, his eyes full of tease. Serious matters. Xiao Qie closed the windows. Must be seriously discussed. Prepare a memorial tomorrow morning regarding the public ditches, and I'll bring it up to His Majesty. Xiao Qie lay on the rattan chair and picked up the robe that had slipped onto the floor. One by one, he set the items in the sleeve pocket onto a cabinet shelf. "You can't." Shun Zechuan soaked in the bathwater and said after giving it some thought, "You're the viceroy of the Imperial Army. You are not in charge of the official proceedings of public works, nor the complaints of the commoners. It does not concern you. You will definitely draw suspicion to yourself if you submit a memorial out of the blue. Then you bring it up. You live there, so it is not strange for you to mention it. I'll make a note to go along as the accompanying supervisor." Xiao Qie fished out an ivory folding fan. He asked, "Why are you carrying an ivory one?" The literati, who kept items of elegance in their sleeves and were particular about portraying themselves as distinguished and sophisticated, viewed the likes of ivory and ebony as the most unbearably vulgar. Therefore, descendants of the noble clans would never bring with them folding fans made of sandalwood or ivory as they went out, regardless of whether they were well read in the classics or not. Most used folding fans of Moso bamboo, adorned with calligraphy by famous calligraphers. Shun Zichuan said, "For fun. Such an uncouth object suits me the best." He had stayed in Jiao Zui Temple for 5 years, so he could not engage in literary pursuits with the noble descendants. He had to be an uncouth commoner who was a culture snob feigning to be refined. Only this would be right, and only this would be fitting. So besides the ivory folding fan that he always carried with him, he had picked the most expensive-looking kind for his jade pendant that he hung by his waist. Having done groping around Shun Zichuan's sleeve pocket, Xiao Qie realized that they were truly polar opposites. Xiao Qie's likes and dislikes seemed to be clearly distinguished on the outside. Yet if one had really dug deeper, they would realize that these distinctions were rather murky. Most of the activities he seemed to indulge in could be forgotten as soon as he closed his eyes. There were none that he truly took to heart. On the contrary, what seemed to be shady deals he engaged in to get by were the results of his own sweat and blood. He did not have a favorite dish, nor did he have a favorite wine. All one could say when the topic was brought up was that the second young master loves to drink. But what exactly did the second young master like to drink? No one could really say. On the other hand, Shun Zichuan looked as though he had no preferences and could go along with anything. But feel him up a little, and one would be able to get a clear grasp on his likes and dislikes. He did not like strong bitter tea, just one sip, and he would never ever touch it a second time. He loved eating fish. As long as the location was right and no one was watching, he could debone the fish just as cleanly and neatly as a cat. Xiao Qie found it amusing. It was as if he had seen Shun Zichuan's soft spots. Shun Zichuan's waist. Shun Zichuan's back. Shun Zichuan's shoulder blades. He could recognize all these, even with his eyes closed. A boaster. One Xiao Qie thought to himself with lowered eyes as he held the robes. He could intimidate a person with a sudden glance. But after a few embraces, Xiao Qie could sense the joy and anger behind all those gentle words and flattery of his. He was just like the moon reflected in the water puddle tonight, where one provocation did not seem like it would stir up any great waves. But in fact, he had already put a black mark against you in his book and would find the next opportunity to kick back at you. Shun Zichuan came out with his robe draped over his shoulders. His hair was still damp. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Qie seated in the chair, playing with that ivory folding of his. His own clothes were neatly hung at the side. "We aren't done discussing," Xiao Qie stood up. "Drink the ginger soup and sit down to talk." Shun Zichuan stretched out his hand to raise the curtains, but Xiao Qie beat him to it and raised it with the fan. Both men stepped out. Most of the lights in the inner chamber were already extinguished, leaving only a glazed lamp lit. Shun Zichuan felt a little hot. After downing a bowl of ginger soup, he felt better. Although he was fine during the day, he was feeling dizzy and heavy-headed now. Shi Hongxian has been transferred to the Ministry of Revenue. The assessment for officials is around the corner, and he's in the Bureau of Evaluations. Xiao Qie said, "This will interfere with the officials' observational appraisals from the inspections." "Did you come up with this idea for him?" Shun Zichuan shook his head with the ginger soup in his mouth. After swallowing it down, he said, "It should be Shuexiu's idea. I have men in both the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War. If they were to be transferred out because of the assessment this round," Xiao Qie looked at him, "then our losses will far outweigh the gains." Shun Zichuan nodded and said, "This isn't something to worry too much about. Other than the connection through marriage between the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jiang Shu, and the Deputy General, Zhao Hui, the others aren't too conspicuous. I can't see how Shuexiu would get a thorough read on you either. Just let everyone conduct their businesses as usual. Besides, the inspections and assessments won't be carried out by just one clan. Secretariat Elder Hai will send his men over too. Shi Hongxian won't dare to act too brazenly. The inspection this time concerns Zhongbua. The snowstorm a while back has brought hardships upon Zhongbua. 10 or so people in total have died one after another. Hai Liangyi should be sending an official over this year to rectify the problem." Xiao Qie said. "Zhongbua." Shun Zichuan seemed to think back on it. "Zhongbua isn't easy to manage now. Should they send a literary official, he can't be guaranteed to hold up his own against the bandits, nor will he be able to command the newly dispatched garrison troops. There needs to be a proper plan for this place. Even Secretariat Elder High himself would have to fret over it. At present, there is no suitable candidate in Kudu. It's all negotiable as long as the one assigned is not from the noble clan. Tsijo has a bearing on the northeast provisions bridle path. It'd be inviting trouble if Tsijo were to fall into their hands. There is a need to plan ahead for rainy days. Plan ahead for rainy days. Xiao Qie softened his tone as he looked at Shun Zichuan's weary face. After Shun Zichuan's promotion, he had been running around on assignments on both ends. At night, he often had to be at Ohua Pavilion and socialize with Shi Hongxian, who had fair maidens in his arms and a position with practically no obligations. And because he wrote tunes for Li Jianheng, he did not even have to attend morning court sessions. He had plenty of time to rest. But Shun Zichuan had to stand guard before the emperor every day with his blade. He did not sleep at night, and in the day, he even had to deal with military craftsmen of all sorts. He was even busier when he was on duty, so much that he might not necessarily get the chance to eat his meals. He did not even have the time to bother about his residence on Donglong Street, which had been devoid of light due to the blockage of the protruding edges of his neighbor's eaves. It was only yesterday that he realized that his courtyard was already flooded. The bedding in the house was so damp that there was no way he could stay there. He could send Qiao Tianya over to Jiao Zui Temple to stay with his shifu and teacher. But he himself was not at liberty to. He looked even thinner now, let alone talk about gaining weight after the new year. Xiao Qie watched him for a long time, then reached out his hand across the small table to stroke Shun Zichuan's cheek. That cheek was unbelievably scalding hot. It was far from a little hot. Medicine had yet to be applied on the rashes on his neck. Xiao Qie wanted to call out to him, and yet at the same time, he did not feel like doing so. But his touch woke Shun Zichuan up. Shun Zichuan braced himself to keep his spirits up and said, we do have to plan ahead for rainy days. The hereditary prince, before he could finish his words, Xiao Qie had already leaned over to him. Xiao Qie's arms were strong and sturdy, and it was effortless for him to pick up Shun Zichuan. The bowl on the table was knocked over, and Xiao Qie used his leg to kick it away as he said in a leisurely and carefree manner, "This second young master will now take you to the nuptial chamber." Shun Zichuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and let himself hang over him, saying, "Have we already finished discussing the serious matters tonight?" "We're done." Xiao Qie clasped him around his back and said, "And now, it's time to repay your debt." After saying this, he bent his back to lay Shun Zichuan on the bedding. Shun Zichuan shielded his face from the light with his hand and said under his breath, "No lights. All the clearer to see you with if there's a little light." Xiao Qie undressed Shun Zichuan in this position. Shun Zichuan's chest was exposed, and he suddenly felt a coldness on his nape. He looked at Xiao Qie through the gaps between his fingers. Xiao Qie dipped his fingers into the ointment and dabbed it on the rashes. This whole process was as if he was oiling a piece of jade. The more he applied, the smoother it felt. It was so smooth Xiao Qie's heart was wavering out of control. He really did not have the makings of a gentleman. "I'll have to tie you up in a while, so you don't roll all over the place. Otherwise, this ointment would have been applied in vain." Xiao Qie closed the ointment box and took out a handkerchief to wipe his fingers slowly as he sat on the edge of the bed. He said self-mockingly, "You are the only one this second young master has ever served in his life." Shun Zichuan slipped into the bedding and turned his head aside to sleep. Xiao Qie sat for a while before he rose to blow out the last lamp. The bed sank as Xiao Qie hugged Shun Zichuan around his waist from behind and pulled him over from the edge of the bed to hold him captive in the crooks of his arms. "Got you bound." Xiao Qie said, "I'll throw you out right away if you dare to kick me." With opened eyes, Shun Zichuan looked at the window through which hazy moonlight was shining. His icy hands touched Xiao Qie's wrists that were restraining him. He said, "You're so hard." "Aha." After a moment of silence, Xiao Qie said, "I'd advise you not to venture downwards." Shun Zichuan endured it for a while before saying, "I'm talking about your waist token." "Is it the waist token?" Xiao Qie tilted his head slightly to the side and pressed it down beside Shun Zichuan's ear. He repeated, Is it the waste token? His words scalded Shen Zichuan. Xiao Qie said, you can't take it when I bite your ears, and you start trembling when I just ask a few questions. How dare you laugh at me for being rusty in bed when this is all you've got? Shen Zichuan composed himself for a moment before he said, then why don't we try switching positions? Xiao Qie actually sat up and helped Shen Zichuan sit on top of him. He released his hands and laughed. Undressing the robes or unbuckling the belts? Xiao Qie said, do as you please. There was no knowing whether Shen Zichuan was too sick or too feverish, but his breathing was in disarray, and he was not as composed as he always was. He said softly, tonight. Shen Zichuan had yet to finish his words when Xiao Qie held down the back of his head to kiss him ever so fiercely and guided his hand down to his sweet spot. Shen Zichuan cowered back. Xiao Qie laughed at him until Shen Zichuan felt indignant and started to struggle. Xiao Qie suddenly turned over and pinned him down once again under his body. The bed let out a creak, and the bedding sank. It was so burning hot that Shen Zichuan's palms were sweating. Xiao Qie's temperature was scalding. Shen Zichuan loathed this blazing heat, but he seemed to have nowhere to run, yet at the same time, there seemed to be still room for maneuver. They lurked in this intricate labyrinth-like game of chess, gaining a moment of reprieve from the illusion of mutual dependence they came to possess in the throes of passion and intimacy. Once they sank deep into indulgence, the feeling of ecstasy urged them onward. Sweet, drunken whispers resonated in their ears. Even though Shen Zichuan loathed that numbing heat, he was pushing Xiao Qie away, and at the same time, also pulling Xiao Qie towards himself. Xiao Qie tore away those clothes and pushed himself up along Shen Zichuan's back. Just as Xiao Qie had fantasized when he sat in the rattan chair, he did not miss a single inch of Shen Zichuan. He dominated this man, forcefully using his own scent to overpower the latter. Shen Zichuan wrapped his arms around Xiao Qie's neck and bit him. The two nuzzled the tips of their noses together, once again forging an extraordinary closeness in this moment of madness and depravity. Kissing him, Xiao Qie said, you're insane. Those torrents of bites that fell like a raging storm gradually settled into tender kisses, and the softness of lips and tongues dissolved away all defenses. It was under these intermittent murmurs of words that the insane man fell asleep. Xiao Qie caressed Shen Zichuan's cheek with his thumb and propped himself up slightly. Shen Zichuan was still grasping some of Xiao Qie's hair between his fingers as he slept soundly. Xiao Qie lowered his head and scrutinized him. In that instant, many thoughts ran through his mind. Desire is a shackle. In this moment, Xiao Qie invited Zhuo Qianqiu over to Kudu. Just to ask Shifu one question. Can desire be conquered? But in the end, he did not voice his question. Because he already knew that it was a question that Zhuo Qianqiu had no answer for, the only one who could answer it was Xiao Qie himself. Many people had said that he had been born at the wrong time, but he had already come into this world. To be in possession of desire was not a fault of his own making. He was merely a human. His name was Xiao Qie. He seemed to be the polar opposite of Shen Zichuan, yet he also seemed to be completely similar. The only one in this world who could understand the entirety of Xiao Qie's pain and suffering without any use of words was Shen Zichuan. And this was something they were perfectly well aware of since their very first kiss. Xiao Qie kissed Shen Zichuan between his brows and on the bridge of his nose. It did not matter by which name this feeling was called. They mutually staked their claims on one another, increasingly growing closer amidst their struggles. The pit of desire was bottomless, and the abyss of misery, unsurmountable. Grinding against each other ear to ear, temple to temple, too was a way to wear down their agony. But this way was getting too addictive, as if they could mutually alleviate their own pain by simply being next to each other. After that bout of insatiable pleasure-making, they tacitly began to shed their shells and reveal their true selves. The ravine of the past had become a puddle. It was as if all it took was a single leap or a single helping hand to stride over it before merging once again into one. Xiao Qie kissed Shen Zichuan again, and Shen Zichuan, in his slumber, tightened his grip on Xiao Qie's little braids. Ripples washed over the white moon in the water puddle under the abundance of cool breeze, while the heartbreaker and the lover-boar slept the entire night away nestled under the blanket of the moonlight. Chapter 61. Collapse. Chapter 61. collapse as the hour of Yin 1 approached. It suddenly rained. Chen Yang washed up in the resting hall. After wiping his face, he looked outside to see a drizzle of misty rain adorned with tiny flakes of snow. Have the kitchen heat up the stove. Chen Yang instructed to his left and right. Serve up the medicine for colds while it's hot, then prepare the ginger soup. Has Master and the judge's official robes been steamed? Send them over quickly. It's raining and snowing today, and the ground is slippery. Be careful when you go in and out to serve, don't fall, lest you make a disgrace of yourself. Before the day broke, those who served in the courtyard were already moving. Chen Yang held up an umbrella and made his way to the kitchen to check on the day's breakfast. When the cook saw him, he hurriedly got the attendant to get the lunchboxes. I heard last night that the judge had fallen ill. So I made fish soup this morning, along with some light side dishes. I've also prepared rice porridge and steamed twisted rolls too. The cook personally handed the lunchboxes to Chen Yang. These are breakfast for you gentlemen. All of you have been on guard the entire night last night. Drink something hot to dispel the chill. Chen Yang laughed when he touched the lunchboxes and said, all right. You even prepare Shaojiu wine 3 for Jiyu Jin. I shall thank you on his behalf. Get someone to serve up Master's breakfast without delay. I'll hurry over to wait on him first. The cook sent him out, and the attendant wanted to continue sending him on his way. Chen Yang turned the latter down and hurried back to the courtyard with his umbrella up. The 3 meals of guards like them cannot be touched by anyone else. They could only take turns to get it themselves. This was a hard and fast rule that had been laid down back in Libei. Chen Yang arrived at the courtyard and called down the other 3 men. They opened the lunchboxes and stood together to have their meals. Biting on the steamed bun, Ding Dao looked at the house and said, Master is up. Jiyu Jin said, is the horse carriage ready? He's running a little late today. Chen Yang nodded and said, I didn't expect it to rain today. Master still has to soak in the rain later when he arrives at the palace and waits to sign his name. His Excellency the judge's cold won't go away for quite a while. Does he not plan to take a leave of absence? Who's he asking? Jiyu Jin and Ding Dao looked at each other, then simultaneously looked at Xiao Tianya, who had come along for the free meal. Xiao Tianya drank the porridge in one mouthful and held up a finger. Before he could speak, the other 3 said in unison, swallow. He swallowed and said, he won't dare to take even a day off. My master is still considered a newly appointed official. How would he dare to be the first to take leave when the senior above him is still fine? He can't be busier than the commander-in-chief, can he? Ding Dao said, you imperial bodyguards are really no good. Even when it comes to falling sick, you have to talk about seniority. Xiao Tianya said, it can't be helped. Everyone at the top and bottom is watching. As the 4 of them ate and chatted, the door on the other side opened. The maidservants entered and exited with serving trays in hands. Shun Zichuan was drenched in sweat after being embraced by Xiao Qie for the entire night. The rashes on his neck had not gone away. Xiao Qie had already put on his clothes. Seeing that Shun Zichuan still did not look too good, he set his fingers against Shun Zichuan's forehead and said, the medicine is on the table. Drink it while it's hot. Shun Zichuan put on his boots and got off to drink the medicine before he draped his clothes around him to put it on. Both men stood back to back before the mirror amid the rustling sound of clothes scraping across skins and fabrics. Shun Zichuan fastened his waist belt and pushed the window open to look at the sky. He said, this rain really comes at a bad time. There's no movement last night. It's still not too late to unclog the ditches today. Xiao Qie came closer. The maidservant behind him who was trying to put on his crown for him could not reach him, so Shun Zichuan reached out to take it. Xiao Qie propped himself against the window, and Shun Zichuan put it on for him. Both men locked gazes with one another. Smells bitter. Xiao Qie said. If you come any closer, Shun Zichuan said, the smell will be even stronger. The maidservants at the sides lowered themselves, not daring to make a sound. Xiao Tianya was already holding up the umbrella just before they stepped out. Shun Zichuan descended the stairs. He had yet to walk out of the courtyard when he saw Tan Tai Hu hurrying over. Tan Tai Hu still did not look too good when he saw Shun Zichuan, but he still bowed to him in greeting before striding up the stairs in a hurry. Laohu. Chen Yang greeted him. What's the matter? Xiao Qie had already come out. Ji Jin put on his cloak for him while Xiao Qie looked at Tan Tai Hu and said nothing. Tan Tai Hu kneeled on one knee and reported in an urgent tone. Viceroy. The Donglong Street Patrol Squad sent back word earlier that Ohua Pavilion has collapsed. Shun Zechuan halted in his tracks and waited for Tan Tai Hu to continue. Tan Tai Hu wiped away the rainwater on his face and said, "It's one thing for it to collapse on the second young master of the Shi clan. But who knew His Majesty was inside too?" Xiao Qie's gaze was cutting cold. As he raised his head, the rain and snow fell even harder. Shun Zechuan took large strides out of the office. Ji Qingqing was already waiting at the bottom of the stairs. As Shun Zechuan hung up his waist token, he said, "Tell me the details." The imperial bodyguards swiftly followed him out of the courtyard. With a hand on his blade, Ji Qingqing whispered, "His Majesty sneaked out on the sly. No one knew about this when the building collapsed this morning. When those courtesans were dug out, men from the 8 great training divisions were still urgently looking for Shi Hongxian. Who would have expected His Majesty to be missing when the eunuch lifted the curtain for a look once the time came for the palace's morning court session to start? They couldn't find him. At first, they went to Tsaiwei Palace to check with Imperial Concubine Mu, but Imperial Concubine Mu had no idea either. That was when chaos erupted. It was only when the presences of Empress Dowager and 3rd Missy Hua were requested and the palace maids serving him were interrogated that we learned that His Majesty had disguised as an eunuch last night and insisted on going with Shi Hongxian to Ohua Pavilion for some fun. Shun Zechuan did not look pleased as he said, "There are patrol checks at all levels in the inner palace. He must have had help, otherwise, he won't even be able to stride out of Mingli Hall. That's the odd thing." Ji Qingqing lowered his voice even more. "During my questioning, I heard the guards say that no one came in or out at all last night." Shun Zechuan's expression remained unchanged as he detachedly watched the 8 great training divisions march past in formation. He walked the entire way in a hurry, braving the rain. No one dared to hold up their umbrellas at this moment. Dark clouds hung over each of the officials' faces, their gloomy expressions so somber it was as if their parents died. Hai Liangyi and Xiao Qie stood before the collapsed building. The collapse of Ohua Pavilion had consequently brought down half the street of closely clustered buildings with it. The swill in the gutter had long overflowed, causing the entire Donglong Street to reek to high heaven in this downpour. Everyone had to wade through the water to make their way through. The Minister of Works, Pan Xiangjie, was the head of the Pan clan, one of the 8 great clans. Although he shared the same surname as Pan Rugi from the reign of Xianda, Pan Rugi was really not in the same league as them. Pan Xiangjie was of the same age as Hai Liangyi, and had never dared to commit any major blunder while he held this position. Knowing that he would never make it into the Grand Secretariat, he had always been careful and prudent with the hope of retiring in peace after a few more days, especially since his son was already the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. He had never expected to get himself some sleep, only for the sky to collapse when he woke up. Pan Xiangjie could not even stand steady on his feet, and he was so anxious his hands trembled. He kept saying, "Quick! Dig quickly! His Majesty is still inside." The rainwater had doused Hai Liangyi to the point he was expressionless. He had never thought that Li Jianheng would be so muddle-headed to such an extent just to play. Several times, he wiped away the rainwater, looking as though he was also wiping away his tears. He said to Xiao Qie, "Dig. Rescue His Majesty first." Xiao Qie took off his cloak and waded his way down through the water to take a look at the situation. The current stand-in for the 8 great training divisions was Han Cheng's younger brother, Han Jin. Han Jin rolled up the legs of his trousers and lifted the hem of his robe to follow Xiao Qie down. "Viceroy!" Han Jin shouted in the rain. "The bottom is already hollowed out. We dare not dig." Not only was the lower area hollowed out, but it was also all set with vats and jars. But no one dared to voice it out. These vats and jars had been smashed when the building collapsed. If Li Jianheng were to be squashed underneath, then he was really a goner. The first emperor in the history of Dazhou who was crushed to death when he sneaked out for a rendezvous, which historian would dare to write it? No one had ever seen anything so depressing. His Majesty rested in the upper area last night. Shen Zichuan removed his blade and got into the water. He said, "The place isn't deep. I fear it will collapse further." Xiao Qie raised his body. "Call the men from the Ministry of Works over." Center Yu had just rushed his way over. The moment Shen Zichuan saw him, he immediately said to Hai Liangyi, Secretariat Elder, "The public ditch must be dredged today. If this rain doesn't stop, we won't be able to drain the water. And it's near the Kaling River at the back too." Center Yu said, "I went to take a look earlier. The buildings along the banks have already all collapsed. The foundation at the bottom has long been soaked rotten. How long has it been since the stone bricks on the dam have been repaired? If the water rises later, half of Kudu will be flooded. What has the Ministry of Works been doing all these years? Pan Xiangjie, you muddle-headed fool. How many times have I told you about this, huh?" Pan Xiangjie fell to his knees with a thud. His old mob of hair was already half white. He burst out wailing, "What can I do? Can you blame me for this? Those from the Ministry of Revenue are all influential bureaucrats. I've already mentioned this to them 800 years ago. What can I do if they don't allocate the funds and transfer manpower? Center Shuani, what can I do?" He scooped up this swill water, unable to speak as he choked with sobs. Kowtowing on the ground with his head, he cried out, "We are going to have to pay for this with our lives. You are a senior of the present imperial court. Stop disgracing yourself." Hai Liangyi suddenly cut him off and bellowed, "His Majesty's fate hangs in the balance. We don't know if he's dead or alive. It's an emergency now. Even if you want to shirk responsibility and shift the blame, at least wait for him to be rescued first. Assign 800 men from the Imperial Army's current defense and follow the Ministry of Works to unclog the public ditch immediately. Tear down all the houses that have violated the regulations and occupied land illegally. As for the Ministry of Revenue, total up the state treasury money without delay and assemble the victims of those whose houses have collapsed at Jiaozui Temple to centralize the distribution of aid reliefs. The 8 great training divisions shall patrol the major city gates. All entries and exits must be accompanied by diplomatic notes and official documents. We are at the critical juncture now. I expect everyone to work as one to stabilize the situation. Don't lose your composure." With that, Hai Liangyi suddenly looked at Shen Zichuan. "Have the imperial bodyguards guard the inner palace. You mustn't let any other people take advantage of this situation to stir up trouble. If there's anyone who rebels, then act in accordance with my orders and execute them on the spot." Those starting to get restless in this heavy downpour instantly calmed down under this succession of commands teeming with murderous intent. Hai Liangyi walked a few steps and removed his wuxia hat for in the rain. His Majesty is the Son of Heaven. With rainwater sliding down and dripping off his face, Hai Liangyi said with finality, "Our dajo has been in power for a century. It's still not the time for its demise." Li Jianheng was stuck underneath broken wood, facing down. The icy cold water pouring on his neck jolted him awake. He found it hard to breathe. His chest was too tightly wedged, and his ribs were hurting terribly. Li Jianheng coughed and shouted in a raspy voice, Save me." These sounds were hoarse and powerless, too quiet to be heard in the downpour. Li Jianheng shifted his gaze to see that the courtesan beside him had already gone cold. Her ghastly white flesh lay squashed between broken walls, and several strands of her hair had been stained red from the dripping blood. Li Jianheng began to tremble. He could no longer recognize this to be the beauty he had been clapping hands and dancing with last night. "Save me." Li Jianheng hung down his head and said with all his effort, "Save me." The coughs of someone choking on water rang out below him. Half of Shi Hongshuan's body was soaked in the water. He was half on his back, having crashed down right on top of the jars, and his blooded back was badly mangled. He gasped for air and said, "Your Majesty, stop calling for them. No one can hear you." Li Jianheng was beside himself as he pushed at the broken pieces of wood with his elbows, but it was all in vain. One of his shoes had fallen off, and he was so freezing cold that his face had gone pale. He said, "Someone will definitely come to save me, of course." Shi Hongxian began laughing in a muffled voice. "You are the Son of Heaven." Li Jianheng said, "What are you laughing at?" Shi Hongxian smacked his lips and spat out some sandy mud. He said, "I'm laughing at this thing called fate. Don't you find it strange how people seem to be repeating the cycle of life on the wheel of reincarnation?" Li Jianheng lifted his eyelids but could see nothing. He said darkly, "No. There's no cycle. Your Majesty's birth mother of the Yu clan," Shi Hongxian shifted his body with some difficulty, "was drowned in the same way." Splash. The dirty, foul water moved away from his neck and splashed somewhere else. In this minute trickle flow, Li Jianheng swallowed. Drowned. With difficulty, Li Jianheng recalled those fleeting and ephemeral childhood memories. He looked at that morbidly white flesh once again, yet it seemed to be his mother he was seeing. The woman was pressed into the swill bucket, her fingernails raking at the ground until they were blooded pulps of flesh. As water splashed on her face, Li Jianheng saw her ghastly white neck and arms. Drowned. Li Jianheng's tears welled up. He frantically covered his eyes with his hands and yelled resentfully, "Shut up. You shut up." Shi Hongxian fell silent. But Li Jianheng no longer wanted to stay close to this body any longer. He started to cry and shoot his mouth off, hurling abuses and profanities as he said, "Don't mention her. I am the supreme ruler on the imperial throne." Li Jianheng rasped for air, his face looking sinister through the gaps of his 10 fingers. "My mother is the current Empress Dowager." Chapter 62, Family Background. Chapter 62, Family Background. Li Jianheng never spoke of his birth mother to anyone else, because the topic was his sore spot. His birth mother of the Yu clan did not have an imperial concubine title and was just a lowly palace maid. Official records had her surname shoddily listed as Yu, and that was all the information provided on her. When Li Jianheng was still in swaddles, Emperor Xianda's birth mother, Lady Lu, brought him back into her palace, but she merely fed and clothed him. His lack of education and skills today was all because no one remembered him when he was supposed to begin schooling. Subsequently, he spent all his time playing with the eunuchs. He did not have an imperial concubine mother, only a nanny. His nanny was the lover of the personal eunuch serving Emperor Xianda. She was a snob, and she treated Li Jianheng cruelly. Every day, she dressed him up until he looked all fine and presentable, yet he often woke up hungry in the night. Li Jianheng did tell his older brother about this once, and Emperor Xianda threw a fit at his personal eunuch. The eunuch then went back to cuss and hit the nanny. The next day onwards, the nanny gave Li Jianheng the cold shoulder and served him cold meals. She never hit him, but she had a tongue so sharp and cutting that Li Jianheng never dared to mention it to anyone again. Before he learned how to speak properly, he already knew a whole plethora of vulgar words. His nanny told him that his birth mother was a cheap whore from the palace. Because of her secret pregnancy that was the result of an illicit relationship, she was kept indoors by the former lady of the palace to recuperate. Although the word was recuperate, she never left the compound for years and was deathly ill. She even kept harboring the wishful thinking of getting the chance to meet her son and speak to him. When Li Jianheng was 5, Emperor Guangqing came to Lady Lu's palace to check on Emperor Xianda's, Li Jianyun, progress with schoolwork. As they were speaking, Li Jianheng, who was playing cricket with others, was seen by Emperor Guangqing, who called him over. That was his first time meeting his father. The Guangqing emperor asked him about some writings. Li Jianheng held the cricket tightly in his hands and did not dare to look at Emperor Guangqing. He was unable to speak eloquently either, often stuttering and ignorant of what was asked of him. Emperor Guangqing found him stupid. Li Jianheng was already 5, yet he was still unable to articulate himself well, had not an ounce of decorum, and seemed timid. He did not have the aura of a royal scion at all. Li Jianheng really wanted to talk to Emperor Guangqing, but he was afraid. He did not think that this person was his father, and he even started crying during the lengthy questioning. This made Emperor Guangqing disdain him utterly. And this first time was also the last time he saw Emperor Guangqing. It was only when Emperor Guangqing left that Li Jianheng realized that he had unknowingly squashed the cricket in his hand to death. Li Jianyun thought that this younger brother of his was useless. His health was still fine then, and he was the prince after the crown prince, who was the most in favor. He pitied Li Jianheng, so he pleaded with Emperor Guangqing and started to bring Li Jianheng along to classes with him. Li Jianheng got to know his brothers, but they were all living in the lap of luxury. He slowly came to the realization that they were not his brothers. They ridiculed him, they spoke of protocols and propriety, they made him bow to them. Li Jianheng did not understand. He did not have to kneel and kowtow to his brothers on seeing them, but this was what they taught him. When he did so, not one eunuch or palace maid went forward to help him up. It was only when the crown prince and Li Jianyun were around that everyone acted with brotherly affection like kin brothers. Li Jianheng would not say a word about it, and he had no one to tell either. Gradually, he stopped going to school on time. He started to play the fox with Li Jianyun, feigning illness and sleeping in. He would not go if he could help it. Li Jianyun felt that Li Jianheng was a lost cause who could not be taught and set straight. Subsequently, he came to give up too. There was a time when Li Jianheng followed a eunuch through a dog hole. He squeezed his way through, and the eunuchs covered their mouths to snicker at him. They gave him candies from the imperial bakery. He was like a puppy seeking food, one that had been coaxed into wagging his tail by those few melted candies. It was in that dog hole he obtained a lot of food he had never sampled before, and it was also from that dog hole he saw his mother. Li Jianheng did not recognize Lady Yu. The eunuch egged Li Jianheng on, calling Yu a feeble invalid, so Li Jianheng spat at her and called her the same. Lady Yu leaned against the wall, crying as she looked at him. Li Jianheng found this woman eccentric. The way she looked at him gave him the heebie-jeebies, so much that even he himself wanted to cry. After getting back, his nanny scolded Li Jianheng again. When Li Jianheng wanted to pee in the middle of the night, he heard the nanny having a secret rendezvous with the eunuch who had egged him into cussing. He was caught red-handed by both of them when he accidentally kicked the chamber pot after he was done peeing. The nanny was afraid that Li Jianheng would tell on them, so after that night, she gave him lots of candies and never scolded him again, instead treating him as though she yearned to hold him in her arms and coax him all day long. There were many kinds of candies, and one of them was called the silk-nested tiger's eye candy. There was only a little of it every day, which Li Jianheng could not bear to eat. Instead, he followed behind Li Jianyun every day and gave it to him to eat. But, from that year onwards, Li Jianyun's health started to deteriorate to the point he was so sick he could not even attend classes. Lady Lu checked the food and beverages in the palace, but her investigation threw up nothing. Every night, she wept before Li Jianyun. The imperial physicians came and went, but Li Jianyun never got better. The nanny stopped giving Li Jianheng candies. Li Jianheng created a din, demanding his candies, so the nanny told him that the feeble invalid in the eastern courtyard who had been cussed by Li Jianheng wanted to tell on him to forbid him from eating candies again. Li Jianheng had been thinking of the silk-nested tiger's eye candy, and thus, he hated that sickly woman. The nanny also said that if Li Jianheng wanted to eat candies again, he had to complain to Lady Lu and tell her that those earlier candies had been given by the sickly woman. Li Jianheng did not dare to tell Lady Lu, so he secretly told Li Jianyun. Li Jianyun looked at him from where he lay on the couch, and it was in that instant Li Jianheng felt that his elder brother resembled his father. Li Jianheng was roused awake in the night. The nanny led him out, where he heard sploshing sounds from the main hall. From where he was behind the hanging curtain, he saw a blur of human figures. Li Jianyun, who was lying on the couch with an overcoat around him, beckoned to him. Li Jianheng ran over. That sickly woman was half-naked, with her head pressed into the bucket of swill. Again and again, her head was forced into it. She choked and coughed out water, and water poured back into her nose and mouth. Her fingernails had been reduced to blooded pulps from all that clawing. Li Jianyun held Li Jianheng and said nothing. The sight frightened Li Jianheng, and he looked back many times at Li Jianyun. But there was no smile on Li Jianyun's face, and so Li Jianheng did not dare to smile too. When the woman was pressed into the bucket, a gurgling sound rang out. She raked her nails on the bucket in agony, her skinny fingers digging into the wood shavings, making the slits in her nails a dirty mess. Li Jianheng looked at her, but he could not remember her face clearly. But the sloshing sound stayed in his memory. The nanny was a tall and healthy woman. Li Jianheng did not like her. All the women he came to choose in the future were petite or sickly. Li Jianheng did not like water either, he found it filthy. After that night, The nanny treated him well. Li Jianyun treated him well, too. It was just that no one mentioned his study anymore, and Li Jianyun no longer kept him to practice calligraphy. Li Jianyun even assigned eunuchs to play with him. Li Jianheng was thoroughly free. He played the whole day until he fell asleep. When he grew to be a teenager and had to move to a separate residence, Li Jianyun sent quite a number of pretty women to his residence. Once Li Jianheng got a taste of them and understood the pleasure of indulging in beautiful women, he spiraled out of control. Until many years later, Li Jianheng found out that that sickly woman was Lady Yu. My mother is the current Empress Dowager. Li Jianheng's fingers trembled. He seemed to be saying it to Shi Hongxian and, at the same time, directing it at himself as he muttered these words over and over like a man gone mad. Shi Hongxian sniffled and listened as Li Jianheng harped on. He could not help but grin and say, "Your Majesty, to let everyone think this, the honor accorded to the Empress Dowager has to be sufficient. And now, the Empress Dowager, hiss." He sucked in a breath from the pain and continued, "happens to lack a son." Li Jianheng felt a stabbing pain in his chest as he gasped for breath. He haphazardly wiped away his tears with his fingers and said, I won no. I don't think you know." Shi Hongxian said. Li Jianheng said, "Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner here?" The words of a man on his deathbed always come from the heart. Blood oozed from Shi Hongxuan's mouth. He spat a few more times before saying, "If you and I can't get out today, then there will be no ruler and his minister. We will be merely rats in a pit waiting to drown in the water. What kind of emperor are you? When Xiao II lifted you onto the dragon throne earlier, you ingratiate yourself with him like you would an ancestor. Have you forgotten? You are his master to begin with. Risking his life to save you is what he should do. What logic is there for parents to be grateful to their sons and grandsons? It's with the Libe armored cavalry that each of the men of the Xiao clan now enjoy such prestige and power. Such a ridiculous thing would be totally unheard of a few decades back with Emperor Guangxing at the head. I get truly worried when I look at you. How does it feel to be an emperor to such an extent? You aren't even as carefree and happy as I was during the times I was mixing around the sultans being an imperial merchant. If you're going to remain in this position and suffer such trifle indignities, you might as well drown here with me today." Hurting from having spoken such a big chunk, he grimaced in pain and spent a moment to take a breather. As he listened to Li Jianheng's sobs, he suddenly began to choke with sobs too. "Your Majesty," Shi Hongxian laid bare his feelings and said, "My mother was a woman from Qinju. She was of lowly birth. She could win my father's favor because her mother's old man earned some money by relying on the pointers given by the preceding old Madame Yao. Look at me. I am the second son of lawful birth, but instead of living like a man, I lead a dog's life back at home. Why do you think I dared to head down to the Shu Sea when I was 18 to beg for a living among the wind and waves there? It's all because my parents were biased and handed this massive family fortune to my eldest brother. Later, I met with a disaster at sea. With my constitution wrecked, I had to recuperate in Qinju for more than half a year. See how horrifyingly obese I am. It's all from the nourishments I downed back then to preserve my life. Ugly, right? Haha. But before I was injured, I was also a handsome man in Qinju. Before I left, I met a woman whom I loved very much. We were engaged to get married before I set out to sea. But when I returned, she had already married someone else. She became my dear sister-in-law. What a great elder brother Shi Jiyuan is. He even had to take care of my woman for me when he heard that I had met with difficulty. Where else can I find such a wonderful elder brother? I'll thank him all my life." Shi Hongxian cried and laughed as he spoke in this dimmed, damp, and narrow place. "I'll freaking thank him all my life. Your Majesty, who in this world isn't pitiful? Are you willing to let me be the Grand Secretary who holds sway over the imperial court and commoners because you pity me? You pity Xiao II. And let him become the tremendously popular viceroy in Kudu for a time. But who will pity you? If Xiao II is truly sincere towards you, then would he have let Xiao Jiming say that kind of words before you? Isn't that just abusing his power to bully people around? Then look again at that Shen VIII who has landed himself Shen Wei as his old man. Is the imperial prison such a fun place to be in? He fell into Ji Lei's hand at 15 years of age and was whipped and flayed so badly it was as if he had taken a tumble in hell itself. He may be out of there now, but look at him, he has clearly grown into a spectre. Everyone in the world is pitiful. If you pity each and every one of them, then how are you going to be an emperor? As the saying goes, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. One has to look out for their own interests first. Your Majesty, don't listen to all those garrulous people who speak of the lowly origins of their mothers and the likes. Your surname is Li, and mine is Shi. For us, that's enough. Men are born to be distinguished between the superior and the inferior, the lowly and the nobles. All those rhetorical questions insinuating no one is born to be ruling classes too are just to goad an egg on fools. If no one goes by the rules, then where would countries and states come from? Your name is Li Jianheng, and therefore you are born superior to him, Xiao Qie. What are you afraid of even if his Xiao clan dares to harbor wicked intentions? You're the one who has the hearts and minds of all the commoners in the world. No matter what their maneuver is, they are all traitors and rebels. Who in the world would dare to disobey if you raise your arms and make the call? This is what the Son of Heaven is. This is what the Son of Heaven is. Li Jianheng found these words so rousing and enlightening that it snapped him to his senses. For the first time in this wet and filthy caved-in pit, he came to understand who he was. At some point, the tears were already streaming down his face. He thought back on everything that had transpired in the past, feeling as if he had lived in vain. Unwilling to let this opportunity slip, Shi Hongxian braced himself and continued in a strained voice, "Are they laughing at you for being uneducated and cowardly? Who in this world doesn't fear death? They can say anything they want when the blade is not held against their necks. But when it is, 9 out of 10 will pee in their pant. You are the emperor, not an artisan. When it comes to matters involving learning, the students from the Imperial College will naturally provide the answers. As for governmental affairs, isn't that what the Grand Secretariat is for? Isn't it there to deliberate over matters for you and advise you? You are the emperor. You are an emperor. I'm the emperor." Li Jianheng was feeling both hot and cold as he trembled and repeated, "You're right. I'm the emperor." Shi Hongxian grabbed the moment with finesse. Seeing that he was almost there, he heaved a sigh of relief. The fucking nerve of whoever it was to tamper with Ohua Pavilion. With the building collapsed and flooded, all evidence would have been washed away. With no lead in the investigation, the blame would fall squarely on Shi Hongxuan's head. If he could not hold Li Jianheng in his grasp, then just the impeachment from the Chief Surveillance Bureau alone after he had gotten out of here was enough to skin him. He could kiss goodbye to his newly appointed secretary for the Bureau of Evaluations of the Ministry of Revenue position. It was even possible that Hai Liangyi would execute him because of this incident. In this filthy water, Shi Hongxian carefully ran his hands through his interpersonal network of connections. He did not want to die, nor did he want to be exiled. It had not been easy for him to kick off Shi Jiyuan and climb his way to this position, as well as meet such a rare good master like Li Jianheng. He had to live. Hurry up. With his lips turning pale from the loss of blood, Shi Hongxian silently said to himself, "Xue Xiuzhua, Hai Liangyi, Shen Zichuan, and even Xiao Qie. Whoever it was, hurry up and take him out of here. Li Jianheng must not die here. If he were to die here, all he had done in the past would go down the drain." Just as Shi Hongxian was about to close his eyes, a loud rumble suddenly rang out above them. Following right after, the broken wall debris tumbled down noisily. The stinky water also came pouring in as various voices mingled in the heavy rain. Shi Hongxian almost wept with joy. He heard Li Jianheng being hoisted up. Then, under the simultaneous shouts of the Imperial Army, the heavy weights pinning him down were lifted off him. The stinky water was already up to Shi Hongxuan's waist. He shifted his arms and shouted, "Save, save!" Xiao Qie looked down at Shi Hongxian from above. The heavy rain washed down on him, and Shi Hongxian suddenly felt a chill rose within him. Even when the water swelled to Shi Hongxuan's chest, Xiao Qie still did not look as if he had the intention to pull him out. "Xiao," Shi Hongxian enunciated his words with hatred. The water swiftly brimmed over his head. He struggled all he could as he choked on foul water and flailed about for survival. By the time Shi Hongxian was dragged up, he had already been submerged until his entire mouth reeked of sewage. As Xiao Qie lifted him, he dug his fingers hard into Xiao Qie's arms, cutting a sorry sight as he craned his neck and gasped under his breath, "Screw your mother." Xiao Qie flipped his hand over to press him down, and Shi Hongxian clawed at the mud as the sludge filled his mouth and nose. This sense of suffocation made him rake and pull with all his might, but he could not make Xiao Qie's iron arms budge even the slightest. Xiao Qie had the intent to kill, but he could not hold him down to his death for real. The people at the back had yet to withdraw completely, and Li Jianheng had been awake and sober when he was taken out. Xiao Qie lifted him by the back of his collar and lowered his head to say sinisterly, "Say that to me again." Chapter 63, Dredge. Chapter 63, Dredge. Shi Hongxian trembled as he puked, his face terrifying pale. Han Jin, who was behind them, saw that the situation did not bode well and hurriedly waded over to stop them. Xiao Qie released his hands and watched as Shi Hongxian was lifted into the sedan. The rain was still pouring, and all the major and minor officials were crying as they chased after Li Jianheng's sedan and swarmed their way back to the palace gates. Pan Xiangjie ran until his shoes fell off. The old man lifted the hem of his robe, panting and not forgetting to cry out, "Your Majesty." Everyone around them was more or less the same. Only Hai Liangyi was as dignified as ever as he followed the sedan the entire way back to the palace. The imperial physicians, who have long been waiting, rushed over to meet them in a fluster, and the chaotic procession continued into the inner palace where a plainly dressed Mu Ayu came to receive them. The moment she saw Li Jianheng all covered in blood, her tears began to flow. The Empress Dowager let Hua Xiangyi help her out and said in a hostile tone to Han Cheng, "It's one thing for you to be anxious, but why did you call a bunch of elder excellences to run along? All of them are advanced in age, and they have all got caught in the rain. Won't it exacerbate the situation further if anything were to happen to them?" There was a rustle as the imperial bodyguards kneeled. Han Cheng said, "This humble subject deserves death. Hurry over and get them to prepare the soup and distribute clothes." The Empress Dowager then said to the ministers, "It touches me to see how sincere and loyal everyone is. Now that His Majesty is already back at the palace, there's no need for any rush at this point in time. The weather is so cold. Everyone, please head to the side hall to seek shelter from the wind and have a bowl of hot soup. Do not fall ill at this juncture." The various officials kowtowed to say their thanks. The Empress Dowager said again, "Grand Secretary and the Grand Secretariat, as well as the excellencies of the various bureaus, please come in for a talk." Center Yu was not around. He remained at Donglong Street to dredge up the public sores together with Xiao Qie. Yu Xiaozai, who was of low official grade, followed behind them and helped Center Yu to carry the straw raincoat. Xiao Qie's head and face were thoroughly drenched in water. The chilly wind blew until everyone all around was trembling, yet he was not the least bit affected. While digging up the two men earlier, he had alone lifted up that weight that was near 100 jin. One at present, he was wrapping a handkerchief around the area between his thumb and index finger, with an expression that did not look too good. It's all poverty-stricken households living in the low-lying area. It isn't easy for them to have a house built out of broken wood to live in. 9 out of 10 did not give their agreements when they heard that the houses are going to be demolished. With his bare feet soaking in the water, Center Yu lifted the hem of his soaked official robe and tucked it around his waist. He continued, "Only Donglong Street is flooded today because Donglong Street is right next to Kaling River. If this rain doesn't stop, Viceroy, then the water level on the other streets will rise tomorrow too. If the imperial court is willing to give those poverty-stricken households whose houses are demolished a subsidy of 5 taels of silver, then they will all be willing." Partially covered in mud, Tan Tai Hu said, "They just want to have a place to stay. As long as we are willing to subsidize them money, then it won't be a problem. This humble subject feels that those who obstruct the dredging are the big residences. Each of those residences violated the regulations to expand their lands, and there have been many cases where they come to blows with one another in private. Who would be willing to wreck a perfectly good house for just 5 taels of silvers now that we are telling them to tear down their houses? They won't even respond if we knock on their doors. I'm afraid we can't come to an agreement regarding the subsidy. Senator Yu, who had run around in official circles for a long time, was very much aware of the ins and outs of it. He said, "It is on account of the Grand Secretary High that the Ministry of Revenue is willing to take out the money to offer aid reliefs to the disaster victims. This sum of money still has to be separately counted when the time comes. They will never agree if they still have to subsidize each household 5 taels of silver. Your Excellency, don't hold it against this uncouth fellow for saying something unpleasant, but why are you still thinking about the money at this juncture?" Tantai, whose chest heaved. "An epidemic might break out once this water rises and people die. At that point, it'd be pointless keeping the silver. Brother Hu, don't get worked up." Yu Xiaozai raised his hands to soothe everyone. He said, "You don't have a clear idea of this account. The Ministry of Revenue has their own difficulties. They don't really begrudge this amount. As it nears the inspection, they will have a peace of mind if they can do a wonderful job on this matter. It will make them look good, so they will only be too happy to do it, won't they? But why are they unwilling? It's all because they are embarrassingly short of cash. Let's say they take this sum of money out now to deal with the emergency at hand. In a few more days, it will be the spring plowing farming season in the various lands. There is not a single harvest in the places affected by disasters last year. Based on the localities' reports, the Ministry of Revenue has to consider allocating money to the localities so that the affected local prefectural yamen or provincial administration commissioners can use the money to buy seeds from the neighboring provinces with bumper harvests. This is a major issue concerning the meals of hundreds of thousands of people. So how would they dare to act rashly and touch the existing money in the state treasury? Moreover, since these people are expanding their lands against the law, they should be found guilty and punished according to the law if the matter of illegal occupation of the public ditches was to be investigated and pursued. The imperial court has not even punished them, so how can they dig into the coffers to give them money instead? If they don't run through this matter clearly, then our Chief Surveillance Bureau will have to impeach their Ministry of Revenue in the future. That's why everyone is in a spot. Yu Xiaozai had the ability to calm people down. When those slightly accented words left his mouth, even the most major of issues could wait. What he said was the truth, not because he was taking sides with anyone. The problem was precisely what he had said. The locality's plowing and planting season in spring directly concerned Dazhou's course of action this year. The army provisions of 2 major strategic frontier lands depended on the grain harvests of Juesh's 13 cities and Huzhou's frontline. So no one dared to be slipshod. This was their number 1 priority. What could they do? Forcibly going ahead with the demolition would rouse public wrath. Half of the men from the Imperial Army were currently from military households in Kudu. There weren't many of them who lived in Donglong Street, but there weren't just a few either. When Hai Liangyi entrusted this matter to the Imperial Army, he was, in fact, entrusting it to Xiao Qiye. Because once this matter was handed over to the 8 great training divisions, then there would be no consideration of any compromise. Han Jin would directly call for the place to be leveled outright. But there was no way they could simply overlook the potential danger that could arise as a result of this. He had meant for Xiao Qiye to think of a way. Xiao Qiye bandaged the area between his thumb and index finger tightly. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a man walking over in the rain. Shun Zechuan cupped his hands in greeting to them and said, "Just as I've guessed. All the gentlemen are here. How's the progress for the public ditches? It's a tough one to deal with." Senator Yu let out a long sigh. "We can't very well just tear them down. Ultimately, what makes it hard for the Ministry of Revenue is that they can't figure out the expense quota for the upcoming spring plow." Although Shun Zechuan looked calm, his cheeks were tinged with red. He looked at the rain and said, "This account can actually be estimated. This untalented one has seen the Imperial Bodyguard's records archives, so I have some insights regarding it. Would the Viceroy mind hearing what I have to say?" Xiao Qiye stared at him and said, "Judge, please go ahead and voice it." Shun Zechuan thought for a moment, then said, "Last year, when the new emperor ascended the throne, there was general amnesty granted to various lands. Consequently, Jueshi was exempted from 30% taxes. They had a bumper year last year. Other than Huaizhou and Dunju of Zhongbua, both of which reported damages caused by disasters. The others all had no problem. Viceroy, Dunju is hard-pressed for food this year. The prefectural yamen will definitely have to buy grains from Tsizhou, whose granaries are filled to the brim. There was heavy snow at the start of the year, with the snow in Zhongbua blanketing all the houses. Didn't the hereditary prince set aside 40,000 taels from Libei armored cavalry's military funds this year for Tsizhou so that they would have enough for aid relief? You can get Tsizhou to repay this favor now. Ask the hereditary prince to send a letter to Tsizhou's prefectural prefect, Zhu Gui, and get him to give a rebate for the grains he sells to Dunju based on that 40,000 taels. That way, the Ministry of Revenue will be able to save on their allocation of funds to Tsizhou and use that money for the current house demolition subsidies. Yu Xiaozai pondered over it again and said, but the matter of illegally occupying public ditches is still a crime if it were to be pursued further. The Ministry of Revenue can't do it, right? The illegal occupation of public ditches is indeed punishable by the law. But special times require special treatment. We can't just follow the set rules and apply the same old rigid rules to the situation every time. Sun Zichuan paused for a moment. The imperial court can't meet the disaster victims. So this subsidy is a kindness, an act of imperial magnanimity. It's most appropriate for His Excellency Center to be the one to step forth and discuss this matter. The Ministry of Revenue is really not that hard-hearted either. As long as it isn't wrong, the account is clear, and the money is sufficient, they are sure to proceed right at once. The inspection was just around the corner, and the assessments and evaluations were related to the promotion of personnel from the various bureaus. Everyone would be more than willing to get an outstanding. So, as long as it was reasonable enough, they would certainly be willing to do it. Let's talk about Tsizhou again. Sun Zichuan looked at Xiao Qie. Zhongbua wants to construct the former city this year. Although we still don't know which excellency will be assigned, it is still going to be an expense to deploy manpower when the time comes. The viceroy is in Tsizhou's favor because of the matter this time. When the time to construct the former city, you can tag that manpower expenditure on those whose houses were demolished today, and let the various households allocate manpower to Tsizhou for about a month or so to provide manual labor with the imperial army escorting them. It can also be considered a punishment for illegally occupying the public ditches. These 5 taels of silver won't be delayed or owed, the ones issuing them and the ones receiving them can all do so with a peace of mind. Not only that, with this matter, Tsizhou would also shift from being indebted to Libei to a relationship of mutual help and assistance. As long as Zhu Gui was not a fool, he would understand this to be an opportunity to make friends. As soon as the words left Sun Zichuan's mouth, Yu Xiaozai shook open the straw raincoat and draped it over Center Yu. Center Yu was going to do it right away. He strode forward and patted Sun Zichuan's shoulder heavily and said, Your Excellency the Judge, time is pressing, so I won't say more. Once this is over, I, Center Yu, shall prepare some simple meal with wine in my humble abode and respectfully await your visit. He put on his bamboo hat and left with Yu Xiaozai. How is it going in the palace? Xiao Qie grasped hold of Sun Zichuan's wrists. Tan Tai who made as if to speak, but stopped and said nothing. Sun Zichuan backhandedly hooked the waist token on his waist and looked at it for a moment before saying, The Empress Dowager has summoned the top ministers of the various bureaus, ready to settle accounts with them. It's just as well you aren't among them. The public ditches have to be dredged as soon as possible. There are some remarks made out of courtesy earlier. But you have to understand that if you still don't unclog the ditches these few days, then you will be called to account. It was inappropriate for Xiao Qie to touch Sun Zichuan again as both men stood at this spot. But when he saw Sun Zichuan getting doused with the rainwater until he looked visibly sick, he said, The Secretariat Elder told you to keep a watch in the palace, so go back. You just need to sit in the office to drink a cup of hot tea with your eyes on the door. That's Han Cheng's job. Sun Zichuan turned his head. It worries me that Shifu is at Jiao Zui Temple. There's no time to lose. Go about your work first. I have to follow the men from the Ministry of Revenue and handle the aid reliefs for the disaster victims behind the scenes. Xiao Qie still wanted to say something, but Han Jin, at the other end, was already lifting his shoes and calling out to him. So Xiao Qiye could only release his hands and retreated a few steps to turn around and leave with Tan Tai Hu and Chen Yang in tow. Shun Zechuan had a splitting headache, although the pouring rain cleared up his mind a little. He turned around to call out to Ji Qingqing and brought him towards the low-lying area. Dredging the public ditches was not an easy task. The work was dirty and tiring. The men from the Ministry of Revenue even had to change their shoes and lift their robes when they went into the water. Those on the job were all cowering under the awning, not even wanting to get wet. In any case, this was a task Hai Liangyi gave to the Ministry of Works and the Imperial Army. They were merely here to assist. When Shun Zechuan arrived, he saw that there were not even enough of those gathered to count with all his 10 fingers. He knew that those at the bottom ladder of the Ministry of Revenue who were used to muddle along were the most slippery. Unless they had something to gain, they could not be ordered about. Ji Qingqing asked, "It's about to be dark soon. Why are there so few people?" Fawning and bowing to Shun Zechuan in subservience, the official invited him for a seat and said, "We couldn't get them all here. The Imperial Army ahead of us didn't finish digging, did they? It's not too late to call for more people tomorrow morning once they are done digging tonight. No rush. Your Excellency, come and sit. Look at how soaked you are. Have this cup of hot tea. At least warm yourself up. Don't let yourself get frozen." Shun Zechuan did not move. He looked at the awning and smiled. "Did you set this up yourself? Good job." That official held out the tea and grinned from ear to ear. "Of course. Everyone has been so busy. Who'd be worrying about us? We could only build it ourselves." His voice trailed off. The Imperial bodyguards stood solemnly behind Shun Zechuan and watched him without so much a smile. Shun Zechuan wasn't too bad as he received the tea and took a sip. The official toed it up to him. "This is fine tea from Hazhou, especially steeped for your Excellency." Shun Zechuan flipped his wrist and splashed the tea all over his face. The official yelled in shock and backed off. Shun Zechuan tapped on the bottom of the upside-down teacup with his fingertips and cleared the cup of the tea leaves, all the while with the smile still on his face. Amidst the downpour, his smiling face was even more luscious and pleasing to the eyes. "As for this tea," Shun Zechuan spoke gently, "consider it a toast from me to you. Why didn't you drink it?" The official hastily wiped the tea leaves off his face in a fluster and said, "Tea too quick. When the King of Hell calls for you, it won't do for you not to respond quickly." Throwing aside the teacup, Shun Zechuan said, "The Grand Secretary gave strict orders to the Imperial bodyguards to supervise and oversee the matter of aid relief. I reckon the order of immediate execution hanging around your neck isn't as tight as we'd like. You must drink up all this tea that I've splashed on the ground. Since you can't receive it standing, allow me to send you on your way so you can finish the drink when you're 6 feet under." The official kneeled to the floor in a panic and said, "Why, Your Excellency, how can you do this? At any rate, this humble subordinate is a 6th-grade official of the Imperial Court. How can you execute as you please? The Imperial prison has never taken in anyone below 4th grade." Ji Qingqing lifted the hem of his robe and kicked him into the water puddle. "If the judge has ordered you to drink, then drink you must. You can decide whether you'd like to drink it alive, or drink it in the underworld when you are dead." The official rolled into the water. Seeing Shun Zechuan staring at him with his hand on his blade, he immediately cupped the water in his hands and stuffed it into his mouth, crying, "I will drink it. I will drink it." The surrounding men standing and sitting in various postures, jesting and clowning around, all quietly stood to stand well-mannerly at the side. Shun Zechuan swept a glance at them and said, "Can this task be done immediately?" Everyone answered in unison, "We are at Your Excellency the judge's disposal. I'm just a mere supervisor and inspector. What would I know about the ins and outs of things?" Shun Zechuan took out the blue handkerchief to wipe his hands and said with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to put the various gentlemen at my disposal. Us Imperial bodyguards will just follow you gentlemen. So, shall we go? Who would still dare to remain behind?" That official trembled as he tried to come up as well. Shun Zechuan glanced at him, and he retreated and stammered, Your Excellency, we're on this street." Shun Zechuan said soothingly before leaving, "Drink it all up before you come over." The sky had already completely darkened, but the rain still showed no signs of stopping. No matter how imposing and awe-inspiring the imperial bodyguards were, they also had to enter the water and soak in it until they reeked all over. Feeling the world spinning when he got up, Sun Zichuan braced himself with a hand on a public ditch plank and composed himself for a moment. Everyone around him was busying around, so no one noticed it. Only Ji Qingqing hurriedly tried to persuade him in a whisper, "There's no hurry for now. It's fine to rest for a moment." Sun Zichuan forced a smile, feeling as if he must not open his mouth. The taste of nausea was already pushing up against his throat. Bracing himself against the plank, he went up and felt around for a water bag under the partially collapsed humble abode. There was a sudden weight on his back as someone covered up Sun Zichuan's head. Sun Zichuan was still crouching, and the obstruction before him was lifted once again. Xiao Qie gasped for breath as he suddenly burrowed his way in and stuffed the still warm lunchbox to him. The next moment, he burrowed his way out and lifted his foot to leave. Sun Zichuan pushed aside the overcoat that was covering his head. That man who had already taken a few steps away returned the way he came. He stepped on the collapsed debris and crouched down to cup Sun Zichuan's face in his palms, then kissed him hard. After he was done kissing, he rubbed Sun Zichuan's cheeks vigorously. Rainwater poured noisily. Xiao Qie was panting hard. He looked at Sun Zichuan under the dimness for a split second. Without saying a word, he turned and ran. He flipped over with agility and vigor, putting on the dirty, wet robe hanging over the crook of his arm again as he sped off into the alley. If it weren't for time constraints. Xiao Qie tugged at his collars as he made his way across the ruins. Stepping on the filth as he hurried over to where the Imperial army was, he cursed, "Damn it." Chapter 64, Barrage of Rain. Chapter 64, Barrage of Rain. The overcoat was too big, and it slid down along his shoulders. Sun Zichuan scooped it up. That warmth enveloped him as his entire being soaked in Xiao Qie's scent. Sun Zichuan fished out the handkerchief again to wipe the cheeks that Xiao Qie had made wet with his rubs. On this noisy, rainy night, he could not help but sniff at that handkerchief again. It was all Xiao Qie's scent. Sun Zichuan lowered his eyes for a moment and nuzzled the handkerchief with the tip of his nose as the gloom at the corners of his eyes and tips of his eyebrows dissipated. The upper tier of that lunchbox was filled with steamed twisted rolls, while the bottom contained hot medicinal decoction. Hot steam rose the instant the lid was lifted. It was not easy to make a hot meal on this night. Even Xiao Qie would have to run like mad to rush his way here before hurrying back. Ji Qingqing initially wanted to pour a cup of tea for Sun Zichuan. When he climbed his way up to see the latter drinking the medicine, he could not help but feel stunned before he said in delight, "So you have it all arranged. That's great. I was just thinking of sending someone to buy a bowl of medicine." Sun Zichuan downed the medicine and wiped the corners of his lips with his fingers. He asked, "To what end has this street been torn down?" "Just past Ohua Pavilion. It's hard to tear down areas where the collapse is severe." Ji Qingqing rolled up his sleeves and said, "There's something fishy about this matter. Another unexplainable account." Sun Zichuan sat up and composed himself for a moment before continuing, "Only His Majesty himself knows who the one who sent him out of the palace is. If he refuses to say, then this case is a dead end. As I see it, this collapse is not a coincidence. Donglong Street gets submerged every year, yet Ohua Pavilion just had to collapse last night." Ji Qingqing watched the rainy night, then looked at Sun Zichuan. "Do you have any inkling?" Sun Zichuan had been thinking about this matter since this morning. The collapse had wiped out all traces in Ohua Pavilion, and this was, by no means, a coincidence. Shi Hongxian was a man who treasured his life. He had only just renovated Ohua Pavilion some time back, and those who knew about the hollowed-out bottom were few and far between. Sun Zichuan's widened eyes looked out into the rainy night. As if saying to himself, he said, "There's no need to fret. There's bound to be a follow-up move. We still don't know who the target is this time." The imperial physician retreated from the bedchamber and paid his obeisances to the Empress Dowager and the others. From where she was behind the hanging curtain separating them, the Empress Dowager leaned forward to inquire about Li Jianheng's condition. The imperial physician gave his report in detail. It was only when she heard that the bleeding had stopped that she felt relieved. "This matter is bizarre. The Empress Dowager straightened up in her seat and said, "To think not a single person knew when the Son of Heaven had left the palace and headed out. How can anyone rest reassured given the state of patrols within and outside the palace now?" None of the old ministers below uttered a word. All of them hung their heads in silence, like clay sculptures. The Empress Dowager said, "I'm a member of the imperial harem. I'm not supposed to interfere in governmental affairs. But this, once again, concerns His Majesty's safety. As his mother, I'm truly worriedly watching with my hair all grey and tears all ran dry. How can I take another scare like this? Excellencies, you ought to give me an explanation this time." On hearing this, Pan Xiangjie's heart clenched. After a moment of silence, Kong Qiu said, "The patrols in the inner palace might not necessarily be able to stop His Majesty even if they want to. In this subject's opinion, Shi Hongxian should be severely punished this time. If he had not used those temptresses from foreign lands to lure His Majesty, then why would His Majesty leave the palace?" That's right. The Minister of Revenue, Wei Huaigu, was the elder Di brother too of Wei Huixing, who had denounced Xiao Qie before. Wei Huaigu was the current head of the Wei clan. He usually did not have the habit of speaking out, but this time, he said, "Shi Hongxian deserves to be punished, but his crime does not merit the punishment of death. This subject feels that it's the Ministry of Works the blame should fall on this time. They are the ones in charge of the repairs in Kudu. Your Excellency Pan, how could you let the public ditches get clogged to such an extent?" Knowing that Wei Huaigu was about to shift the blame, Pan Xiangjie immediately fell to his knees and said to the Empress Dowager, "I ask of your Majesties to discern the truth and render fair judgment. Our Ministry of Works has already notified the Ministry of Revenue regarding the blockage of the public ditches during Emperor Xianda's reign, hoping that they can allocate some money for us to carry out repair works. But the Ministry of Revenue kept delaying the approval of funds. What can the Ministry of Works do? This is not a minor construction work." Wei Huaigu was in no hurry. He was even more of a tough nut to deal with than Wei Huixing. He merely said, "Our Ministry of Revenue has to discuss it with the Grand Secretariat in order for the funds to be moved. At that time, approval has yet to go through Secretariat Elder Hua, so who would dare to allocate the funds indiscriminately? Kudu has to clean up the mess in the 6 prefectures of Zhongguo during those few years. The treasury is almost emptied out. Even if we have the intention to help, we do not have the means. Everyone has their difficulties." Pan Xiangjie said, "So why are you only holding our Ministry of Works responsible?" Left Censor-in-Chief, Center Shuani, wants to impeach the Ministry of Works for negligence in irrigation works, saying that we failed to secure the embankment of the Kaling River. But did it collapse today? No. This shows that the Ministry of Works has never cut corners. We are dependable and diligent when it comes to our work. If we had the money, we would have long cleared out the public ditches. The Ministry of Revenue would not acknowledge this debt, and the Ministry of Works would not shoulder this blame. Both parties were elders of the 8 great clans. Neither of them was willing to take a step back, and so they both simply stood here and passed the buck around. Kong Qiu almost wanted to sneer. He was from a humble background, and an official that Hai Liangyi himself had lifted to this position. He could work together with the ministers from the noble clans, but he could not be of the same mind with them. Now that he was hearing them kicking the ball around, he felt vexed and fed up. It was true that the Ministry of Works had made a report before. But who was the one who reported it? It was a subordinate, a minor official, who had never set foot into the court. Did Pan Xiangjie take it seriously? If he did, he would have taken it up with the Ministry of Revenue himself, but he did not. Did the Ministry of Revenue know? They did. What was the relationship between Wei Huaigu and Hua Xiqian? Both clans could be considered in-laws. Although they did not seem to be on close terms in recent years, the ties still existed. Wei Huaigu was far more resourceful than Wei Huixing, and he was the one who could discuss political affairs with Hua Xiqian. But he had never really talked to Hua Xiqian about this matter. This was a matter they simply muddled their way through. If you drowned, then you deserved it. You could only blame your own bad luck. Sitting behind the curtain, the Empress Dowager saw through these people clearly. Hua Xiangyi stood behind her, listening with rapt attention. Hai Liangyi finally coughed a few times. Covering his mouth with a handkerchief, he said, "There was indeed this one account in the Grand Secretariat's past reported accounts. But it was only once, and no one bothered to ask about it afterward. Now that the place has collapsed, everyone remembers it, but is this year the first time the water level rose? Let's not bring up what happened way back, but did the water level rise during spring last year and the year before last? Did the Ministry of Works report those rises?" Pan Xiangjie turned his head away and said remorsefully, "When the Grand Secretary puts it that way, it's indeed an oversight on our Ministry of Works' part. But it really can't be helped. What's of essence now is to dredge up the ditches without delay. The Ministry of Revenue has also allocated the money to the disaster victims." Wei Huaigu said. "The situation is critical at present. The appropriation of blame can wait until the public ditches have been dredged. Is the 8 great training divisions the ones digging right now?" The Minister of War, Chen Zhanyan, replied succinctly, "It's the Imperial Army. Viceroy Xiao is still soaking in the water." The Empress Dowager was about to speak up when the palace maid inside hurriedly rushed out and fell to her knees on the ground. She said, "To report to your Majesty, His Majesty has suddenly developed a fever. His back is covered all over in rashes." The Empress Dowager suddenly rose to her feet and exclaimed in shock, "What?" Hai Liangyi bent over and started to cough violently. Hua Xiangyi held the Empress Dowager to support her and promptly made a decision. "Summon the imperial physician, and support the Secretariat elder, quick." Shi Hongxian had broken out into rashes too. The one who discovered it first was the military medic of the 8 great training divisions. He promptly lifted the hem of his robe and hurried out to report to Han Jin. Han Jin wiped his face, still feeling a little dumbfounded as he said, "Is it eczema? Just dispel the cold and it'll be fine." "It's not eczema." The medic was so anxious that he stomped his foot. "How is that eczema? It's an epidemic disease." Now, it was not just Han Jin whose expression changed. The surrounding 8 great training division soldiers who were still in the water had all gone pale. Han Jin turned his head back and saw the Imperial Army still busying around a short distance away. He waded through the water to them and grasped hold of Chen Yang to yell, "Where is the Viceroy? Call the Viceroy over quickly. It's a matter of urgency." Xiao Qie pushed away the broken plank and walked over, asking, "What is it?" Han Jin's hands trembled as he smeared the dirty water on his clothes and said, "We can't pull them down anymore or soak in this water either. Viceroy, an epidemic has broken out." There was a cold glint in Xiao Qie's eyes as he asked, "Who got it first?" "Shi Hongxian." Han Jin's breathing was hurried. "Is His Majesty, Ji Jin?" Xiao Qie immediately commanded. "Rush to the palace and report this matter to Secretariat Elder Hai." Ji Jin climbed up the bank and sped off. In a few steps, he somersaulted to the rooftop and stepped across the ridge of the roof to leap his way to the palace gates. "Take me to see Shi Hongxian," Xiao Qie said in a steady voice. Now, Shi Hongxian was feverish and hot all over. Medicine had only just been applied to his crushed legs, and now his legs were already drenched in sweat. He lay on the bed, delirious and incoherent. The medic wiped his sweat and said, 4 hours earlier, he still looked as if he had caught a little cold. I fed him medicine, and his fever subsided. But who knew that when I touched him earlier, his fever was back with even more of a vengeance. When I changed the medicine for his legs and pulled down his pants for a look, it was all covered in rashes." Xiao Qie looked at those rashes and questioned, "Are you sure it's an epidemic disease?" The medic said, "During the reign of Yongyi, an epidemic like this had broken out in the city of Dancheng. It was reported to the Imperial Academy of Medicine. They have past records of it on file. Viceroy, once this rash spreads all over the body, the high fever will not subside. In another 4 hours, the infected will fall unconscious and keep vomiting. I'm afraid there are still sick people among the disaster victims. Without losing any time, Jiao Zui Temple must arrange for the decoction of the relevant herbs as a precaution." Afraid now, Han Jin hastily asked, "What caused this? There has to be a reason. Otherwise, how are we going to continue digging this ditch?" The medic said, "We're now at the point when winter transits into spring. It's damp and cold. The low-lying area gathers sewage and filth throughout the year. Their houses are closely clustered together. It's so cramped that there's not even a window. The lack of sunlight will make the people prone to illnesses. If that's the case, then how did he get infected? Xiao Qie furrowed his eyebrows. Ohua Pavilion is far from the low-lying area, and there are people cleaning the connected alleys at the back, so there's no contact with contaminated objects. Is the reason just because he soaked in the swill water those few hours during the collapse? The medic hesitated. He wiped his sweat again and mustered out the courage to say, "I'll be honest with the Viceroy. I'm afraid he did not contract this illness during the collapse, but when he was fooling around in the brothel before the collapse. Second young master, she is already burning up to such an extent, then His Majesty, Viceroy." Meng Rui lifted the curtain and entered with a solemn expression. Over 10 people have suddenly collapsed at Jiaozui Temple. 2 men from the Ministry of Revenue who are here on duty have collapsed too. Xiao Qie was about to give his command when Chen Yang, all drenched in rainwater, barged in and said, "Master, Lao Hu is also down with a fever." The sound of the rain outside suddenly grew urgent. Like battle drums sounding on all sides, they came pounding down for all they were worth, as if they wanted to shatter this pitch-black night. Xiao Qie abruptly lifted the curtain and stepped out. He said, "It'll be too late to wait for the approval. Head over to the various major medicinal stores on Shunwu Street to get the medicine. Help anyone who caught a cold, has a fever, is vomiting, or is physically weak to Jiaozui Temple. Withdraw the rest of the men. Get the men on duty from the Ministry of Revenue to start decocting the herbal medicine." Ding Dao. Ding Dao said, "Young master." Xiao Qie tugged Ding Dao over, breathing heavily in the rain as he whispered, "Tell Shen Lanju to leave immediately." Chapter 65, Epidemic. Chapter 65, Epidemic. Raindrops bounced all over, while splotches of mud spattered. People hurried in and out of Jiaozui Temple. The awning to provide shelter from the rain had already been erected, and the strong, bitter aroma of the herbal decoction pervaded the air everywhere. Even the imperial bodyguards keeping an eye on the stoves were covering their noses and mouths with handkerchiefs. With a cloth wrapped around his head, Qi Hualian distributed the medicinal decoction together with Ji Gang. Seeing the feverish man who had fallen unconscious vaguely mumbling some words, he scrutinized him for a moment. Ji Gang was clearing the bowls with nimble movements, but when he saw an unmoving Grand Mentor, he asked, "What's wrong?" "This is the Dancheng epidemic disease." Qi Hualian pushed apart the patient's collars. "The rashes will spread over his body. We cannot get close to him. It's contagious." Ji Gang asked, "Can it be treated?" Qi Hualian's scalp itched. He scratched it a few times and said, "Yes, but it's troublesome. The public ditches must continue to be dug, but who knows if any of the infected have spat or pissed in the water. If the diggers were to get infected without realizing it and come into contact with the others, then wouldn't another bunch of them topple over ill? Such a sin." Ji Gang looked beneath the rain shelter awning. "What should be done then?" "What should be done?" Qi Hualian suddenly pulled up the cloth to cover his face as he looked at Jiaozui Temple's entrance where some people had come. He whispered, "It all depends on fate. First of all, the public has to be reassured, there's no room for unrest. Then, assemble all the big and small medicinal stores in Kudu. The infected have to be quarantined and isolated. We can't stay for long too." Ji Gang put the bowl down. "There'll be someone handling this matter. I'll ask Chuana to leave." "Lanju can't leave," Qi Hualian said. "He's the one handling this matter. At such a juncture, can you count on Han Cheng to step forward and handle this? All of them can hardly wait to hide and dodge this bullet." "No." Ji Gang turned pale. He's only just a 5th-grade judge now. He doesn't even have the qualifications of a 4th grade to attend court. So how can they let him do it? This is a major issue. There are plenty of higher-ranking people with more authority and power than him. Who are you reasoning with?" Qi Hualian put down the bowls. "There's nothing you can do if Han Cheng keeps him here in the name of gaining experience. Once the disease starts spreading, which high-ranking official would be willing to come down here? Even Hai Liangyi won't be able to come. Besides, Lanju can't leave. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. If he succeeds, he can get promoted again. A promo Ji Gang shoved him away abruptly and said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chi Hualien fell to the ground and climbed back to his feet. He said, "What are you still waiting for if you don't seize the opportunity to act now?" His temper flared too. This is the time when people trample over one another for personal gain. He has to do it no matter what. Do you understand? I don't care to understand. Ji Gang flushed with rage. I'm telling him to leave. I have to take him away. After saying that, Ji Gang moved to head inside. Qiao Tianya walked out towards him and blocked his path. Those in Jiao Zui Temple will be evacuated out. Only infected patients can remain inside. Shifu, don't go in again. Qiao Tianya said with a smile. Teachers' journals and notes have already been shifted to the old residence. Master told me to rent a small building on Shunwu Street for both of you. It's close to the palace gates, so there's no way it can get flooded. Move aside, Ji Gang said. It's all the infected inside, so how can Chuana stay for long? I have to talk to him. Qiao Tianya reined in his smile and said with a stern countenance, Shifu, why put me in a spot? Since Master has already given the instructions, then there's absolutely no reason to change it. It's all the infected here. Master will worry if you remain here. Please come with me on account of his filial piety. Hearing the sound of intense coughing all around, Ji Gang grew even more anxious. He grabbed Qiao Tianya's arms and pushed it back. Qiao Tianya had already anticipated that he would make a move, so he promptly took the blow. Half of his arm had gone numb, but his legs were faster as he moved to block Ji Gang with his entire body. Shifu. Qiao Tianya said in hushed tones, calm down. For Master to make such an arrangement, he would naturally already have a countermeasure in mind. I still have to return here later. Let us leave earlier, and Master can go back earlier too, all right? There are so many pairs of eyes watching. Do you think you can really take him away? Where can you go? This where can you go calmed Ji Gang down. He looked at the interior for a long time, then flicked his sleeves and trembled as he pointed at Chi Hualien. But in the end, he said not another word more. Shun Zechuan sat on the bench and closed his eyes to rest. His ears had been buzzing, and he was presently feeling dizzy. Yet his face betrayed none of his discomfort. It was only after a while when he heard someone calling him that he opened his eyes. There was not a single trace of weariness the instant he opened his eyes. The official from the Ministry of Revenue said, Your Excellency the Judge, the supply of herbs isn't sufficient. What are we going to do tomorrow? It's a matter of grave importance. There won't be a break in the supply of herbs. Shun Zechuan gathered the overcoat around him. The imperial physician from the Imperial Academy of Medicine ought to be here already. When the time comes, he will bring news of the prepared herbs over as well. Tell them to continue decocting the medicine. Don't scrimp on the herbs. That official uttered an acknowledgement in response. Seeing his panic-stricken expression, Shun Zechuan said, Which section of the Ministry of Revenue are you an official of? The official hurriedly said, This humble subordinate is not really an official per se, but merely a minor official in charge of the records of official documents. We are all working for the people. It's all the same whether you are a major or minor official. As Shun Zechuan spoke, he extended his hand and pinched the center of his eyebrows. He composed himself for a moment before he continued with a question, What's your name? This humble subordinate's name is Liang Tsuishan. You will take over the supervision of the herbs tomorrow morning. No matter how big or small, make a detailed record of them. Shun Zechuan said, My guess is that the Imperial Army has already gone to transfer the herbs. Time is tight. We most certainly can't wait for the palace's memo, so the herbs these few days must all be clearly recorded. He suddenly stopped and paused for a moment. Go and rest for now. Pay attention to your health these few days. Report it immediately if you feel any discomfort. Liang Tsuishan took his leave. The moment the curtain fell back down, Shun Zechuan felt his forehead, which was scalding hot. Ji Qingqing came in right after. Shocked at the sight, he stepped forward and whispered, Judge, Shun Zechuan asked with calm, when did Shi Hongxian get the rashes? 4 hours after the medicine was applied. Ji Qingqing said. The rashes started spreading up from his legs. For me, I got the rashes first before the fever. Shun Zichuan said with a clear head. The symptoms don't match, so it's probably not an epidemic disease. But as a precaution, I'll drink that medicine too. Ji Qingqing felt a little more relieved. He said, fortunately, you did not take leave this morning. The emperor had been infected with the epidemic disease. Which imperial physician would dare to say he got it while he was out fooling around? They could only find an excuse to fob everyone else off, saying that he got infected out of carelessness. But who could infect the emperor with the disease? If not his personal eunuchs, then it was the guards who often moved around the emperor. Shun Zichuan was, at present, officially tasked to act in the emperor's presence. Supposed he had taken leave this morning, and someone got a handle against him after the fact and made his eczema out to be rashes from the epidemic disease, then he would lose the right to remain before the emperor. Shun Zichuan still carried the burden of Shun Wei's crime on his back. Once he went down, it would really be hard for him to rise again. Even Shun Zichuan himself would find it hard to breathe at this moment. Compared to schemes and intrigues, this kind of unpredictable providence was hard to guard against. If he had not been so cautious, he would have already fallen into someone else's grasp right now. His life and death would then be at the mercy of just one utterance. Seeing Shun Zichuan close his eyes, Ji Qingqing withdrew. Shun Zichuan listened to the sound of the rain, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. Those murky old memories followed right on the heels of the sound of rain. He furrowed his brows amid his vexation and weariness. He did not like snowy days, nor did he like rainy days. The cold and wetness would remind him of the Chashi sinkhole, of Ji Mu, of all the days he had been on his knees at the mercy of another. In addition, the cold and wetness would make him uneasy, and make him gloomy. It would make him into nothing more than a fleshy vessel that was all chilling forbearance and irritability within. Just like this, Shun Zichuan leaned against the wall and dozed off for a moment. But the more he dozed, the more drowsy he became, until he fell asleep for real in this corner. It was already late when Xiao Qie arrived at Jiao Zui Temple. He entered Jiao Zui Temple together with the imperial physician who had hurried over. Behind him, Ding Dao looked miserable, because he did not manage to find Shun Zichuan and missed the time. Xiao Qie asked the imperial bodyguard who was decocting the medicine, "Where's the judge?" "I'm looking for him." The imperial bodyguard, with half of his face covered, handed him a bowl of medicine and said, "No matter who you are looking for, you have to drink the medicine first. Viceroy, your imperial army still has to enter the water. Please be careful and take care." Xiao Qie choked down the medicine without a word. The imperial bodyguard rose and yelled under the rain shelter awning, "Qingji! Is Qingji there? Where's our judge? Please notify him and tell him that Viceroy Xiao is looking for him." Ji Qingqing was lying on the bench, sleeping. On hearing this, he swiftly sat up and draped his clothes around him before walking over. When he saw that it was Xiao Qie, he said, "The judge is resting inside. He hasn't slept all night. Please take a rest too, Viceroy. The 8 great training divisions said they are going to guard the city gates, so there will be only us digging up the rest of this unfinished ditch tomorrow. Physical work naturally has to be done by someone strong and sturdy," Xiao Qie said as he walked. "Watch the door. Don't let anyone in." Xiao Qie lifted the curtain and entered. There was no light lit inside. He swept a glance around but did not find the man he was looking for. It was only when he took a few more steps that he saw Shun Zichuan, who was leaning against the wall. Xiao Qie was dirty, so he removed his outer garment and sat beside Shun Zichuan to pour out the water in his boots. It was cold inside the room. He put on his boots and went out again to borrow a fire from the stove, then re-entered to find a copper basin to start a fire. Shun Zichuan opened his eyes and said, "Are you done digging Donglong Street?" "Yeah." Xiao Qie stoked the fire. "Why aren't you sleeping on the bed?" "Just taking a short nap," Shun Zichuan said. "If I lie down, I won't be able to get up." Xiao Qie shifted the basin before the bed and said, "Come sleep on the bed. I'll call you up later." Shun Zichuan did not stand on ceremony. He lay down, and Xiao Qie embraced him from behind and pressed his face against his cheek. Shun Zichuan could still hear Xiao Qie whispering at first, but it grew progressively vague towards the back. It was only when Xiao Qie heard Shen Zichuan's breathing deepened a little that he reached out to undo his collars and take a closer look at those red rashes. Not the same as Shi Hongxian. Xiao Qie closed up Shen Zichuan's clothes again and hugged Shen Zichuan until he himself fell asleep. Xiao Qie slept for an unspecified amount of time until he felt a scalding heat in his arms. He was still dazed when he half opened his eyes, but once he got a clear look at the man in his embrace, his mind instantly cleared. Shen Zichuan seemed to be on fire. Sweat had already drenched his temples. Xiao Qie felt him. Shen Zichuan was burning up everywhere. Xiao Qie abruptly sat up and called out to him, "Lanju, Lanju?" Shen Zichuan was dripping with sweat. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his breathing was slightly urgent. Roused half awake by Xiao Qie, he said, Quarantine. You can get infected with this disease even if you aren't near the water." Xiao Qie wrapped him up in the overcoat and shouted, "Chen Yang, summon the imperial physician." Chen Yang, who was leaning against the wall outside taking a nap, jerked awake instantly. He rose and leaped off the steps, then made his way under the rain shelter awning and pulled the imperial physician into the interior. The imperial physician lifted the overcoat open, looked for a moment, then said in an urgent tone, "Viceroy, the judge is infected with the epidemic disease. Seems to me that he caught a cold first." Xiao Qie grasped the imperial physician's arm. Staring at the imperial physician, he said in a frosty voice, "The judge is what?" Panicking, the imperial physician corrected himself. "He's overworked and overstressed. That's why he fell ill." "That's right. The judge fell ill here today." Xiao Qie tightened his grip. He wasn't ill prior to this. The imperial physician repeatedly said, Right, all the medicine in Kudu is here. I know your excellency has the miraculous hands of a healer in the medical field." Xiao Qie suddenly softened his tone. "You can cure him, right?" On seeing Xiao Qie's eyes, the imperial physician went weak in the knees. He held on to the edge of the bed for support and nodded in a panic as he said, I can. Chapter 66, Rain Ceased. Chapter 66, Rain ceased. Access in and out of the imperial palace was strictly forbidden, so the Empress Dowager arranged for Hai Liangyi and the other heavyweight ministers to rest in the Grand Secretariat's council compound. Everyone inside and outside the palace was in a state of anxiety. The daily cleaning of Li Jianheng's bedchamber was carried out with extra caution, with those serving eunuchs and palace maids all appointed by the Empress Dowager herself. Every time they entered and exited, they had to wash up and change their clothes. They were not even allowed to go out without permission during their breaks. Mu Ayu kept watch by Li Jianheng's side, not once relying on the servants. She personally tested the decoction and fed it to Li Jianheng herself. Even when she ate or slept, she never left Li Jianheng's bedchamber. Li Jianheng drifted in and out of consciousness, and subsequently, the Imperial Academy of Medicine was on tenterhooks too. Even when they prescribed and decocted medicine, they were careful. Everyone was already walking on eggshells, ready to lose their lives at any time. An air of dread and gloom hung over them all around. Each of them looked utterly wretched and grieved, as if bereft of their parents. The Imperial Academy of Medicine's men outside the palace made all the arrangements for the medicinal ingredients in Kudu. Other than those already infected, all the disaster victims shifted out from the low-lying area had to take the medicine too. The Ministry of Revenue and Imperial bodyguards assisted with the distribution of aid reliefs. They set up a porridge and medicine shack outside Jiao Zui Temple, where they gave out medicinal decoction and rice porridge every day according to schedule. Han Jin had already pulled out of Donglong Street on the night Shi Hongxian fell ill. On the pretext of patrolling the various city gates, the 8 great training divisions completely threw the matter of dredging up the public ditches to the Imperial Army. But half of the Imperial Army men had been on standby on Mount Feng awaiting orders, and now, they could not get in at all. Xiao Qie did not have that many elite soldiers. Fortunately, there were still some people from the Ministry of Works who had yet to be withdrawn. Together with the dozens of Imperial bodyguards, everyone pooled manpower and braved the rain to dig through the 4 main streets. By the 4th day, everyone was exhausted and weak. Chen Yang, Ji Qingqing, Qiao Tianya, and Ji Yujin gathered together when they returned and leaned against the wall for a nap. Ding Dao and Xiaowu were young. The various Gidge took care of them and took turns to stretch and straighten out their legs for them to use as pillows when they slept. Ding Dao could not lick ink out from his brush, so the note-taking in his little notebook came to a halt. It had only been a few days, and every one of them had taken on the look of a disheveled and unkempt beggar. Xiao Qie did not sleep much these days. He had to lead men to dig ditches before dawn, and there was no time for rest throughout the day. At night, when he returned to Jiao Zui Temple, he still had to watch over Shun Zichuan. Shun Zichuan was still able to remain awake and clear-headed a few days before, but later on, his fever would not recede, and he had a severe case of vomiting. But without food in his stomach, he could only regurgitate bile. When he was fed medicine, he would puke it all out in the middle of the night. So, when Xiao Qie returned, he would hug Shun Zichuan. He would lean against the wall and let Shun Zichuan sprawl face-to-face on his chest or shoulder. Each time Shun Zichuan felt like vomiting, he would rub his back. In the dead of night, when all was quiet, Jiao Zui Temple was as lonely as a deserted island beyond the realm of the mundane world. The rain had ceased, and there was nary a sound from the birds as the thick, ink-like night shrouded everything in sight. Shun Zichuan's breathing was heavy. He suddenly started to cough, his chest heaving violently. Xiao Qie was jerked awake from his light sleep. He covered Shun Zichuan's back and tiredly jolted his legs to shake him gently. "Lanju." Xiao Qie coaxed him. "Where is Lanju?" Shun Zichuan looked sickly and wan. The nauseating feeling of wanting to vomit was stuck in his throat. He half opened his eyes and replied in a hoarse voice, "Here, give it a shake, and the illness will dissipate." Xiao Qie said, "When you've recovered, this second young master will take you horseback riding." Shun Zichuan rested his head on Xiao Qie's shoulder and let out a hoarse hm in acknowledgement. This is actually a position of hugging a child. Xiao Qie ran his palm down Shun Zichuan's back soothingly and, in this moment of intimacy, whispered, "When I had a rash before, my mother held me like this. What are you going to call me now that I'm holding you like this today?" Shun Zichuan nuzzled his cheeks against Xiao Qie and buried his face. After a long while, he said in a muffled voice, "Call you daddy." Xiao Qie's chest shook as he chuckled and asked, "Touched?" Shun Zichuan coughed. He did not answer. Xiao Qie said, "When I tamed horses in the past, I ate and slept with them. While Lang Dao Shui Jin was still a foal, we were stranded in the heavy rain. We also snuggled up like this to keep warm then. It has probably already forgotten about this." Shun Zichuan listened in his drowsy state. Xiao Qie said, "Don't forget this. If you're touched, you have to remember this and repay me in the future." Shun Zichuan wanted to say something. He opened his mouth but did not utter a sound. Xiao Qie reached a finger out to brush away Shun Zichuan's damp hair and lowered his eyes to look at Shun Zichuan's pale side profile. "Oh, Lanju." Xiao Qie murmured in hushed tones, and it was under these murmurs that Shun Zichuan fell asleep. He lay immersed on the verge of a certain kind of agony and delight, wallowing in torment. And from the bitter depth of his misery, he tasted sweetness. Xiao Qie was like the blazing sun. He was also like the wind from the grassland. He stood out from the masses. To Shun Zichuan, hiding that handkerchief on that day with the gloomy and damp rain and snow was like hiding a rousing and passionate dream. In this dream, there was the unrestrained galloping of horses over 1,000 li one of grasslands, and the spreading of wings soaring through 10,000 li of clear sky. These eventually turned into an indescribable glimpse, one he would be hard-pressed to recount in detail. Xiao Qie was the one who was a kind of temptation. Every word of "Oh, Lanju" he uttered was spoken with deep feeling. Those frivolous cynicism and firm steadfastness of his blended together contradictorily. He was frivolous as he whispered to Shun Zichuan, yet he was also incomparably dependable as he opened his arms to Shun Zichuan. Shun Zichuan was too powerless to resist. Those deep and frivolous kisses deceived him into dropping his guard, until he became a baddie on intimate terms with Xiao Qie, until he was muddleheaded enough to come to rely on Xiao Qie amidst this affliction. Shun Zichuan's vomiting subsided a little later. Xiao Qie fed him the medicinal decoction little by little. Every time Shun Zichuan showed signs of not waking up from his lethargic sleep, Xiao Qie would say that phrase, "Where is Lanju?" which seemed to have the inexplicable power to call Shen Zichuan back time and time again. Xiao Qie originally would still hug Shen Zichuan as he took a nap. But several people died successively one after another in the days after, and he no longer dared to sleep again at night as he listened to Shen Zichuan's gasps for breath whenever the occasion demanded. On the 9th day, 2 more people died under the rain shelter awning. They could not just leave the bodies lying around, nor bury them, so Xiao Qie left them to Ji Qingqing to dispose of. At the time Ji Qingqing led the men to sort out the corpses and carry them out, Qiao Tianya was squatting by the stove fanning the fire. As he watched the medicine, he went through some matters in his mind. The viceroy is waiting to feed the medicine. Xiaowu came over and asked, "Is it ready? The public ditches have already been dug through, so there's no hurry today. Tell the viceroy to wait." Qiao Tianya added 2 pieces of firewood and shifted aside the handkerchief covering his mouth and nose to say, "Keep an eye on the viceroy. He's with my master every day. If he gets infected, we won't have any surplus medicine for him." There was an epidemic at Luoxia Pass during the reign of Yongyi. His lordship led his men to handle it then, and he never got infected. Xiaowu squatted down to wait. He said, "I heard the various Gij from Libei say that the Xiao clan has the mandate of heaven. That physique is not one a common man would have. Tantai, who is strong and sturdy too. Didn't he still fall ill just like that?" Qiao Tianya said, "It doesn't hurt to be careful and pay more attention. Have you drunk this morning's medicine?" "Yeah, I did." Xiaowu honestly answered. "How's Tantai Hu today?" Qiao Tianya moved his slightly numbed legs. "He hasn't vomited since yesterday," Xiaowu said. Chenji said that it's because he's strong, and we found out about the infection in time. He's being fed enough medicine too. Plus, the imperial physician is constantly at his side looking after him. He'll be fine. We can't let our guards down before he's awake." There seemed to be something constantly on Qiao Tianya's mind as he tossed the fan to Xiaowu. "Watch the fire for me. There's some serious business I need to discuss with them." With that, he rose to his feet and headed for the rain shelter. The curtain of the rain shelter was lifted partially as Qiao Tianya made his way inside. It was dim inside, but not damp. The beddings were also dry. An errand runner from the Imperial Academy of Medicine washed and changed them daily. He saw Xiao Qie in the midst of speaking to Tantai Hu, so he waited for a while. Xiao Qie turned his head aside and asked, "What's the matter?" Qiao Tianya lifted the hem of his robe and took a seat at the bench by the side. Xiao Qie caressed his thumb ring as he looked at Qiao Tianya with calm and composure. Qiao Tianya said, "The Imperial Academy of Medicine and Imperial bodyguards have records of this disease on file. Have you looked at it?" Xiao Qie nodded his head. "Do you know the cause of the outbreak in the city of Dancheng?" "Xiao. Viceroy." Qiao Tianya almost called out Xiao II again and promptly corrected himself. "Before my master fell ill, he checked through the Imperial bodyguard's records here and specifically told me to make a note of certain matters. I've been thinking about this disease these few days, but since master is not yet awake, I can only discuss this with you." "What did Lanju say?" "He said that there's something unusual about the origin of this disease." Qiao Tianya propped his elbows on his knees and whistled at Ding Dao. "Recite the details of Dancheng's epidemic to the viceroy. You have a photographic memory, you still remember, right?" Ding Dao thought for a moment, then said, "There was an outbreak in the city of Dancheng during the year of Yongyi. It was summer. The Imperial Academy of Medicine dispatched a delegate to go with the Imperial bodyguards to check on it, and they discovered something strange about this epidemic disease. After some investigation, they learned that there was a burial mound behind the outbreak site. It was dirty and messy, with no one having cleaned it up before. The corpses thrown there before the start of spring had soaked at the rear until it reeked. There was even a cooked food stall in service at the front. The weather was hot at that time, and flies were buzzing all around. The shopkeeper was the first one who fell ill. At first, no one paid it any attention, even he himself suspected it to be a cold. He grabbed some medicine and carried on with his business at the shop. Oh, my. A whole bunch of people subsequently fell ill after those cooked foods were sold. And that was when the prefectural yamen of Dancheng realized something wrong. A burial mound, huh? There are all kinds of people thrown there. Perhaps it just happened that one of them had some diseases or was bitten by some wild animals. Coincidentally, it had already been soaked rotten, thus becoming a feast for the flies to dine on. People are naturally susceptible to infection if they get too close. The imperial physician packed his case and said, it wasn't easy for everyone at that time. Dancheng was sealed off for half a year, and quite many people died. We are lucky this time to have discovered it earlier, and we have the experience now. That's why we managed to take precautions in time. True that. But how did the outbreak happen in Kudu? Qiao Tianya said, the low-lying area of Donglong Street had indeed been submerged in sewage. It's only to be expected for someone to fall ill. But there are no homicide cases on Donglong Street. I'll be honest. Viceroy, please don't take offense, but being infected with venereal diseases is to be expected on Donglong Street. Why is it so strange this time that we would get an outbreak of the Dancheng epidemic disease instead? The imperial physician tactfully found an excuse to head out. There's no definitive explanation for the outbreak of Dancheng epidemic. Chen Yang thought for a moment, then continued, there's a collapse and heavy rain this time, and everyone is in the water, so perhaps there are too many epidemic diseases. Qiao Tianya said. For example, the outbreak in Luoxia Pass at that time was a rat plague, so no way Hezhou would have an outbreak of the same plague. The situations in the various lands are different, so we can't lump them together. This humble servant is a deeply suspicious man, and an honest person does not resort to insinuations. I think this disease did not start in Donglong Street, but Qiao Tianya lifted his thumb and pointed it at the roof. It fell silent under the awning. The bystanders had more or less turned pale. Qiao Tianya let out a chuckle and said, isn't it a coincidence? The celestial being met with misfortune upon descent to the mortal world. It's virtually impossible to guard against dodging a pit only to fall into a well. To these few days, the palace has not sent any word out to us. Viceroy, the public ditch has been unclogged, and the water level has gone down. But why does this matter seem to me like it's only the beginning? Everyone living in the heavenly palace is an immortal. Xiao Qie said slowly. These immortals value their lives. They won't dare to play it this way. A possibility like the one you speak of is only something a desperate person at the end of his rope staking everything he has on this one throw would dare to do. I don't know about that. Qiao Tianya said. The Directorate of Ceremonial now lacks a major league eunuch who can take charge and control the 24 yamen. Many matters exist among the chaos where things are left unsupervised. If there's really someone who brings a certain something in, then he would be able to pass it through just by hoodwinking his way through. Our imperial army and imperial bodyguards are all soldiers from the outside. There's nothing we can do about what's happening on the inside. But I feel that we have to take precautions and be on guard when it comes to this matter. Why did Li Jianheng leave the palace? Was it only just to have fun? He had just been through an assassination attempt not too long ago. He was not a gutsy man, so how would he dare to sneak out on the sly? Not unless someone was putting him up to it. Shi Hongxian would discuss everything with Shen Zichuan nowadays. Meeting with mishap this time was something he himself had never expected. And now, he was still lying on the bed with his life hanging in the balance. So who was the one who instigated Li Jianheng and brought about the collapse of Ohua Pavilion at exactly the right moment? Xiao Qie contemplated it in silence. His intuition told him it was not the Empress Dowager. Because Li Jianheng was already showing signs of showing filial respect to her. This, to her, was precisely the moment she could stage a comeback. She definitely would not bear to let Li Jianheng die now. Then who else is there? This time, the intent was not to intimidate Li Jianheng, but for Li Jianheng to die for real. But who would benefit if Li Jianheng died? The curtain was lifted once again. The imperial physician poked his head in and said joyfully, Viceroy, His Excellency the judge is awake. Xiao Qie quickly rose to his feet and strode a few steps out under the awning and entered the house. Shen Zichuan, who had been in a lethargic sleep for days, had his eyes half opened. Xiao Qie crouched softly beside the bed and gazed at him. Shen Zichuan lifted his finger and weakly caressed Xiao Qie's brows and eyes. Xiao Qie grabbed his hand and pressed it against his cheek. Go ahead and touch. Xiao Qie leaned in closer to him and laughed in a husky voice, I'll let you touch. Chapter 67, Sharing a Pillow. Chapter 67, Sharing a Pillow. Shen Zichuan was in a slight daze as Xiao Qie's stubble rubbed against his palm until it felt ticklish. He gazed at Xiao Qie and said, Prickly. Does it not feel comfortable to the touch? Xiao Qie asked. Shen Zichuan replied, Comfortable. Both men were just a short distance apart, yet it seemed as if there was no gap between them. Xiao Qie was dirty and unkempt. He hardly had time to spare these few days to tidy up. Now, he leaned close to Shen Zichuan, giving no regard to his slovenly state as he let Shen Zichuan touch him. Chen Yang gripped the door curtain, reckoning that it was about time. He wanted to let the others enter, but then he did not hear Xiao Qie give his permission, so he remained stuck at the entrance with a group of guards, each of them staring at the sky and the ground with a blank expression. Feel good touching it. Xiao Qie could not help but laugh out. Almost. Shen Zichuan pursed his lips and whispered into Xiao Qie's ear, so prickly, it's hurting me. Where does it hurt? Xiao Qie tilted his head and pressed his forehead against his. Shen Zichuan gazed at him with eyes that seemed like mountain lakes moistened with fog. He put that bit of yearning for more in those eyes and revealed it all to Xiao Qie as he exchanged gazes with him. Even the corners of his eyes contained the barest hint of faintly discernible emotion. Xiao Qie suddenly covered Shen Zichuan's eyes. After a moment's pause, he said, This is not the right time to egg me on, is it? Shen Zichuan said, What are you thinking? I'm just looking at you. Not letting you look. Xiao Qie said, Do it when we get back. Outside, Chen Yang let out a few coughs and raised his voice to say, Master. Xiao Qie shifted his palm away, stood up, and said, Come in. Only then did Chen Yang lift the curtain, and everyone entered in a single file. Shen Zichuan leaned against the pillow with an overcoat draped over him. As he drank the medicine, he listened to them recount the details of what had transpired in recent days. When Qiao Tianya was done speaking, he contemplated for a moment before he said, That's right. There's something fishy about this matter from start to end. I also suspect that the collapse of Ohua Pavilion is not a coincidence, but a deliberate act that took advantage of the opportunity offered by the blockage of Donglong Street's public ditches. It has only been half a year since His Majesty's ascension to the throne. With so many things waiting to be done now, it's just the time for everyone to get their big break. Xiao Qie sat on the bench beside him. Who could bear to let him die? This was also what Shen Zichuan could not figure out. He finished his medicine and handed the bowl to Qiao Tianya, then said, We can't very well investigate matters in the palace. We need to have a suitable person on the inside before we can do it. It was not a good thing for the position of the brush-holding director of the Directorate of Ceremonial to be vacant. Xiao Qie and Shen Zichuan both could not interfere in matters within the palace. That was the Empress Dowager's territory. The Empress Dowager had the final say over who would be appointed to the post in the future. But it was better than nothing. If they had a planted agent inside, then that would also be a lot better than being completely blind. When Shen Zichuan thought to this point, he suddenly asked, You wanted to investigate Xiongyun the last time. Did you find out anything? Xiao Qie said, I was so busy I forgot about that. Ji Yujin stepped out and said, I didn't find out any crucial information when I went to Shongyun Villa. Shongyun has only those few patrons. I checked them out one by one, and none of them had anything to do with the perjury matter the last time. Shen Zichuan somehow kept feeling as though there was something he had missed. There was an unseen hand pulling strings behind the scenes that gave rise to these incidents. There must have been some causal relationship between them. He lost himself in his thoughts again. He did not know if it was because he had just recovered from a bout of illness, but no matter how he thought, he could not figure out the link. His Majesty is still unconscious, and his disease has not completely subsided. We still have a few days to spare, there is no rush at this point in time. As Xiao Qie spoke, he moved his shoulders and arms. The public ditches are now unclogged. So everyone should rest well these few days. This matter will eventually be resolved. It's now more important to conserve our strength and energy for the next stage. The guards echoed in agreement and retreated out of the house. Once they were all gone, Xiao Qie sat at the edge of the bed and took off his boots. You've gotten your fill of sleep, but this second young master is still barely hanging on. Xiao Qie lay down beside Shun Zichuan and said, "Come closer. Be my blanket and cover me." Shun Zichuan turned his head sideways and said, "Sleep with an overcoat draped over you." Xiao Qie closed his eyes and said, "You do it." Shun Zichuan tucked the pillow under Xiao Qie's neck. Xiao Qie made a blind grab for Shun Zichuan's hand and grasped his wrist in passing. Then he pulled Shun Zichuan towards him and embraced him. "Too thin." Xiao Qie touched him. "So much that your bones jab against me when I hug you. Once autumn arrives, the wild game from Libei will be here too. You'll need all the nourishment you can get then, and you'll be able to fatten up by the time it's winter." Xiao Qie's breathing was slightly heavy. Feeling sleepy, he turned his head and pressed the tip of his nose against Shun Zichuan's temple. Then he forced a smile and said, "Sleep with your second young master for a while." Xiao Qie was exhausted. He had not got any shut-eye these few days as he had to stay awake in both the day and night like a lone wolf pacing around his base. No matter how physically strong he was, there would come a time he would exhaust his strength and energy. Shun Zichuan was on top of him. Xiao Qie found this weight just perfect, with the pressure on him making him feel warm and content. Xiao Qie initially wanted to sleep for a while so he could do a proper tally at night for the medicinal herb expenses incurred over the last few days. But who knew that he would sleep until the third quarter of the hour of Yin 1 the next day? Still in a trance when he woke up, he turned on his side and buried himself between Shun Zichuan's arms. Xiao Qie was momentarily dazed before his mind suddenly cleared. He propped himself up for a look. Turned out that his head had slipped off the pillow last night, and he had been lying on Shun Zichuan's arm for the latter half of the night. Shun Zichuan had turned to his side with his head resting on the pillow, while his other hand had pulled over the overcoat and covered him with it. This was a posture similar to a protective hug. Dawn had yet to come. It was dark inside the room. Xiao Qie fell back onto the pillow and hugged Shun Zichuan over to himself, face first. The overcoat just about covered both of them. He asked in a husky voice, "Did I make your arm numb?" Shun Zichuan, half awake, let out an affirmative HM. Xiao Qie rubbed Shun Zichuan's stiff arm and said, "Can't you just call me?" Warmed, Shun Zichuan said, "Xiao." Xiao Qie said, "HM?" Shun Zichuan opened his eyes to look at him and said, "You were calling out for Shun Lanju in your sleep." Xiao Qie smiled and kept his voice down as he said, "Just dreaming about what I think of in the daytime." Both of them were very close to one another. Shun Zichuan's gaze on him made Xiao Qie's body and heart both hot. His recently recharged energy from having slept enough skyrocketed. He wanted to tease Shun Zichuan, but at the same time, he also wanted to let Shun Zichuan sleep. Some random bird was cooing outside, sending a ripple reverberating through the silent night. Xiao Qie said, "Was the reason you asked about Shongyun earlier because you thought of something?" Shun Zichuan said, "Where is Mu Are You from? Was she the girl the former emperor bought?" "She was a birthday gift the manor down there gave to His Majesty." Xiao Qie wrapped his arms around Shun Zichuan. "At first, she was kept in the manor. It took a lot of effort just to train her. I saw from her registered birthplace that she's a native of the city of Jincheng." "You think it's her?" Because of the assassination attempt, His Majesty came to detest eunuchs completely. There has never been any eunuch he's on close terms with after Shuanglu. The palace maids who usually wait upon him by his side are all carefully selected people. The only person who can egg him on and help him out of the palace is Mu Are You. Shun Zichuan lost himself in his thoughts again as he spoke. If it's her, there must be a reason. She does not have an imperial heir at present. She can only live if His Majesty is alive. So she should be more concerned about His Majesty's safety than anyone else. That's the thing. Xiao Qie said. The one who can pull off such a scheme must have thought it through carefully. There has to be a reason. The late emperor's sudden death and the Hua clan's subsequent fall from power did not simply result in the removal of a few wuxia hats. It even affected the situational arrangements of Dazhou's various lands. In the past 6 months, Hai Liangyi has been locked in a stalemate in his face-off with the noble clans and barely managed to stabilize the situation. It would benefit no one if the current emperor were to meet with misfortune now. We have to wait for His Majesty to wake up before we can know more, Sun Zichuan said. The Ministry of Works made such a slip-up this time. Pan Xiangjie will be hard-pressed to absolve himself of blame. He will definitely be censured and held back for investigation. Have you seen the governmental clerk from the Ministry of Works, Liang Tsuishan? Yup, I've seen him. Xiao Qie thought for a moment. He is one diligent man. I got him to keep a detailed record of all the medicinal herbs coming and going these few days. Once we go out, the Ministry of Revenue and the Chief Surveillance Bureau will come to check the accounts. You just have to hand over this book to them. Well done. Xiao Qie was not stingy with his praises. When the epidemic broke out, there was no time at all to wait for the memo from the palace. I got my men to get the herbs from the medicine shops. The Imperial Army has our own handwritten notes on record. But, when all is said and done, it's not as convincing as the testimony of a man from the Ministry of Revenue. With this book, the Imperial Army and the Ministry of Revenue won't have to rip into each other. Xiao Qie hated to deal with the officials from the Ministry of Revenue. It was so much trouble just to reconcile accounts with them every year. With this major issue of the public ditches being clogged, those old foxes might even think of dragging the Imperial Army into the mire so as to put the Grand Secretariat in a spot. After all, the law could not be enforced if everyone was an offender. The beginning of spring was also the most complicated time for political affairs, where piled-up mountains of official documents instantly gave the Grand Secretariat a massive headache. You have no wish to see the Ministry of Revenue, and they are also afraid to see you. Sun Zichuan laughed. The matter of Quancheng Silk the last time implicated Wang Xian. I see that he has already been transferred to the Ministry of Rights. Was that your handiwork? I bear no personal grudge against him. The collections of debts in the past were simply official business. Because of me, he was implicated and slapped with an ill reputation for bribery. Shifting him over to the Ministry of Rights is merely a stopgap measure, Xiao Qie said. His hope of getting an outstanding this inspection is definitely dashed. Even if he's appointed a post outside the capital, he'll only be sent to somewhere remote and barren. Wang Xian was unlucky. He originally served as the secretary in the Ministry of Revenue and had a very hard time dealing with Xiao Qie. A few years ago, when the Imperial Army's equipment was worn out, Xiao Qie was the one who personally hemmed him in to reconcile accounts and hound for money every time they carried out manual labor. He had no personal relationship with Xiao Qie to speak of at all. Who would have expected an unexpected calamity to come flying out of the blue? Xiao Qie was denounced before the emperor, and by sheer coincidence, those Quancheng silks passed through his hands. There was no way he could explain himself. In the end, Xiao Qie and Li Jianheng fell back on their brotherly ties and acted out the roles of a harmonious ruler and his minister. But he was stripped of his secretary post for real and almost became a prisoner. He could no longer be an official in Kudu now, and even if he were to be assigned a post outside the capital, there was nowhere decent to go. He even got an assessment of negligence of duty for the inspection. Half a lifetime of prudence and caution wasted. What a grave injustice. But something clicked in Sun Zichuan's mind, and he said, "Don't tell me you are thinking of making use of this opportunity and assign him to Zhongbua." Xiao Qie laughed and said, "To think you could even guess this." Xiao Qie gave Wang Xian a helping hand and had him moved to the Ministry of Rights. At the very least, the latter managed to secure his job and means of livelihood. In the past, Wang Xian disliked him, but now he had to be deeply grateful to him. Xiao Qie planned to transfer Wang Xian to Zhongbua when the latter was appointed to a post outside the capital. At present, Zhongbua was full of rogues and bandits. Everyone all wanted to stuff their own people in there. We can't get close to other places. But we must plant manpower in Xizhou. Xiao Qie relaxed and said, "That was a good suggestion you gave for the demolition subsidy. Xizhou's prefectural prefect, Zhu Gui, is now on good terms with us. He will naturally understand the implication if we put Wang Xian under his command. The 6 prefectures of Zhongbua will definitely put an emphasis on supervision this year. But no matter who the imperial court deploys over, Zizhou has to remain under my watch. Zizhou was close to the northeast provisions bridle path. By doing this, Xiao Qie was keeping an eye from where he was in Kudu on the main entrances to the granaries for the Libe armored cavalry. He and Xiao Jiming had hardly exchanged correspondences, but the two brothers understood each other perfectly. The Quancheng silk is a latent danger. If Fu Linia had not been too eager for fast returns and messed up by some freak coincidence, then this account would be a blade buried deep in the Imperial Army's account book. Shun Zichuan moved his head and said, "Was this account handled by Xue Xiuzhua?" "That's him, all right." Xiao Qie said. "Xue Xiuzhou, huh? What do you think of him?" "I didn't really pay him any notice at first. But I checked his evaluations for the past few years' inspections, and they were all outstanding. He joined the imperial court during the reign of Yongyi, those last 3 years of Emperor Guancheng. It was only when Emperor Xianda ascended to the throne that he assumed the post of Chief Supervising Secretary in the Ministry of Revenue. He held this position for 8 years until the sudden rebellion at Nanlin hunting grounds last year. He was then promoted and transferred to the Court of Judicial Review, where he became the Assistant Minister of the Court of Judicial Review. He then went on to handle 2 major cases that concern High Majesty's safety, the Hua and Pan's rebellion case and the Feast of 100 Officials' assassination case. He has a good reputation, has extensive contacts in the 8 great clans, and is on good terms with the officials from humble backgrounds headed by Hai Liangyi. Shun Zechuan pondered over it for a moment before saying, "But I know nothing of his background before he entered the imperial court." "I know of it pretty well." Xiao Qie said, "Ask me." Shun Zichuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Tell me. Why doesn't that sound like someone who has a favor to ask of?" Xiao Qie gathered the overcoat around him and put his head to Shun Zichuan's. "I'll tell you only if you coax me until I'm happy." The way he said it was frivolous, partially to tease Shun Zichuan. He did not expect Shun Zichuan to look at him, part his lips to puff out a breath, and murmured under hot and soft breath at such close quarters, "See in tilde." That tiny puff of damp heat landed on Xiao Qie's cheeks and edged along his straight nose to the front of his lips. Both men touched, almost imperceptibly. Xiao Qie suddenly rolled over and propped himself up above Shun Zichuan, leaving a space between them. He pinched Shun Zichuan's chin to correct its position and said, "All talk and no action, this second young master won't fall for it." Chapter 68, Lovemaking. Chapter 68, Lovemaking. Then what will you fall for? Shun Zichuan's narrowed his eyes from the pinch, making it hard to tell if he was in discomfort or pleasure. His expression was very alluring, as if fanning the flames. Light through the window was faint. Xiao Qie observed Shun Zichuan at close proximity, then reached out and stroked the corner of Shun Zichuan's lips with his thumb. He said, "Get a feel of it yourself. I'm afraid someone will say one thing but mean another." Shun Zichuan's lips parted and closed as he spoke. The tip of his tongue appeared indistinctly, casting moist warmth on Xiao Qie's thumb, yet Xiao Qie could not touch a thing. "Who's acting contradictorily?" Xiao Qie leaned over and pressed down on him. "Second young master is so honest." "Honest indeed." Shun Zichuan sighed. "You're so hard. I just had my fill of sleep." Xiao Qie was feeling him up. "And I've been abstaining for quite a number of days to let it all build up. So give me a sweet little treat." Shun Zichuan exchanged a gentle kiss with him and said, "I just recovered from a serious illness, so let's keep it first for another time. I really don't have the energy." "Who would bear to let you exert yourself in bed?" Xiao Qie asked. "Would I bear to do that?" "You would." Shun Zichuan gazed at him and said softly, "Whatever you say now are just words to coax and trick me. Once we get on the bed, it all counts for nothing." Xiao Qie chuckled. "Is that so? So what did I say when I cajoled you?" Shun Zichuan lifted a finger to block Xiao Qie's lips, which was about to drop a kiss. "If you want to hear all about it, then first tell me about Xue Xiuzhua." Xiao Qie tightened his arms around him and asked, "What do you want to hear?" His background before he served as an official is nothing impressive. Xue Xiuzhua is a son of common birth, born of a concubine in the Xue clan. Since his early years, he has never been a favored child. Look at his age. He's older than Shi Hongxian and Yarrow Wenyu by a few years. By all logic, he shouldn't be attending school at the same time as them, so how did he become their fellow student? It's all because he has been neglected at home back then, and the delay by his family caused him to get a late start in his education. This person looks refined and has a way in the way he conducts himself in society and deals with people. Compared to Shi Hongxian, he seemed more like a son of lawful birth from the noble clans. He was already 11 years of age when he enrolled in the academy. As if recalling this person, Xiao Qie thought it over carefully for a moment before he continued. He's talented and intelligent, and he's willing to study hard, so it didn't take him long to stand out from the bunch of noble clan's descendants. But the good times didn't last long. A few years later, Yarrow Wenyu also enrolled in the academy. Everyone now wants to associate with unpolished Jade Yuanzhua one to show that they are genuine talents too. But at that time, their teacher was teacher Chang Zong, who was well known for being harsh and exacting. Once Yarrow Wenyu joined them, the number of times the others got criticized and punished increased. This was because no one could outdo Yarrow Wenyu when it came to strategies and literary essays. The moment his writings surfaced, no one else's works could ever again catch teacher Chang Zong's eyes. Xue Xiuzhua's limelight was thus stolen in those few years. After that, he never displayed his talents again. Later on, Yarrow Wenyu became Hai Liangyi's student. You know what Hai Liangyi is like, so you can get a glimpse of how talented Yarrow Wenyu must be for him to be able to become Hai Liangyi's student. But what the others didn't know is that the one who first sent a visitation card to Hai Liangyi was Xue Xiuzhua. He kowtowed thrice to Hai Liangyi, but in the end, Hai Liangyi didn't accept him as his student. If this had happened to someone else, then even if they didn't have a falling out with Hai Liangyi, they would still bear a grudge. But that's what's so impressive about Xue Xiuzhua. He was there on the day Yarrow Wenyu underwent the rites to become a formal pupil of Hai Liangyi. Not only was he there, but he was also even the one holding the crown. Hai Liangyi disliked him, yet Xue Xiuzhua had never once uttered a word of grievance and resentment. Hai Liangyi's residence was bestowed upon him by Emperor Guangcheng back then. The Secretariat Elder is usually particular about having his peace and staying clean. He doesn't receive local officials as guests in private, and he doesn't arrange for excessive errand runners to assign tasks. There was this one year when his pavilion collapsed. When Xue Xiuzhua heard about it, he didn't even take his meal and instead went to replace the stones for Hai Liangyi personally. He holds Secretariat Elder Hai in high esteem. Remembering, Shen Zichuan said, when I looked up his past inspections evaluations, I also saw his essays on contemporary politics from those few years when he had just entered public service. They were all discourses on increasing incomes and reducing expenditures, and straightening out the local field books, three which were also issues that gave Hai Liangyi headaches when he first entered the Grand Secretariat. He is more like Hai Liangyi's student than Yarrow Wenyu. Hai Liangyi used to serve in the Ministry of Revenue for over 10 years, so he's very well aware of all the dirty tricks used in the local accounts. To get to the bottom of the accounts then, Xue Xiuzhua was the one he assigned. As such, Xue Xiuzhua took on the post of the Ministry of Revenue's Chief Supervising Secretary with the specific purpose of inspecting and auditing the various accounts. Xiao Qie lay back down on the bed with Shen Zichuan in his embrace and continued, I think that his current social connections were all established back at that time. He remained in the Chief Supervising Secretary post for 8 years, and his evaluations were all outstanding. He should have long been promoted, but he never received a promotion. Why? Because Hai Liangyi had the intent to hold him back. Looks like Secretariat Elder Hai was moved by his sincerity. To think he was willing to spend time to polish Xue Xiuzhua. With this camaraderie, even if both men aren't teacher and pupil in name, the relationship between them has already surpassed even that of one. Shen Zichuan slowly furrowed his brows. Serving as the Ministry of Revenue's Chief Supervising Secretary, he can go down to the localities. He has subordinates handling the accounts under his leadership, and he also holds the special privilege of directly submitting petitions to the Emperor. It'd be a piece of cake for him to befriend anyone he wants to be friends with. That's right. The Provincial Administration Commissioner of Jueshi is Jiang Qingshan. This is not a man to be underestimated. The last time when Xue Xiuzhua blew the whistle on Hua Xiqian, Jiang Qingshan was the man he investigated the accounts with. Jiang Qingshan's achievements are remarkable. Back then, when Kudu fell behind on the aid relief funds to Jueshi, it was him who did all he could to bear the costs and carried on handling the matter without letting the 13 cities of Jueshi succumb to starvation. He is bold and decisive in what he does. He has the courage to act first and report later. A man with an iron fist. But he has a bad temper and doesn't really socialize much with the officials from the capital. When the parties of Hua and Pan were at the height of their powers, he never once paid Pan Rugi Ice respect. For he's a dauntless man, and he has the capability to go with it. That's why even though Hua Xiqian hated him, he was not able to get him demoted. A man like him who doesn't even think much of Yarrow Wenyu could still be on close terms with Xue Xiuzhua and call Xue Xiuzhua his brother. So you can imagine how good Xue Xiuzhua's ability to make friends is. Xiao Qie suddenly paused. It's actually all due to Xue Xiuzhua's own competence that Secretariat Elder Hai would later come to promote him. Last time, you spoke about luring the noble clans into a trap. I think you've hit the nail on the head. There's no telling if Xue Xiuzhua can really make it into the Grand Secretariat. I noticed that this person is very contradictory, Shun Zichuan said. His essays on contemporary politics in the previous years were all about the commoner's welfare and livelihood. He went down to the localities, and the stuff he did was all practical and real. Yet, he's inseparable from the noble clan's younger generations like Shi Hongxian and the likes. The matter of Quancheng Silk is a critical point. I think he's a deep one. He's not acting at random, but planning far ahead. Didn't you say that there was a man at the helm hiding in Kudu? Xiao Qie's expression grew a little more serious. He's a good candidate. His official grade wasn't high 6 years ago when Zhongbua troops were defeated, and he was young to boot. So how can he manipulate those noble clan's old foxes? Just one Wei clan is a pain to deal with. My guess is that if there's really such a person, he should be of the same age as Hai Liangyi. Otherwise, with this kind of credentials, it would be hard to convince the others. Nevertheless, there are too few clues. We'll still need to deal with them carefully in the future. Xiao Qie rubbed Shun Zichuan's wrist and said, the collapse of Ohua Pavilion is not without benefits. Shi Hongxian is frightened out of his wits this time. Even if he wants to look for you for a drink in the future, there is nowhere to go. Wine can be drunk anywhere. Even if his Ohua Pavilion has collapsed, there are still other establishments. It's Shang Yun who is gone that will be really gone for good. Shun Zichuan looked askance at him. Second young master has really suffered a loss. Without Shang Yun, I can always look for someone else. Xiao Qie looked at him. Beauties are aplenty, isn't there one right here? With his fingertips, Shun Zichuan drew a few strokes on his palm and said, if you don't have 500 taels, I won't drink with you. I am filthy poor. Xiao Qie caught his teasing fingertips. I have no money, so I can only give you something else. What rare item is that to be able to move my heart? Shun Zichuan asked. Xiao Qie guided his hand to land on his waist. Second young master is a fine specimen of a man. So, what do you think? I, Shen Lanju, am also a dashing man. Shun Zichuan said leisurely, I can just admire myself in the mirror, there's no need for another person. You still don't know how to have fun. Xiao Qie said. How can self-admiration be as delightful as being admired by me? Both of us have to be reflected in the mirror for it to be aesthetically rousing. With glistening eyes rippling with desires, Shun Zichuan asked, so what's considered aesthetically rousing? Seeing is believing. Xiao Qie checked Shun Zichuan's temperature. Try it with me one of these days, and you'll find out. His caresses made Shun Zichuan gasp softly for breath. Both men had not found relief for a long time, and they had just survived the epidemic. All the energy that had just been recovered pooled in their lower abdomens, weighing down on it. And now, all these hugging and fondling had ignited the first signs of desires. Shun Zichuan with a pure heart and few desires. Xiao Qie sighed with deep feelings under his breath. Why can't I tell which is it? That is Shun Zichuan, you are calling for Shen Lanju. Shun Zichuan asked, who do you want? I want both of them. Xiao Qie scooped Shun Zichuan up, made him lean on one side, and pressed down against him from behind. Are you giving, or not? With half of his face buried in the bedding, Shen Zichuan merely panted without saying a word. Xiao Qie bit him. His ears were sensitive, and the licking and biting caused his gasps to hitch. Scarlet tints materialized at the corners of his eyes. Chen Yang boiled some water. I'll let you wash up before dawn. Xiao Qie lowered his head and called out to him in a nasal tone, Lanju. The bed was makeshift for emergency use. It was small and narrow, and it was a strain on both men to squeeze onto it. Xiao Qie did not dare to thrust right in. Instead, he entered slowly and gingerly from the side. The imperial bodyguards outside all had keen hearing. Shen Zichuan did not make a sound and tugged at the overcoat amidst those alternating deep thrusts and shallow withdrawals, even as the sensation of melting apart engulfed him. They were breathing unevenly, both afraid the other would cry out loud, so they kissed, neck against neck. The bed shook gently. Xiao Qie's repressed desire fired up, but he could not rock hard into Shen Lanju. All he could do was to grind against him. Between the kisses, Xiao Qie said in a hushed tone, "Cry out for me again." Shen Lanju said, "Ce. Chen." Xiao Qie laughed. He thrusted a little harder and said, "What does Chen, Chen mean?" Shen Zichuan could not take it anymore and did not dare to reply. Xiao Qie's finger pressed into his mouth, moving and stroking for a little while as he hugged him tightly from the back, thrusting in deep until Shen Zichuan almost moaned out loud. Without them realizing it, the day began to break outside as their bout of lovemaking left them drenched in sweat. Considering that Shen Zichuan had just woken up, and that it was not the place for this, Xiao Qie only did it once. Even after they hastily concluded things, Shen Zichuan remained flushed for a long while. He did not even want to lift a finger during the cleaning up. On the other end, Liang Xueshan looked at the sky and saw that it was almost dawn, so he sorted out the books from these few days and put them in order in preparation of making his report when he met Shen Zichuan. He took a detour to the place and saw Ji Qingqing drinking tea under the rain shelter awning, so he greeted him and asked, "Is His Excellency the judge better today? This humble subordinate has tidied up the accounts and specifically come to report the details." Ji Qingqing did not speak. Chen Yang just happened to walk down and replied, "His Excellency the judge has just recovered from a serious illness, and the epidemic has just passed. His Excellency is also concerned about infecting all of you, so he's not receiving guests today. If the nature of this account permits, I can send it in on behalf of Your Excellency later." Having been ordered by Shen Zichuan to record the accounts, Liang Xueshan did not dare to be sloppy. Naturally, he could not just hand the accounts over to Chen Yang. Thus, he merely said, "I'm glad His Excellency is fine. Since it's not convenient today, this humble subordinate will request an audience again tomorrow." Chen Yang nodded, and Liang Xueshan took his leave. Before he left, he noticed that there was no one else around that house, so he knew that the area had been cleared of people, and there were personal guards standing watch. The imperial bodyguards were on duty, and Shen Zichuan was personally appointed by the emperor himself, so he reckoned that there was probably still work to be done. Not daring to take another look or ask another question, he hurried away. Not long after, the shadow before the door shook slightly. Xiao Qie lifted the curtain and stepped out. He had already changed into a clean robe. There was a pair of half-aged boots on his feet, and Shen Zichuan's ivory fan in his hand. He asked, "Was he here to report the accounts?" "I told him to come tomorrow," Chen Yang said. Xiao Qie walked down the steps. Now that he felt refreshed, the hostility that had been in his expression a few days before had all dissipated. He asked, "Has Laohu's fever subsided?" "Yes." He's feeling more spirited too, and he ate quite a bit this morning. He wanted to pay his respects to Master. "I told him to come again tomorrow too. I'll go see him." Xiao Qie weighed the fan in his hands and said, "The water in the streets has receded, and the sky is now clear. We won't need to stay at Jiao Zui Temple for 2 days before there should be news from the palace. How about Shi Hongxian? He has woken up. But men from the 8 great training divisions are keeping a tight watch on him. They aren't letting anyone see him. There's no hurry." Xiao Qie said with a hint of a smile. "His Majesty should have already woken up too. Shi Hongxian can't escape this. The Chief Surveillance Bureau is waiting to impeach him. The public ditches had been dredged up, and the epidemic did not manage to break out in full. The entire matter was beautifully handled. The people at the top did not have to suffer, and it was due to all the credit of those who rolled and crawled at the bottom. It was time to settle the score. He, Xiao Xian, had now slept his fill and ate to his content. He had all the spirit and energy to dawdle with them. Chen Yang was by his side when Xiao Qie suddenly asked, "The earring I had you made the last time, are they done crafting it? When we return to the residence in a few days, I'll go collect it on the way." Chen Yang said, "I told them to craft it as quickly as possible, it should be done by now. But what rationale is there for a master to go personally? I'll collect it on your behalf." "I have to collect this thing personally." Xiao Qie tossed the ivory fan in his hands to Chen Yang and took the lead as he walked away. "Let's go. We'll go pay Tan Tai Hu a visit." Chapter 69, Evaluation of Merit. Chapter 69, Evaluation of Merit. Li Jianheng was unconscious for a few days, delirious with nightmares and mumbling incoherent words no one could understand. Mu Yu stayed by his bedside, personally feeding him medicine and wiping down his body. The Empress Dowager did not use her royal sedan today. Instead, she took advantage of the good weather to take a leisurely stroll with third Missy Hua. She said, "Lady Mu is still staying by the Emperor's side, keeping watch over him?" Supporting the Empress Dowager, Matron Liuxiang said, "She hasn't left at all. With everything she has done, the Emperor's affections for her would increase from a 6 to a 10. The Empress Dowager said to Hua Xiangyi, "This relationship would take on more weight now that they have shared weals and woes together. Lady Mu may seem delicate and petite." Hua Xiangyi followed after the Empress Dowager and said, with the Empress Dowager's words in mind, "But she is also a gutsy one." "That's very accurate." The Empress Dowager said, "Yesterday, the Imperial physician mentioned that His Majesty is fine now and should wake soon. When His Majesty wakes, it'll be Lady Mu's time to shine. I saw how badly she was lambasted by the Imperial censors before, but today, even Hai Liangyi himself would have to sigh and commend her for the good woman she is. If she's someone timid, would she dare risk herself like this?" Hua Xiangyi smiled as she took over the blue and white porcelain bowl one from Liu Xiang's hands and tossed fish baits into the newly converted lake. She said, "How can she be His Majesty's favorite if she doesn't have a little gut?" She already knew how and when to advance and retreat from her time with Pan Rugi. The Empress Dowager looked at the brocade carps in the lake vying for the food and said, "The outbreak of this epidemic is fishy. We could have dealt with Lady Mu and have her sent away for bewitching and leading the Emperor astray with her words. But she's smart. She knows that getting close to His Majesty is an amnesty from death. Too, with her taking care of him to this extent, the only one to be in for a rough time in the aftermath is Shi Hongxian. In the previous suppression of Xiao Qie, the noble clans lost Wei Huaixing. Fu Linie has also been denounced and demoted. In the end, no one benefited from it. And now that the Imperial Army has carried out such an urgent task like the dredging up of public ditches, Xiao Qie will surely be rewarded. Shi Hongxian deserves to be punished. Hua Xiangyi said. He who gives no thought to difficulties in the future is sure to be beset by worries much closer at hand. Aunt, I think he has gotten too carried away by his own success because of his transfer to the Bureau of Evaluations in the Ministry of Revenue. It's no coincidence that this misfortune has befallen him. If he had been prudent enough, how could anyone get the chance to plot against him? Now that someone has given him to Xiao II as a stepping stone to trample on, it's only fitting for him to be punished. Moreover, while I was making inquiries about the matters concerning Chidong, I heard that the hereditary prince of Libei had given Zhongbuo's Zizhou 40,000 taels as aid relief during heavy snow 3 before the new year. It was also in part due to these 40,000 taels that Xiao II was able to persuade the Ministry of Revenue. Because of this, Zizhou and Libei have now become friends in times of adversity. In the future, when the Imperial Court dispatches the Provincial Administration Commissioner to administer the 6 prefectures of Zhongbuo, they would have to show some consideration for Libei too. The one who benefits the most this time is Xiao Qie. It's not far-fetched even if one were to claim that he was the one who released the epidemic. With her fingertips, the Empress Dowager rubbed the baits into crumbs and sprinkled them into the lake. Lady Mu is in such good health, so why is it there's still no news of an imperial heir? If we can't get rid of her, then we can only have her in our grasp. Once she has a child, I won't have to worry about the future. In truth, the Li clan had quite a number of descendants. But during Emperor Guangcheng's reign, the crown prince committed suicide by slitting his own throat, and the princes who ranked below him either died or were deposed, leaving only Emperor Xianda and Li Jianheng. Emperor Xianda reigned for 8 years. And because his health was poor, only imperial concubine Wei got pregnant with a baby. But on those few days of national mourning, someone drowned imperial concubine in a well without so much as a squeak. Subsequently, there was only Li Jianheng left. Even after Li Jianheng ascended to the throne, there was still no news of pregnancy from the imperial concubines in the palace. The Empress Dowager despised Mu Ayu, who had come from an eunuch's compound. She had originally intended to pick a smart and astute girl from the remaining maidens of the Hua clan in Dicheng and appointed her hand in marriage to Li Jianheng as an imperial consort. Li Jianheng was not a passionate man who was crazy about love, so once he had a new lover, he would surely give his old flame the cold shoulder. Who would have expected Mu Ayu to be both clever and gutsy enough to sway the emperor through pillow talk and speak up numerous times for the Empress Dowager? If the Empress Dowager wanted to raise the future crown prince in her own palace, then she had to keep an eye on Mu Ayu's belly now. Speaking of benefit, Lady Mu has also gained from this misfortune. Hua Xiangyi wiped her hands. She still has a younger brother. Does aunt remember? He's called Fengquan. Matron Liuxiang quietly reminded the Empress Dowager from behind. I vaguely remember such a person. The Empress Dowager said, didn't he acknowledge Pan Rugi as his grandfather? Pan Rugi has been executed. His Majesty secretly retained him for Lady Mu's sake, didn't he? Fengquan has once received a recommendation from aunt for a promotion. I'm sure he still remembers aunt's kindness. Hua Xiangyi supported the Empress Dowager by the arm. Aunt, this sister and brother pair now have no one to rely on. If you give them a little endorsement for a promotion, then to them, you'll be like the goddess of mercy, Guanyin. The Empress Dowager took a few steps and said, that Fengquan is a eunuch. Call him back. There's so many vacancies in the 24 yamen. Liuxiang, arrange a good post for him. Consider it a fulfillment of the siblings' wish. Liuxiang uttered an acknowledgement. The Empress Dowager asked again, has Chidong replied? How can the wedding date be scheduled in the autumn? The autumn wind in the Kang commandery of Chidong is strong. I can't bear to let you marry over during that period. Hua Xiangyi merely smiled. Matron Liuxiang said, the old commander has replied, saying that he'll leave it all up to your majesty to make the decision, as long as it falls on an auspicious day and hour. The messenger even specially brought along a few chests of Huzhou's silk and satin for the third missy. The head ornaments were also crafted with care and attention. He clearly has put his heart into this. Shouldn't he put his heart into it? The Empress Dowager's smile diminished. He has received such a momentous imperial favor. Liuxiang immediately lowered herself in obeisance and said, he should. In order not to make third missy feel slighted and aggrieved, the men Chidong chose for the bridal escort squad 4 are all respectable generals, and the one leading the procession is none other than Commander-in-Chief Qi. The Empress Dowager's expression underwent a subtle change. In the end, she did not fly into a rage and merely said, I've specifically sent a letter to the Bianjuan Commandery to get the Earl of Bianxia, Lu Pingyang, to come and fetch the bride. But he kept coming up with all kinds of excuses to decline. Isn't it on account of the Prince of Libei that he didn't dare to accept? The people from the Lu clan are a bunch of blockheads. I'll have to see exactly what Libei can help them with in the future. As for Qi Zhuyin being the one to fetch the bride, as a girl and a daughter, her seniority is already a notch lower. The nerve of Qi Shiyu to think of it. The Empress Dowager's anger had yet to subside when a eunuch swiftly trotted over and kneeled to say, Greetings to your majesty. Someone from the bedchamber had come earlier to say that his majesty has woken up. Liuxiang hurriedly said, Prepare to set out. Tan Tai Hu, with his clothes draped over him, was carving wood to sculpt a crudely made giant cricket for Ding Dao and Xiaowu. The moment Chen Yang lifted the curtain, all of them got off the couch and paid their proper respects in order. You have only just woken up, so it's fine to sit. Xiao Qie motioned for them to rise and took his seat on the chair. How are you today? To report back to the viceroy. Tan Tai, who wiped away the wood shavings on his hands. My fever is gone, and I have eaten too. I can return to duty today. There's no hurry. Xiao Qie's old robe dropped down deftly. He sat on the chair for a moment. You got ill so suddenly that day. Your health is usually pretty good, so what happened? What did the military medic say? The medic can't explain the cause of this illness either. Tan Tai, who said, I've been wondering. Why me? I never caught a cold even when I trained bare-chested in the rain during all those times our Imperial Army trained on the military drill grounds. I've seen the name list of those who had fallen ill that the Viceroy had told Chen Yang to compile. Although there are also elderly and youngsters, it's still mostly the young and strong. This epidemic is bizarre. Chen Yang piped up when he heard to this point. His Excellency the judge may be right. It's not a natural disaster this time, but a man-made one. Xiao Qie leaned back to ponder it over and said, regardless of which it is, so much time has passed since then. The clues are most likely already disposed of. It's still not too bad since I'm the one who fell ill. Tan Tai, who was still filled with trepidation. If Viceroy were the one who fell sick instead, then the patrols in Kudu would be in chaos. Startled, Xiao Qie's hand, which had been stroking his thumb ring, stopped in place. He said nothing, and the others did not dare to interrupt his contemplation. This didn't cross my mind before you said it. After a long while, Xiao Qie let out a fearless smile. Never mind. It's a bad debt, no? Thankfully we have a backup plan. It's not all that worrisome. Take a good rest today. Who is taking care of those few children in your home these days? Tan Tai, who did not expect Xiao Qie to remember the children. His eyes felt hot as he said, before coming in, I entrusted them to Chen Yang. He kept them in the Imperial Army's office compound. With the brothers there to take care of them, they should not have to worry about food. It's all good. Most of the original households in the Imperial Army are locals from Kudu. You guys are non-locals from beyond Kudu who were recruited to fill up the posts here. All of you have no houses and no wives, so it isn't easy for you to raise a few children. This time, you fell ill while digging ditches in the face of a disaster. Consider it a meritorious service. Chen Yang will report it to the Ministry of War for you to get a promotion at the start of spring. In the future, in addition to your monthly salary, the internal division of the Imperial Army will also allocate you some child support funds from my personal account. Allocating the money from Xiao Qie's personal account meant that the money was designated and withdrawn from Xiao Qie's official salary. It could be said to be money that Xiao Qie gave him. Tan Tai, who had already kneeled down on one knee when he heard this. He said, how would that do? I'm already very content that the Viceroy didn't boot me out and still kept me on duty. Credit where credit is due, you deserve it. I'm giving it to you, so just take it. Xiao Qie rose and said to Chen Yang, keep a record of the soldiers who have dug the ditches this time and distribute money to them. The epidemic is no joke, everyone is risking their own lives here, so what is taking some money in the grand scheme of things? Let it be known that all promotions and assignments will be assessed according to one's merits and demerits in the future if this happens again. For people like Laohu, I, Xiao Xian, will take care of the whole family. That bit of displeasure Tan Tai who had initially harbored had utterly vanished. It would not do for him to bring up the issue about Shun Zechuan again because of the kindness he had received. Xiao Qie also took a look at those few from the Imperial Army who had fallen ill, and he did and said the same to them. Even the young ones like Ding Dao received a monetary reward. Shun Zechuan drank his medicine as he watched the bustling scene outside the window. Qian Tianya set up the fire basin and roasted a few potatoes. As he poked the fire, he said, see how others have gotten a promotion and a windfall. Master, what about me? I'll keep it in mind for future reference. Shun Zechuan set aside the bowl. Xiao Tianya looked at the potatoes with undivided attention even as he said, Xiao II is doing it right when it comes to managing his subordinates. He has really put in a lot of thought and effort to be able to consolidate the Imperial Army and turn it into his very own impenetrable defense in the span of just a few years. It's not surprising for him to put in a little thinking and effort into matters that concern his safety and security. Shun Zichuan said. The Imperial Army is his newly sharpened blade. Naturally, the more smoothly he can wield it, the better. Tan Tai, who is a high-ranking military officer he recruited from the outside into the Imperial Army. If not properly managed, then this batch of people with Tan Tai who as the head will become the root of troubles. Timing and people's hearts are all essential and indispensable. He has just the perfect grasp on them all. He suppressed them and rewarded them, sorting them out until they are all submissive and obedient. Even the root of trouble has become a stabilizing force. 5 Given Tan Tai whose disposition, even if someone were to bribe him with 1,000 gold in the future, it'll be hard to shake his loyalty. Qiao Tianya peeled the potatoes and sighed. Now that I've compared it this way. Master, you're really way too cold-blooded. The Imperial bodyguards differ from the Imperial Army. All those in the Imperial bodyguards are men from noble clans. Each of them is ambitious and arrogant. Being cold is just perfect. Without any life and death tribulations, there is no way true friendships can form. Everyone has a scale in their heart. Han Cheng has assumed the post of Commander-in-Chief for quite a few days, and there have been quite a number of rewards he has made out as a bribe to those below him. But how many of them really think well of him in private? Shun Zichuan paused for a moment, then continued, now that you have eaten the potatoes, don't eat the meat later. You must have put on at least 7 or 8 Jin 6 ever since you followed me. Qiao Tianya said, does Master want to listen to a tune? I can play and even sing. I can skip the money, but you can at least reward me with 2 pieces of meat, right? Shun Zichuan said mercilessly, go out. At the same time Qiao Tianya went out, Xiao Qie returned. Qiao Tianya moved to the side to make way, and Xiao Qie strode through the door, hooked a chair over with his leg, and sat beside the bed. Did you have a good sleep? Shun Zichuan replied, SOSO. Xiao Qie said, that residence of yours has been torn down too. Where are you going to live after you get out 2 days later? Shun Zichuan sighed. Live on the streets, I guess. Propping himself up, Xiao Qie whistled at him and said, I have a small courtyard behind the Plum Blossom residence. Do you want it? Too close together, and it'll be easy to arouse the suspicions of the others. Shun Zichuan gathered his clothes around him, offering a brief glimpse of the marks on his nape. Too far apart, and it'll be hard for us to even meet once every few days. Xiao Qie reached out his hand to smooth down Shun Zichuan's back collar. His eyes lingered on those teeth marks. He was the one who left those marks, kissing that portion all over as if he was holding his prey in his mouth. Shun Zichuan raised his eyes to look at him and said, see you on the Imperial Court, Tem? Xiao Qie averted his gaze and said, that sounds so distant. Then what's to be done? Shun Zichuan looked at him. Where's my fan? Chen Yang just happened to be holding a tray as he lifted the curtain. Without even thinking about it, Xiao Qie said, gone. Chen Yang lost it. Shun Zichuan looked towards Chen Yang who, despite his shock, nodded calmly and said to Shun Zichuan in a heavy voice, Your Excellency, this humble subordinate, it's just a fan. This second young master will compensate you on his behalf. Xiao Qie said leisurely. That ivory fan is so crude. I'll gift you one. Even if it's crude, it's from Shi Hongxian. Shun Zichuan said. How can I put on an act of a crude rascal if I go and meet him later without that fan? I'll give something even more crude. Xiao Qie said, inlaid with gold along with jade. This second young master has lots of money. The military drill ground on Mount Feng has to undergo renovations at the start of spring. Shun Zichuan spread his palms open. Second Master Xiao, have you tightened your belt? You'll soon be so poor that you'll have to go vegetarian. Where on earth would you have the money to inlay gold and jade? Chen Yang put the tray down and backed out of the room. Xiao Qie said, what? Is this going to be a check of my $1 dollartash? Shun Zichuan said, yo, there's even a $1 dollartash. Xiao Qie said, I've plenty of those. Shun Zichuan smiled and said, then that's really. Chen Yang, who had just exited, turned back and said outside the curtain, Master, an imperial edict has arrived from the palace. Both men reined in their expression. Xiao Qi'er immediately rose and single-handedly brought Shen Zichuan up as well. Chapter 70. Temple Reopening. Chapter 70. Temple Reopening. As it was with haste that Zhaozui Temple received the imperial edict, Xiao Qi'er and Shen Zichuan were both not wearing their official robes. Everyone gathered in the courtyard and kneeled. The eunuch who had come to deliver the edict looked unfamiliar. Not daring to put on airs, he quickly started to read out the imperial edict when he saw the person it was intended for emerge. The eunuch finished reading the imperial edict and bowed slightly, saying to Xiao Qi'er, "Viceroy, please rise quickly." Xiao Qi'er received the imperial edict, and Chen Yang immediately called for someone to brew and serve tea. Zhaozui Temple is pervaded with the stench of illness all over, Xiao Qi'er said, so I won't invite Gonggong inside for a seat today. The Viceroy has been hard at work attending to official duties and has gone without rest for days. It's the Viceroy who should be the one invited to take a seat first. The eunuch merrily took a few sips of the tea, then furrowed his brows and sighed, "How is this tea fit for distinguished men? Viceroy, now that His Majesty is awake, then according to the Secretariat Elder, His Excellency the Judge and you may take a rest. There are still people under the awning who are still down with the disease. I'm on official duty, no? I wouldn't dare to be careless." Xiao Qi'er put on a relaxed expression as he acquainted himself with eunuch over a few exchanges of pleasantries. Both of them stood in the courtyard, drinking tea as they chatted and laughed. Xiao Qi'er asked, "Did His Majesty regain consciousness today?" The eunuch, named Fuman, replied, "That's right. He just woke up this morning. All the Nyang in the palace are weeping tears of joy. Her Majesty personally instructed the Imperial Academy of Medicine to take good care of him. Everything mentioned in this imperial edict was merely formalities. They simply commended the Imperial Army, Imperial Bodyguards, and the Ministry of Revenue Secretary for their quick actions and timely defenses this time round. But details of their rewards were only briefly mentioned in passing. Fuman had only just assumed office, and he usually served in the Grand Secretariat compound. The Grand Secretariat officials held eunuchs in contempt, and Hai Liang-yi, in particular, loathed eunuchs. So whenever Fuman was on duty before, he could not look at Hai Liang-yi right in the face, he had to retreat to the side and kneel down to reply. Whatever Hai Liang-yi asked him, he would answer the same. He did not dare to jest and clown around, much less grin or beam. Now, he had not only received a cup of hot tea here, he also saw how Viceroy Xiao was a man who was naturally carefree and not bothered about trifles. Thus, he gradually relaxed as they conversed, intending to do Xiao Qi'er a favor and use this chance to cotton up to the latter. This humble slave has been going around the Grand Secretariat these days to serve the Secretariat Elder tea, and so this humble slave has more or less come to hear some rumors about the Viceroy. Fuman shifted 2 steps over and said in a hushed tone. Without a change in expression, Xiao Qi'er lifted his hand to motion for the others to back off. With his arm around Fuman's shoulders, he said, "Then you're the new favorite close to the Secretariat Elder. I myself have to watch the sky for the weather before I act and make wild guesses as to which impending storm is brewing. Perhaps Gonggong can give me a pointer or two." Fuman hurriedly said, "I would not presume to be worthy of giving pointers. For the sake of the sovereign and people, the Viceroy carries out his official duties with conscience. The Secretariat Elder knows this too. The Grand Secretariat has also deliberated for a few days over the conferment of award this time. It's nothing bad. All the Viceroy has to do is to wait for it." Xiao Qi'er merely smiled, "I wouldn't dare to hanker after the credits this time. The situation isn't something I alone can get back to normal. I'd feel uneasy if the reward is too much." "Oh, my! Viceroy." Fuman slapped his leg. "You're too humble. Is Shen Zichuan the one from the Imperial Bodyguards who is in charge of the mission?" "That's right," Xiao Qi'er said. "He's a frosty one." Having heard that they were on bad terms, Fuman promptly laughed and said, "Who would have known that the Viceroy would get together with him this time? Since the matter has been handled, then he is bound to receive a reward too. But he serves in the Imperial Bodyguards, so how is he going to be rewarded? The Grand Secretariat can't overstep their authority. It all depends on His Majesty's intent. An exception was made for him when he was promoted to the position of Southern Judge before the new year. It's too fast for him to be conferred another reward again now, Xiao Qie said. The Grand Secretariat didn't object. Fuman carefully set the teacup aside and said, "The Viceroy is sick and tired of him, so naturally you take note of him. But now, the various excellencies in the Grand Secretariat are all busy with other matters. If he were to be promoted for real, no one would dare to contradict and rebuff His Majesty over such a small matter like this. His Majesty has met with misfortune one after another. Even Secretariat Elder High would acquiesce to him at this point in time. But let this humble servant tell the Viceroy something in strict confidence. This man, if promoted too quickly, will be a latent danger. The current officials of 5th grade and above in the Imperial Bodyguards are all lads that come from families with a long history and deep roots. That Shen Zichuan, who would think well of that family background of his? Head to the streets now and yell out Shen Wei's name at the top of your voice, and all you will get is countless spittle of saliva. His promotion to the top will only make these people humiliate him in public and in private. Someone who has many merits to his name and has received rewards for them will only cause the others to be jealous of him. The Imperial Bodyguards are, to begin with, a behemoth that is as ferocious as beasts of prey like the wolves and tigers. If he wants to hold on to his prize, it will still have to depend on his capabilities. Xiao Qie chatted a little more with Fuman before getting Chen Yang to see him out. When Chen Yang saw him out, he gave Fuman a hand and helped him up. It was only when Fuman got onto the horse and was midway through his journey that he felt a heaviness in his sleeve. He fished it out for a look and instantly beamed with delight. The Viceroy is generous. Fuman stuffed the money back into his sleeve. A man worthy of being a friend. Shen Zichuan met Liang Xueshan and listened to him give a clear tally of the accounts. He asked him a few questions, and the latter could answer them all readily and methodically. It was really a shame for this person to be a minor, unranked 2 official. Shen Zichuan said, "These few days have been chaotic. There are countless small and big medicinal shops in Kudu, and the coming and going of the medicinal herbs is a complicated mess. You have certainly gone to great trouble to have recorded it all this clearly. This is what this humble subordinate does in his official capacity. This is my duty. It's what I should do." Liang Xueshan said with concern, "Your Excellency looks better today. The illness is eradicated once the medicine takes effect." "I'm fine now," Shen Zichuan said. "Make copies of this account and leave one for the Ministry of Revenue. You have to report back to the higher-ups. Then give the Imperial Army a copy so that they know what to expect." Everyone was on tenterhooks with the epidemic spreading a few days ago, so they could set aside all old grudges and hatred. But now that the rain has stopped, it was time to decide on the awards on the basis of each man's merit. With 3 parties all involved in this matter, it was hard to guarantee that there would be no mutual denunciation and backstabbing among them. As a minor official at the lower ranks, Liang Xueshan had seen a lot. He initially thought that Shen Zichuan did not get along with the Imperial Army, so at present, Shen Zichuan should be strangling the Imperial Army until he went red in the face. But unexpectedly enough, Shen Zichuan did not step forward, nor did he speak up on the matter. Even with the job done, he did not hog all the credit for himself. Liang Xueshan hesitated for a moment before he decided to say, "It was Your Excellency who instructed this humble subordinate to record these accounts. For me to hand it over like this, I was in a muddle while I was ill. You did many of the stuff on your own." Shen Zichuan closed the book. "I can see that you're methodical when it comes to your work, and you've served in the Ministry of Revenue for so many years. So why are you still just a desk clerk?" Liang Xueshan seemed to have a hunch and said in a pained voice, "This humble subordinate has served in the Ministry of Revenue, starting from the 2nd year of Xianda. At that time, the one in authority up there is a member of the Hua clan. This humble subordinate is embarrassingly short on money, and I only know how to run errands. I don't have the money to grease the higher-up's palm. The higher-up let me attend to official duties in my original post, and my evaluations all these years have been in the lower middle range, with neither merits nor demerits." After a moment of silence, Shen Zichuan said, "His Majesty is now opening up opportunities to air one's views, and the 6 ministries are lacking in talents. There's no need for you to feel disheartened. The opportunity will present itself when it is due. Knowing from this that Shun Zechuan meant to recommend him for a promotion, Liang Tsuishan hurriedly bowed to him and said, "Your Excellency's recognition and appreciation of this humble subordinate is a kindness this humble subordinate will never forget." Shun Zechuan got up and said nothing further as he lifted the curtain and stepped out. Liang Tsuishan looked at the floor blankly, only realizing after a while that the tears were already streaming down his cheeks. What he did not tell Shun Zechuan was that he was from Jueshi, and his first few decades were spent on a prolonged period of studying. As such, he passed the imperial examinations a few years late. At first, he was supposed to assume duty at the Ministry of Personnel, but someone spent bribe money to take his place. He was then transferred to the Ministry of Works, where he received outstanding evaluations for the few years he worked there. As he was good in calculation, he was once again transferred to the Ministry of Revenue. He initially thought he could show and put his skills to good use at the Ministry of Revenue. But in the end, he was oppressed from above by a distantly related descendant of the Hua clan, an utter disgrace who simply muddled his way through. He was the one who did the job, but it was this higher-up's name on the reports that were submitted to the top. He tried to seek help from his connections to get a transfer elsewhere, but those at the top did not agree, wanting to exploit him as a manual laborer for free. He was suppressed and oppressed again and again until he eventually became a clerk in an official post so minor that he could not even be considered a legit official. He initially thought that he had to give up his dreams of glory in this life, disillusioned as he was with worldly affairs. Who would have expected that misfortune could turn out to be a blessing in disguise? Every cloud indeed has a silver lining. It was only 2 days later that the order forbidding access in and out of the palace was lifted. The operations of the 6 ministries reverted back to normal, and Jiao Zui Temple withdrew the men. Those who had yet to recover were all left under the continued care of the Imperial Academy of Medicine. Shun Zechuan was all clean as he stood before the door, once again all decked out in his embroidered python robe 4 and phoenix tail belt 5 with his waist token hanging on his waist and sword by his side. Xiao Qie had also tidied himself up, dressed in a scarlet court robe with an embroidered lion rank badge, 6 looking tall and leggy. Both men put on a hypocritical show of bidding each other farewell. "I'm heading this way." Xiao Qie whistled to summon over Lang Dao Shuejin. He patted his horse on the back. "Is Your Excellency the judge entering the palace with me? Please go ahead first, Viceroy." Shun Zechuan said politely. This humble subordinate has to go to the commander-in-chief to make a report. It sucks to be a subordinate. Xiao Qie flipped atop his horse. "When are you coming up to play?" "I'm afraid of heights." Shun Zechuan looked up at him. "You'd do best to sit tight. It's too complicated and cumbersome to deal with the aftermath. Whether I can sit tight depends on whether you are willing to show mercy." Xiao Qie pointed and tapped at his own chest with the horsewhip. "Be gentle." Both of them parted before Jiao Zui Temple. Instead of going to look for Han Cheng immediately, Shun Zechuan drove the carriage to the place where he had Ji Gang and Qi Hualian settled down. This little building was surrounded by a courtyard, with a half-dead pear tree jutting out from the top of the wall. Shun Zechuan entered, passed through the courtyard, and headed up the stairs, only to see the main hall doors tightly shut. There were no signs of Ji Gang or Qi Hualian. Qiao Tianya sensed the oddness in the atmosphere. He could see from the messy footprints on the ground that there were people here. Grasping the hilt of his blade with his palm, he strode a step forward and said with a smile, "Is there no one here? If there isn't, this humble servant is going to draw his blade." A sudden gust of wind sent the withered branches of the pear tree swaying, and weeds in the courtyard assaulted the hem of his robe. Qiao Tianya surveyed the place with sharp eyes. He had already discovered that the place was teeming with people both inside and outside the courtyard. "What blade are you going to draw? We are all acquaintances here." A rather weak and feeble voice rang out from inside the house. "Lanju, why aren't you saying a word?" The ruthlessness in Shun Zechuan's eyes was dimly visible, yet he forced a laugh and said, "Second young master, have you recovered?" Shi Hongxian was all wrapped up in fox fur inside the house. He had lost quite some weight, and he did not look too good. Holding up the teacup, he stared askance at the door and said gloomily, "Would I dare to see you if I haven't recovered? My good brother, why didn't you tell me that you're hiding such a bigwig here?" Shun Zichuan laughed out loud and raised his head to motion for Qiao Tianya to retreat. He abruptly pushed the door open, startling up the dust inside the room. An entire room of guards turned to look at him, each of their blades already drawn with glints of snowy white light. Shi Hongxian sat in the very middle, grasping the teacup. Showing no signs of fear, Shun Zichuan strode in and said, "One is a fool and the other, a loony. What kind of bigwig can they be? If you want them, then why don't you just tell me?" Shi Hongxian could not bring himself to laugh. He said, "If Qi Hualian is no bigwig, then Hai Liangyi is no rarity either. Lanju. Oh, Lanju, you are truly a deep one to hide it all this while. To think the grand mentor of Yongyi taught and guided you personally. Haha. Is he banking on you to be the emperor? He's already crazy." Shun Zichuan pulled out his handkerchief to wipe the dust at his own pace. He cast a glance at Shi Hongxian. "You're afraid of a madman?" "I am." Shi Hongxian suddenly flung the teacup down. "A madman taught a mad dog, whose bites caught me off guard and turned me into a bloody pulp." The surrounding blades pressed in swiftly. Shun Zichuan smiled and said, "That makes no sense. If you want to kill me, at least let me die knowing why." "Did you," Shi Hongxian said in a malevolent voice, "teamed up with Xiao II to screw me over?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Shadows fell upon the sides of Shun Zichuan's face. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled and braced himself against the edge of the table. "That's right." Shun Zichuan scrutinized Shi Hongxian with darkness in his eyes as he said both contemptuously and wickedly, "Even if I dare to say so, do you dare to believe the same?" Chapter 71, Trap. Chapter 71, Trap. The atmosphere was forbidding. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. With his hands on the chair handles for support, Shi Hongxian reacted quickly in this heart-stopping atmosphere and said, obscuring truths with falsehoods. "You are throwing out misleading traps again. Shun Zichuan, do you really think I won't dare to kill you? The blade is already on my neck." Shun Zichuan turned his head to look askance at the blade. "You can just give the command to take down my head." Shi Hongxian did not dare to let up even the slightest. In this confrontation, he was not willing to miss any of the subtleties in Shun Zichuan's expression. Although he was sitting tight in the chair, he was even more anxious than Shun Zichuan deep down. Yet, the more he warned himself not to be influenced by Shun Zichuan, the more he would be spurred on by the expression in Shun Zichuan's eyes and by his tone. "For what it's worth, we are brothers," Shi Hongxian said with a superficial, insincere smile. "Lanju, tell me the truth, and I'll leave your corpse in one piece." "Much ado about nothing. Feel free to do it." Shun Zichuan egged him on. "Come on." Shi Hongxian's fingers dug tightly into the chair handles as he exchanged stares with Shun Zichuan. But Shun Zichuan was too calm and composed. Thus, Shi Hongxian said, "Aren't you worried about Qi Hualian at all? Once you're dead, I'll skin that old dog and sell him out to the Empress Dowager to plead for leniency." Shun Zichuan said, "If you handed Qi Hualian to the Empress Dowager 20 years earlier, she might really pardon you for your negligence this time. But Qi Hualian is now worthless. He's not worth alive, and he's worth nothing dead. You are a veteran merchant. Would you feel at ease to do such a losing deal? I think you're lost your mind and gone silly from the illness. Qi Hualian is merely feigning insanity," Shi Hongxian said. "Do you think I can't tell? To survive, he tucks his tail between his legs and struggles on whilst at death's door. That's quite the convincing act he has put on." Shun Zichuan sneered, "Are you trying to sound me out at this point in time? He's just a lunatic." "If he is a lunatic, then who are you studying under?" Shi Hongxian stretched his neck out. "Jiao Zui Temple made you a new person. How did that last remaining survivor of the Shun clan who was so much like a lapdog 6 years ago become so gutsy and resourceful, huh? Lanju, you tell me. Man proposes, heaven disposes." Shun Zichuan's expression was gloomy. "Don't you know what it's like to be a lapdog at others' beck and call and have them kick you around? If I don't shed my skin, how can I break out of the hardships and make it out there? It's better to rely on oneself than on others. You and I are both fleeing for our lives from perilous circumstances, and yet we are now in internal strife. Shi Hongxian, You sure are doing a good job getting rid of someone as soon as he outlives his usefulness, much like killing the donkey the moment it leaves the millstone. If you hadn't leaked the news, then how would Ohua Pavilion collapsed for no reason? We call ourselves brothers on the inside, but the moment you step out, you backstab me in the back. I can't be compared to you when it comes to being ruthless, but as fate would have it, I didn't die. Shi Hongxian said in a chilling voice. You want to ingratiate yourselves with both parties, but there's no such thing as having your cake and eating it too, is there? What can Xiao give me that is worthy enough of raising your suspicions to such an extent? Shun Zechuan said sarcastically, he's not Xiao Jiming, he can't be the Prince of Libei, nor can he command the Libei's armored cavalry. He's merely a trapped beast in this kudu. What's the difference between him and me? Whatever it is that he has, I have no lack of it either. He has a good life that you don't have. Shi Hongxian said. He's the second son of the Prince of Libei, a legitimate lawful son from the direct line of descendants, born of the same mother who birthed Xiao Jiming. Even if he can't inherit the title and position of the Prince of Libei, he has tens of thousands of willing troops at his disposal. Aren't soldiers precisely what you're lacking? With an indifferent expression, Shun Zichuan said, I hold a post in the Imperial Bodyguards. Why would I need troops for? It's only in Kudu that I have a way to survive. Leave Kudu, and there is nowhere else I can put my abilities to use. I'm the 8th common son of Shun Wei, while you are the 2nd lawful son of the Shi clan. Have you and I ever had an easy time before? This shows that there's no difference between the sons of lawful or common ranks. When it comes to people, even heaven cannot reach a final verdict until the very end. By speaking such treacherous words, you have already regarded the societal order of this world as nothing. Shi Hongxian raised his finger and pointed to his own toe. But you got to admit that some people are born to be masters as the continual successions of the upper echelons of the noble clans keep it going. This is fate. If there is no difference between those of common birth and lawful birth, then how can the bloodline maintain its legitimacy? He who is surnamed Li is just simply a cut above you with the surname Shun. Shun Zichuan stared at Shi Hongxian and roared with laughter. Insanity stirred once again in those expressive eyes as he said, That's right, that's right. When Xiao Tianya saw the upsurge of Shun Zichuan's murderous intent in this split second, he almost thought that Shun Zichuan was going to draw his blade. He did not expect Shun Zichuan to say next in a genial tone, if that's the case, then what future can I have by following Xiao? If you believe the rumors and lay a trap to kill me today, then you will come to regret it someday in the future. Shi Hongxian faltered, besieged by doubts and unable to come to a decision, but his expression betrayed nothing. He merely lowered his eyes and said, even when faced with imminent death, you're still putting on an act. You came here as soon as you left Jiao Zui Temple. Isn't that proof enough that this place is important to you? Of course. Shun Zichuan's emotions seemed to have sunk into a deep pool of waters, where there was not even a trace of a ripple to be seen. He said, that is Qi Hualien you're talking about. Even though he has gone crazy, he is also the Qi Hualien who used to be the Triple Yuan top scholar, one which the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace personally invited to take on a leading official post. Now that he's in my hands, I'll never hand him over to anyone else unless he's dead. Shun Zichuan was right in his presumption that Shi Hongxian was setting up a trap to deceive him. Shi Hongxian had no idea at all if Qi Hualien was insane for real or just putting on an act. He merely wanted to preempt and catch Shun Zichuan off guard. Although Shi Hongxian did not have Xue Xiuzhua's capability, he had an ability one would find hard to surpass, and that was eloquence. The reason he was able to incite the Imperial College to rise in rebellion with just a single tea-house meeting was all because of his glib tongue. And this also happened to be his weak point. If he was really certain that Shun Zichuan and Xiao Qie were setting up a trap to screw him over, then he would not give Shun Zichuan the chance to open his mouth. He dragged his sickly body here, because he could not be sure if Shun Zichuan was collaborating with Xiao Qie. That was why he had to bring out his own special skill and engaged in a battle of words to trick Shun Zichuan into telling the truth. What do you want Qi Hualien for? Shi Hongxian asked with dread and fear. Shun Zichuan suddenly hit upon an idea. Going along with it, he bent over and said to Shi Hongxian, Qi Hualien was the Crown Prince's teacher. There was the incident at the Eastern Palace back then, And I heard that there was an imperial grandson still in his infancy. Ji Lei did not reveal the imperial grandson's whereabouts to me before his death. I was afraid Qi Hualien knew, so I had to keep a close watch on him. Shi Hongshuan's countenance changed in spite of himself. He said, "The Empress Dowager will never leave any survivors behind. It's common practice to stamp out trouble at its source. So what are you daydreaming about?" Shun Zichuan said, "If there is no imperial heir in hand, who would dare to conspire to murder His Majesty? There will be nobody else with the surname Li in Dazhou if he dies. You aren't the one who did it, and it isn't me either. Instead of falling out with me here, why not put down your blade and discuss a countermeasure with me? How would I know that it's not you?" Shi Hongxian did not move. "No one but you know the structure of Ohua Pavilion best. It's simply too convenient for you to tamper with it. In addition, I keep encountering calamities one after another, yet you keep getting promoted again and again. Your meritorious deeds sure have grown. I have only just gotten into His Majesty's good graces. It's just the time for me to build up my strength and climb my way up. So why would I kill him? What's more, you and I have been conspiring together for quite some time, so why would Xiao believe me based on some empty promises?" Shun Zichuan gradually let out a smile at him. "Even if I kill you, it should be at a time when there's much more in it for me." The way he said it was half in jest, but it made the blood of those listening run cold. Shi Hongxian covered his lips and coughed, using this interval to evade Shun Zichuan's gaze. Although they had conspired together to kill off many people, Shi Hongxian still could not confront Shun Zichuan head-on. This was not a momentary fear, but fear accumulated over their course of acquaintanceship. He could not forget the way Ji Lei looked with his skin flayed. That was why he wanted to act quickly now that his suspicions were aroused. This man cannot live, Shi Hongxian thought. Once the time was right, he had to kill him off no matter what. Such a man would certainly not let himself be used for Shi Hongshuan's own purposes. His talk about there being no differences between those of lawful and common birth had already revealed his lack of respect and reverence for the 8 great clans. Everyone was attempting the impossible that ran against the interests of their opponents, much like bargaining with a tiger for its hide. And what they were competing against was who would be faster in the days to come. Shi Hongxian secretly made up his mind. He smiled too and said, "I'm scaring you only because I myself was scared after being crushed in that pit. Lanju, you'll surely understand if you were the one lying in there. What are you people standing around there for? Put away your blades. Don't hurt His Excellency the Judge." The surrounding blades returned to their sheaths, one after another. But Shi Hongxian did not tell his men to withdraw from the room. Pulling at his fox fur, he said, "Everything happened too suddenly these few days. With our communications cut off, it's inevitable that we would come to be mutually suspicious of one another. It's all good now that we've cleared the air. Come, Lanju. Take your seat, and we'll talk." Shun Zichuan said, "Blades and swords have no eyes. Second young master, next time, give me a warning first so that I can prepare for it and won't be as in such haste as I am today. It's remarkable how you remain composed in the face of danger." Shi Hongxian lifted the teapot to infuse tea. "As you know, what we are doing can cost us our heads. I was really forced into a corner this time, otherwise, how would I treat you in such a way? It's all because I was forced to. I got anxious seeing how Xiao II is going to be as pleased as Punch riding the crest of success soon. Come, come. Take a seat quickly. Still holding it against me? I, with the surname Shun, am unworthy of being in high position." Shun Zichuan sized up the room. "How would I dare to sit next to you?" Shi Hongxian laughed out loud and said, "Those are all bullshit. They are merely words spoken to disparage others. How can be you the same as the others? Take a seat." Only then did Shun Zichuan take his seat. Shi Hongxian held out the tea to him and said with an apologetic smile, "If you ask me, the surname Shun is really holding you back. Don't you think so? If you had been born in the Han clan or the Fei clan, there wouldn't be this much animosity between us, right? Lanju, please be appeased. Now tell me seriously. What are you keeping this Qi Hualien for?" Shun Zichuan touched his sleeve pocket before he remembered his ivory fan was lost. He said, The old loony has been scared stiff by the crown prince's suicide where he slit his own throat. I ran into him all the time when I was in Jiao Zui Temple and heard some of his intermittent ravings, so I thought of keeping him just in case there's a future need. You should have asked me about the matter regarding the imperial grandson. Shi Hongxian brushed aside the tea foam. Don't think about this matter anymore. It's impossible. Not even a chance of it happening. Shun Zichuan turned the teacup around gently. He did not drink it. Shi Hongxian drank the tea, grunted twice, and said, that task was carried out together by Ji Lei and Shen Wei, both of whom were ruthless. Even the fair and beautiful crown princess was strangled to death by them, and you want to pin your hopes on them showing the imperial grandson mercy? What's more, they were the sworn enemies of the imperial grandson for killing his father. You think they had nothing better to do than to sow the seeds of future trouble for themselves? Was that what Xue Xiuzhua said too? Shi Hongxian cast him a look and asked, why are you asking about Yanqing specifically? You're familiar with one another. Shun Zichuan's gaze did not falter. You're on good terms with him. Wasn't your promotion to the Bureau of Evaluations this time precisely because you listened to his advice? Both of you are Zhuge Liang. I'll listen to whoever makes more sense. Shi Hongxian kicked the ball back and said, they said scholars look down on one another. Why are you smart people also mutually belittling each other? That's really not it. Shun Zichuan said. You were transferred into the Bureau of Evaluations before the inspections, and subsequently, this red-hot assignment fell upon you. That would make others green with envy. It's hard to say that this wasn't the reason you were set up. Xue Xiuzhua has been an official for quite some years, and he never thought of it. If he did, then why did he still persuade you to go? Shi Hongxian was drinking tea when his movement paused. He said, who would have expected someone to really strike out at me? It's not Yanqing's fault. He has rendered a meritorious service by protecting the emperor at the Nanlin hunting grounds. Yet he knew to conceal his abilities and bide his time at that time and didn't go all out. Instead, he went to the Court of Judicial Review for more experience. Having said to this point, Shun Zichuan continued no further and merely smiled at Shi Hongxian. I just find it strange. As if he had not heard it, Shi Hongxian smiled too. Oh, my. This interruption almost made me forget about it. Lanju, now that I've recovered and His Majesty has woken up, the Chief Surveillance Bureau will start to impeach me. Help me think of a way. I can't be transferred out of Kudu. The fault lies with His Majesty this time. But no one is blaming him. And the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Revenue are both shirking responsibilities and shifting the blame around. You happened to land right in the middle. Everyone will naturally target you. Shun Zichuan set aside the teacup. This is a tough one to deal with. Pan Xiangjie and Wei Huaigu three her. Shi Hongxian said. At the end of it all, they just want money. Getting rebuked is really no big deal. They are only latching on to me because they wanted to take advantage of the situation to raise the price and make me fish out money to pay for the shortfall with my own money. How many people died this time? As long as His Majesty is fine, everything else can be bought. Without tens of thousands of taels this time, I'm afraid it'll be hard to settle. Shun Zichuan said with a smile. I have money. Shi Hongxian set aside the teacup too and said, but I'm not willing to give it to them. I'm at fault for accompanying His Majesty to the brothel. But the public ditches have nothing to do with me. I'm not going to oblige if they want to slap unreasonable demands on me and use me as a scapegoat. An official one grade higher can oppress an official one grade lower than him. Even if you are not in the wrong, it will still become your fault. Reasoning with them won't work, and it's pointless to leave the mess as it is. Shun Zichuan maintained his composure and said, still a pain to deal with. Shi Hongxian said, it's not hard. I'm telling you, the emperor's heart is with me. Even if they want to punish me severely, they still have to see what the emperor thinks. We mustn't lose our heads before Xiao II has been dealt with. I am confident that His Majesty will definitely not be the same as he used to be after waking up this time. Chapter 72, Noble Rank Advancement. Chapter 72, Noble Rank Advancement. Shi Hongxian spoke with such certainty that Shun Zichuan just had to look askance at him. But Shi Hongxian was not willing to continue discussing further and merely said, You don't have a proper place to stay now, so it's not convenient to keep Qi Hualien around. Why not leave him with me? It isn't appropriate to leave a raving loony at your place either. Shen Zichuan said calmly. What do you want him for? In my opinion. Shi Hongxian held out his hand flat, like a hand blade. The best option would be to finish him off. It's inadvisable to get yourself involved with all those old affairs. The more you know, the worse it'll be for you. Shi Hongxian brandished his hand and looked at Shen Zichuan. Or are you unwilling to? Shen Zichuan said, Of course I'm unwilling to. He's an old minister during the reign of Yongyi. He knows Shen Wei well. I have a use for keeping him alive. If Shen Zichuan had agreed readily, Shi Hongxian would not have believed him easily. So he said it with 70% truth and 30% falsehood to throw Shi Hongxian off. As expected, Shi Hongxian made no further mention of killing him. He said, Are you still thinking of investigating Shen Wei's case? You should have said so earlier. Lanju, do you have to go so far as to hide this bit of matter from me? When have I ever hidden it from you? Shen Zichuan smiled as he lifted the teapot and poured tea for Shi Hongxian. Isn't this matter obvious? As long as Shen Wei remains guilty, I'll never be able to live honorably. The evidence against him is conclusive, and his infamy has already been deeply impressed on everyone's mind. Even if the charge against him is dropped, it will not be enough to convince the masses. Shi Hongxian said, A felony like selling his country to seek personal glory is something that can never be scrubbed clean, even over several lifetimes. Plus, it's pointless to just rely on the imperial court's pardon alone. There are many kinds of rumors in this world. He, Shen Wei, has already been crucified to death under the spray of spittle. Poor you. I can only advise you to forget about this matter. It's not something you'll be able to clear up. Shen Zichuan silently set down the teapot. Seeing the atmosphere growing heavier, Shi Hongxian continued, You are already now an imperial bodyguard of 5th grade, and you still take those rumors and slanders to heart? Please don't. Look ahead. You've done a good job on this mission, so you should be getting a promotion, yes? Shen Zichuan said, Nothing is confirmed yet. I haven't even settled down in my post of southern judge. Charging all the way up to the top isn't necessarily a good thing. This time, you and I have to act carefully. We are really gambling with our lives here. Shi Hongxian tucked his fox fur properly and said, We have to investigate and get to the bottom of this matter. The other party is hiding in the dark, while we are out there exposed in the open. If we can't get to the bottom of the matter, then it would be hard to guard against the enemy. I'm the one who got crushed this time. But what about the next time? You should watch out too. It's inconvenient for me to stay for long here today. Lanju, I'll see you at the residence in a few days. Saying so, Shi Hongxian rose to his feet and surveyed the surroundings again. This courtyard seems decent to me. If you don't have enough money, just let me know. Just don't take what happened today to heart, all right? With that, Shi Hongxian smiled. Shen Zichuan smiled too. Both of them reconciled, as if there was no ill feeling between them, as if what happened earlier was merely just them horsing around with one another. Qiao Tianya sent Shi Hongxian off. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, he saw Shen Zichuan standing with his back to him and with his face facing the main hall. He was wiping his hands with a handkerchief. The setting sun outside the courtyard crossed over, casting a scarlet-red hue over Shen Zichuan's embroidered python robe. His slightly lowered neck was as fair as jade. He wiped those slender, flawless fingers, which were clearly clean, yet he seemed to detest them to bits. Is he gone? Shen Zichuan turned his head aside to ask. I saw him get on the horse carriage. Qiao Tianya stopped a short distance away from Shen Zichuan. He did not move forward, but bent over to pick up a fallen leaf on the ground that had been trampled and scrutinized it for a moment. The men he hired are all masters from the martial fraternity, yet a fight didn't break out. Most likely, Ji Gangshifu was on his guard, and the Grand Mentor did not resist. Shifu burned his face with fire to ruin his looks, all to conceal his identity and live incognito. Not starting a fight hastily is a wise move. Shen Zichuan neatly folded that blue handkerchief. Teacher mustn't remain in Shi Hongxuan's hands for too long. We need to think of a way. Xiao Tianya crushed the leaf without disrupting Shen Zichuan's contemplation. Shen Zichuan suddenly turned around and was dazzled by the sunset glow. But he did not flinch or hide from it as he looked towards that towering and majestic palace. Legitimate bloodline, Shen Zichuan murmured and asked Xiao Tianya. Who's living there? Xiao Tianya followed his gaze and looked over as well. He replied, the Li clan. No. Shen Zichuan's eyes were cold and indifferent as he said with a mocking smile, it's a deer. If Ju lost its deer, the heroes of the world may all pursue it. One today, you say it's the Li clan. Tomorrow, I can also say it's some random person on the street. Whoever can step onto that dragon throne at the peak will be the legitimate, rightful one. Xiao Tianya prided himself on being a nonconformist with an unconventional, rebellious streak, but even he did not expect Shen Zichuan to have the audacity to say such words. In his astonishment, he took a few steps back and looked out into the distance at the palace. He said, such rebellious words are tantamount to having no respect for the law. You know there are countless gentlemen in this world, all of them good men with unyielding steadfastness and unfailing loyalty. Shen Zichuan kept the handkerchief back into his sleeve and said, the Earl of Bianxia, Lu Pingyang, is known as the wolf and tiger of the border town. To protect and hold on to Bianjuan commandery, he has given away all his family fortunes. Although he has received a noble title conferred by the emperor, all he eats every day are pickled vegetables and sweet potatoes. Subsequently, Lu Guangbai becomes hard-pressed for military funds whenever there is a war. And because Lu Guangbai is not on good terms with the 8 great clans, he has never been conferred a noble title despite all his outstanding and illustrious military achievements. So tell me, is it that satisfying to be such a gentleman and loyal official? Ask your conscience first before we talk about satisfaction. To be an outspoken and candid minister, you have to sacrifice the self and give up your selfish desires. 2 Suotian passes Fengisheng's entire family of loyal heroes died martyrs in battles. This is what we call the epitome of righteousness. Shen Zichuan's insanity, which he had suppressed earlier, swept over him again. He stood up and burst out laughing, saying, Xiao Tianya, you are not a nonconformist who has deviated from the norms at all. You are a prisoner of the norms. You are one who can be a gentleman. Xiao Tianya said, Master. The sunset glow on the horizon faded into night, and darkness came shrouding all over. The pear tree bared its withered branches and brandished them threateningly, casting shadows over Shen Zichuan's raised face. But, in this world, someone has to be the traitor and the rebel. I don't believe that fate is decided by the heavens. If there's a blade held against my neck someday in the future, I will not show mercy even if it's Li Jianheng, let alone Shi Hongxian. The bloodline legitimacy Shi Hongxian speaks of is no different from the nonsensical ravings of a fool. Anyone will die when a blade slices across their necks. There's no exception regardless of whether one is a di born of the legitimate wife or a shu born of a concubine. In the cold, dreary night, the crow of dusk let out a few mournful caws. Shen Zichuan looked back at Xiao Tianya. My ambition is not to be a gentleman, nor is it to be a good person. Since vindictiveness has become the tenet I live by, then a kindness given is kindness given, a wrong done is a wrong done. I want Shi Hongxian to pay with his life for what happened today. The wind assailed the scattered clouds and scraped the remaining leaf off the tip of the branch. The impeachments from the Chief Surveillance Bureau came bearing down upon them in torrents. Shi Hongxian, Pan Xiangjie, Wei Huixing, and even Hai Liangyi were all censured one after another. Center Yu took charge as the chief commentator as the few parties attacked one another on the imperial court. Having just woke up, Li Jianheng hardly said much these days and simply let them argue among themselves as he held court in Mingli Hall. Hai Liangyi was already in ill health before the epidemic happened, and lately he looked even more emaciated. Not once had he had the moment to rest, and now, listening to the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue starting an argument again, he could not help but let out a few violent coughs. Li Jianheng hurriedly said, Secretariat Elder, there's no need to rise. If you have something to say, you may voice it out while seated. Hai Liangyi bowed his thanks and covered his mouth with a handkerchief. After his coughing eased up a little, he said, The Grand Secretariat has already submitted the clauses for rewards and punishments this time to His Majesty's table yesterday. If your majesty finds any part inappropriate after looking through it, you may reject it and let the Grand Secretariat discuss it again. Li Jianheng had been absent-minded, and Hai Liangyi originally thought that he would hem and haw. He did not expect him to say after a moment's pause, "I've seen it. And there are indeed some parts one don't understand and would like to ask of the Secretariat Elder to clear my doubts." The entire hall of officials was dumbfounded the moment the words left his mouth. Li Jianheng opened the memorial and said, "The Imperial Army has done a meritorious service by dredging up the public ditches. Xiao Qiye is already a second-grade viceroy of the Imperial Army. Just the reward of some gold and jades is simply too meager." Hai Liangyi answered, "The military drill ground on Mount Feng is undergoing an expansion this year, and the money will be arranged for by the Ministry of Revenue. This could be said to be a waiver of his biggest expenditure this year. This humble subject feels that the reward cannot be too excessive. This is sufficient enough." Li Jianheng said, "But the deployment of medicinal herbs, quarantine of the patients, and dredging of the public ditches are no small matter. He has done a great job with them all." Hai Liangyi pondered it over and said, "It's true that he has rendered meritorious service. But these matters are not something the Imperial Army can achieve on its own. If he's shown too much special favor, I want to advance his noble rank." Li Jianheng closed the memorial and looked at Hai Liangyi. "He's the second son of lawful birth of the Prince of Libei. If he had gone into battle and slain the enemies, then he should have a noble rank and title by now." Hai Liangyi did not answer immediately. Li Jianheng said, "I've been thinking about these issues the few days I was confined to my sickbed. I wish to confer the title of Marquis of Dingdu upon Xiao Qiye. What does the Secretariat Elder think?" Hai Liangyi said, "You mustn't, Your Majesty. Unless it's military achievements, one cannot be conferred a noble title. Although Xiao Qiye has made great contributions this time, it's far from the point where he can be made a marquis. The Lu clan of Chidong's Bianjuan Commandery has numerous military achievements to their name. Yet, only the old General Lu Pingyang is currently conferred with the title of the Earl of Bianxia. Firstly, Xiao Qiye has not stabilized the borders, and secondly, he has not driven out the enemies. I fear it will only be hard to convince the public if you make him a marquis out of the blue. To begin with, he has done a meritorious service by protecting me at the Nanlin hunting grounds, and he has, yet again, shown no fear in the face of danger this time. It's a good thing the epidemic did not spread. This matter concerns the peace and stability of Kudu. Is this still not considered a merit? The Earl of Bianxia, Lu Pingyang, has transferred the garrison troops of Bianjuan Commandery in private numerous times. The reason his noble rank has not advanced is merely because his merits are offset by his demerits and vice versa." As Li Jianheng spoke, his eyes reddened. He covered his face and choked with sobs. "Don't tell me my life is nothing worth mentioning either. The purpose of bestowing the title of Marquis upon him is to commend and honor him. There will be no increment of the numbers of soldiers in the Imperial Army, and no establishments of private rights. It's just a title in name only. Is this not even acceptable, either?" Wei Huaigu initially meant to impeach Xiao Qiye for privately deploying the medicinal herbs without authorization, but seeing that the situation was not favorable for his cause, he changed his mind and said, "What Your Majesty thinks is reasonable. Xiao Qiye's decisiveness and fearlessness in times of danger should be commended and rewarded. But what the Secretariat Elder says is true, too. In this humble subject's opinion, why not honor Xiao Qiye with the title Earl of Dingdu first?" "No." Hai Liangyi would not budge. "There's absolutely no logic in doing so. Your Majesty, if you grant Xiao Qiye a title today, then you will greatly disappoint the old general at the frontier. It's an established rule of the imperial court that a noble title cannot be conferred on one without military achievements to his name." Li Jianheng said, "How about we first promote Lu Pingyang to a marquis, then confer the title of Earl upon Xiao Qiye? Does the Secretariat still not agree to this?" He spoke of conferment as if it was child's play. Hai Liangyi's coughing intensified. He wanted to say something further, but Pan Xiangjie beat him to it. He said in a fluster, "This humble subject thinks it's a good thing. This would be Your Majesty's first conferment since Your Majesty's ascension to the throne. It's a special honor. Secretariat Elder, One mustn't be a stickler for conventions on every single matter. Now that he has indeed made a contribution, what's the issue with making an exception? Seeing the noble clans unanimously urging Li Jianheng, Kong Qiu could not help but kowtow and said, "This humble subject thinks the Secretariat Elder is right. Your Majesty, Lu Pingyang has spared no effort to defend the Bianjuan commandery. Even if his to be conferred a title, it shouldn't be done in such a hasty and sloppy. I've been repeatedly asking the opinions of all of you here, and yet you still say I'm hasty." With a fling of his sleeves, Li Jianheng rose to his feet and pointed at Kong Qiu, saying, "I can see that you are always going along with the Secretariat Elder's words on the imperial court. The sovereign and his ministers. Exactly who is your sovereign, and whose minister are you?" The various ministers all kneeled and said in unison, "Your Majesty, please be appeased." Kong Qiu immediately said, "Your Majesty is the sovereign of this humble subject, and this humble subject does His Majesty's bidding, but it's indeed inappropriate to bypass the regulations and go ahead with the conferment. I am going to confer the title upon him." Li Jianheng wept as he said, "Each time I met with calamity one after the other, it was only with Xian's help that I could avert disaster and escape unscathed. Even when I want to bestow a title upon him, you people have to turn me down and throw obstructions in my way. The Secretariat Elder has the final say over all the matters in this imperial court, so why not let the Secretariat Elder sit on this throne instead?" These words truly struck Hai Liangyi where it hurts. Unstable on his knees, Hai Liangyi covered his lips and coughed violently. He never met with officials outside the court and the capital, and he had never held any private feasts. In order not to get involved in a faction or clique, he worked hard day and night. And he taught and guided Li Jianheng with utmost care, all because he feared getting slandered and stabbed in the back. He was the most trustworthy minister, a right-hand man of the emperor, not a tyrannical official in power. Seeing Hai Liangyi coughing until he was all hunched over, Li Jianheng did not dare to create a scene further and got someone to help Hai Liangyi up. Nevertheless, he still said, "No matter what, Xiao Qie shall be conferred a title." With the commotion in Mingli Hall, the imperial edict was issued a few days later. Like a bolt of thunder out of the blue, it caused a startled wave of memorials flooding in from all over. Lu Guangbai brought his father to receive the imperial edict at the Bianjuan commandery. Lu Pingyang was promoted to the rank of marquis. Even he himself was at a loss how to react in the very moment he held the edict in his hands. The Lu clan had buried generation after generation of its people in this yellow sand. In his heyday, Lu Pingyang was also known as the wolf and tiger of the border town. He was renowned for his military exploits, along with Xiao Fengshu and Qi Shiyu. And now, injured and sick all over, and before he retired from active duty to take up an advisory post, he finally received his reward. Yet, it was all to pave the way for a junior of the younger generation. Xiao Qie was originally sleeping in his residence when he heard of the arrival of the imperial edict, thus he put on his clothes and came out to receive it. After reading the imperial edict, Fuman beamed and moved to help him up, only to see a pale-looking Xiao Qie who looked as if he had no intention of receiving the edict. This title mustn't be accepted. What Hai Liangyi had said was true. Although he, Xiao Qie, had rendered meritorious service by protecting the emperor at the Nanlin hunting grounds, and had played a critical role in the latest incidents, his contributions were still poles apart from the hard-won military merits gained from battling with real weapons at the frontiers. Who was Lu Pingyang? That was the man who was on brotherly terms with his old man, Xiao Fengshu. Now that they had humiliated and trampled over Lu Pingyang to confer on him, Xiao Qie, a title, how would Xiao Qie be able to take office in the various garrison troops at the frontiers? How would he be able to convince the masses? And the most crucial thing was, what would the Lu clan think? Could Xiao and Lu still be brothers? Dingdu, Dingdu. This was simply to nail him dead in kudu had Li Jianheng's bout with his illness fucking short-circuited his brain. Rage bubbled up in Xiao Qie. What's more, he had not gotten a good sleep. He tugged at the official robe he had not worn properly and suppressed his fury to say expressionlessly, "Go and report back to His Majesty that Xiao Xian is not worthy of the title and does not dare to accept this overwhelming favor from His Majesty, nor does he dare to accept this heaven-sent noble rank."